Hello everyone, my name is Delete and welcome back to Kerbal Space Program, Faster Than Light. Today we are getting our Kerbals back from Duna. So, the last live stream, we got them to Duna, and that's great. That's awesome. However, we may have miscalculated the return trip fuel. And so they're at Duna. They are at Duna. And they've got fuel. It's not like they have no fuel. It's just that the fuel they have is less than the fuel they need. And so we're gonna do a little subsequent mission. Here's my idea. And I started working on this. Where is it? Orbital Refinery Mark II. Here we go. So I'm making a new orbital refinery that we are going to send to Ike. And we are going to put this in Ike orbit. The idea being we can get resources from Ike and therefore recover them in a timely and efficient manner. That's the idea. And for this mission, I have inflatable storage for liquid resources because the output that I'm trying to get is liquid hydrogen. And this stores 8,000 as it stands, which is all right. We can get it up to 64,000. I don't know how this inflates. I kind of want to find that out. So let's do a little ground test with this before we do anything else. This is an expensive refinery. This costs 288,000. It'll be a little closer to 350, almost 400,000 to put this on Ike. So we will have to make some money in the meantime. We can afford it. We can get this going, and then we're gonna have to divert our attention to money making relatively quickly. Did I land on Duna? No, we did not land on Duna. We will maybe eventually land on Duna, but first we need to solve some other issues. One problem at a time, please. Let's start with the fuel situation. So we can get the refinery to Ike orbit, but we're still going to need to get a lander to Duna as well. And that'll probably cost another 200,000. Maybe not quite that much, but it'll cost a bit. I did figure out the issue that we were having last live stream. So what we were trying to do is we were trying to use this universal drill to mine regolith, but regolith was just not showing up as an option. All the other modded resources you could mine were available, but not regolith. It turns out that there's a regolith drill, specifically a regolith drill. And this is what we should have been using. So we're going to bring this on our miner to fill up our resource tanks with regolith. Then we'll bring it to this orbital refinery and actually process that regolith into usable fuel. I do have a large holding tank, and we can go ahead and set it to regolith and fill it up. And then I'm going to put some ground-based hardware down, like so. Now, as far as power goes, I started with, like, entering argument was I was going to use the liquid metal reactor. But I'm on the fence about if we actually want to use the liquid metal reactor or if we just want to use a lot of solar panels. I have some solar panels up here as a redundancy thing. And it may be that we want to switch this out for just solar, if we can bring enough solar panels. We'll see what we decide with this in particular. But for now, for testing purposes, I'm going to take this out, and we're going to try this out. So let's launch it. And see what we can get. No RTGs yet? Not yet. Not yet. RTGs would not be able to provide the power I need for this, though. even with this new resource processor we unlocked, which this is actually really cool, and I like this. So this is the resource processor, and we got these hex nodes. So I can set this up, toggle, do the regolith process. And I need a carbon monoxide tank. That's carbon dioxide. Oh, I'm silly. Whoops. There we go. Carbon monoxide. And then we need a liquid nitrogen tank. Ooh, is this the wrong water? Do we need clean water? Yep, and then liquid nitrogen, which I thought... Oh, this is liquid carbon monoxide. That's my problem. Deuterium, drinking water, fusion pellets, gray water, helium-3, helium-4, heavy water, hexaborane, HTP, hydrazine, hydrogen, kerosene, methane, nitrogen. There we go. Okay, so that fulfills the requirements. We can start processing. Now, what I'm here to test. I know this will work, but I want to test what this does. This is the inflatable storage tank for liquids. It's cryogenically cooled, and it says it's inflatable. I don't know what inflatable means in this context. So what we're going to do is see how much this will fill up and how much a full 1500 regolith will get me as far as liquid hydrogen goes. Right now we're at 600 and we've used up 100 regolith. We also do have a couple other, well, here, this would be a faster way to look at it. So liquid hydrogen, we're at 1240. My helium-3 tank filled up already, so I need to... No, not my helium-3, my regular helium tank. So we'll jettison tank contents. This is the limiting one. Helium fills up pretty quick, and it's a waste product. I'm not using it right now, so every time helium fills up, I gotta jettison. I can just keep processing that out, basically. There we go. So we're at 4,000 liquid hydrogen. Almost 5,000. And how much regolith have we processed? 500. So it's about an 8-to-1 ratio regolith units to liquid hydrogen. And our little liquid hydrogen ball here is expanding, which is kind of fun to watch. It's getting bigger. Oh, carbon monoxide is topped off now. It's also a gas. Which one of these is the carbon monoxide tank? Here we go. Are we out of regolith now? Okay, so we spent our regolith and we got 14,191 liquid hydrogen. So, gives us an idea of how much regolith we need to actually fill up this tank. We would need probably multiple trips of regolith. So let's revert to vehicle assembly. You're at... Please make the Eve plane. When are you going to make the Eve plane? We will eventually do that. It's not. It's probably not going to be in the immediate future, but that is on the docket of things to do. We just have other, more pressing things to deal with at the time. I wish I could make a. I don't think the drain valves. No, the drain valves do not attach. Yeah, unfortunate. Because I wish we could just do a... drain valve, and then we could keep the helium just purged. Just vent it, basically. But it doesn't let me vent it. I have to put it somewhere, which is just annoying. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't want it right now. It's just a kind of useless byproduct. So, I guess the other option is there are these other containers, right? So this guy contains 5,000 units. This contains 1,500. So we could actually store quite a bit more. Minerals. Regolith, yeah. So we could store quite a bit more regolith in one of these. And in fact, I may, for this orbital refinery, have like 2 of these stacked. Like that. That's kind of a convenient cargo container, so we'll definitely use that. Let's see if we can't do this with solar, though. So, the processor, how much... I guess that's the other thing we should have checked, is how much power does the hex core processor use? If it's not a lot, then, we could easily support this just with solar, because we're not using the electrolyzer or the refrigerator or any of the other equipment. We're just using that one processor module, and we're using a relatively small one. Oh, shoot. I gotta configure the tanks again. Carbon monoxide. This one needs to be liquid nitrogen. Actually, it's faster to go this way. There we go. And then this one was liquid carbon monoxide, but let's just go ahead and make this something else. We can make that clean water too. And this one was carbon dioxide, but we have liquid carbon dioxide. We needed monoxide. Oh, wait, no. We did need... I'm sorry. We did need liquid CO2. Deuterium, CO2. There we go. How much does this consume electricity-wise? Where is it? 4 megawatts. 4,000 kilowatts. And this produces way, way more. This is only 4%. Okay, so let's go back to vehicle assembly. I think the solar panels, the Gigantor solar panels, each make 13 kilowatts. So we would need a lot of solar panels, but we might be able to make that work. We really could make that work. And I'm pretty sure the solar panels would be lighter. So we could do a structural, like just a truss. Like the big truss. Where's the truss? The tall truss. Modular girder segment. We could do something like 2 of these. Takes up relatively the same space, and then we take the Gigantor arrays, basically. And we slap like 3 of them on it. Can I fit 3? I can just not fit 3. Okay, hold on. Now, if I'm prudent, can I get 4 on this? Might be able to get 4 on this. No, I'm not. Okay. Well, I guess we can just do the 3 then. Well, hold on. This modular truss system is rather skinny, in my opinion. Stop. Go back. There we go. Go away. Go away. Okay, this will be obnoxiously long, and I fully acknowledge that. Like, it's obviously much longer than this, but fairings are light and cheap. Nuclear reactors are heavy and expensive. And I might be able to get a lot of solar panels on this. Like, a lot of solar panels on this. Yeah. Like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's still way too little. Dang, it's still too little. Can I make the nuclear reactor smaller and therefore lighter? Like, could I just scale this down a little bit? It seems like that answer is yes. And then we could just make these also scale down slightly. Like that. And that should save us both weight and cost, right? Maybe not cost, but it saves us weight. It is, but these will, you know, these will keep us cool enough for sure. Like, easily that's enough thermal. We probably don't need this extra one. These don't weigh a whole lot, though. I'm going to go ahead and throw that extra one back on. These aren't expensive. These titanium raiders are actually very cheap and very effective. So we're going to keep using them. Obviously, we'll leave these on because I want to be able to bring regolith up and then store it. And I do like that it has a little indicator that tells you how much regolith it has on board. That's fun. We can put that over there. I think this is probably good enough, really. We'll need some coupling in the form of docking ports. We'll do 2. They can go right between. Regolith is the surface layer of most... It's like the rocks and dirt, quote-unquote dirt, on the moon is regolith. It's slightly different from regular dirts and rocks, primarily because you find regolith on planets that don't have an atmosphere or magnetic field, and because of that, the dirts and rocks are constantly bombarded by micrometeorites, and they're also bombarded by cosmic and solar radiation, and what ends up happening is that the radiation bombardment will ionize or activate atoms in the rocky surface and causes it to become radioactive, or change it. So like that's where you get deuterium from neutron bombardment of hydrogen, or helium-3 from stripping a neutron from helium. So deuterium, tritium, helium-3 all come from that. And then also you can get some different chemical compositions. It's that's like the gist of it. It's the layman's way of explaining it. I think this is operational. I think this is fine. And it gives us a total of 9 tons. It only weighs 9 tons. This expanding guy here really does not weigh a ton, which is good. 0.45 tons. So we could honestly fit 2 of these on here if I could find a convenient way to do it. Maybe sideways. Let's ditch all these little guys. These are meaningless. And do that. Why are these so expensive? These are the expensive thing? How much does that cost? The inflatable fuel tank? No, it should only cost 18,000. Oh, but I scaled it up. That's right. I scaled this up by quite a bit. Which scaled the cost up quite a bit, huh? Yeah, I did. Because this is their normal scale, and they only hold 8,000, which is not a lot. This holds 90,000. This holds 64,000. But this is just so much bigger. It's so much bigger. That's the problem. It's so expensive. This holds 140,000. Oh, okay. This would honestly be better. Because that gets us up to 140. This would be better than trying to bring the other thing. And it expands outwards. I also like the look of it better. And it shows us our fuel flow path. What do we think, guys? Do we think this tank? It costs more, but easily, like, if this is full, then we could completely refuel the ship. I think that's the way to go. $30 tons. How much do these weigh? How much does Regolith weigh? 10 tons? So problem number 2 is getting enough regolith off Ike onto the surface, onto orbit, basically. So the lander we send over there needs to be pretty beefy, I think. And then I guess the final question, so if I've got 10,000 regolith, that gets me maybe 100,000 liquid hydrogen. I think that's what it comes down to. Okay. We'll save this as a single concept. I think that's as good as it's going to get. I guess the only other thing we would want to add is another docking port at the top here. Yeah. We'll save this for now. One of these. Let's go ahead and reconfigure these tanks to be correct. So we had hydrogen, helium-3, helium, deuterium, carbon monoxide, I think is the one we were supposed to have. Empty that. What about the crew? This doesn't need to have a crew. This is going to be unmanned. This is going to be an unmanned mission. We're going to send it as is. But we're not even ready to send it yet because we need... really, we need more money. Is what we need. Okay, save it. Let's leave. Let's look at what kind of what contracts we have available and what we need. Not going to do that. Attach a new part to a satellite in orbit of Kerbal we could do. They just need an HE5 high gain antenna. A Class E asteroid in orbit around Minmus would be interesting, but hard. That'd be very difficult. Let's take this one on. Let's also look at our active contracts. We have 9 active contracts right now. One of them's science in orbit of Minmus, easy. And then finish rover construction on the surface of Minmus, also relatively easy. We can just fly an engineer to Minmus. Wait, no we can't. We don't have any engineers! Shoot. I need a contract to save some Kerbals. And one of the Kerbals needs to be an engineer. Some save the Kerbals contracts would be really nice right about now. Let's go Minmus. Where's my Minmus Voyager? Minmus Ranger, I guess. These were relatively cheap. This one was 86. For a 3-man crew to Minmus. I'm pretty sure this is the vessel we use to go to Minmus. What about Minmus Ranger 2? Is it cheaper? Slightly. Yeah, this was a cheaper mission. But we only have pilots and scientists. We need an engineer. I think this design will work just fine. Make a Kerbal. Well, we can hire a Kerbal, but I think to hire an astronaut now costs like 300,000. And actually, we need an astronaut. We need a Kerbal not for both of these contracts. Here's what we could do. We could try refreshing or seeing if we can get a new Kerbal, save Kerbal contract. Because I'll do those contracts all day. In fact, actually, yeah. One moment, everyone, while we try and get some contracts. Because these aren't ones we can't take right now. So just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, so let's see if we... some satellite contracts, which we can do. We have a tourist contract. Which... Land on the moon, fly by Minmus, land on Minmus, orbit the moon, orbit Kerbin. Man... Can't we just pick one, please? We got a polar orbit, Minmus orbit, adjust orbit. We'll take that one. We'll take these satellite orbit contracts. These are easy. Recover component from orbit. Probably can do that. It's not a ton of money, but it's not nothing. Okay, let's go look at where those contracts are taking us. We'll do the orbital satellites. That's easy. We've got the flight hardware to launch those. Whatever the part recovery one is, I just want to make sure it's not somewhere stupid. Here we go. Okay, so this is just barely in orbit. That's easy enough to get. That's an easy catch. We could get that easy. And then everything else looks relatively straightforward. There's a Minmus satellite orbit way up here. This rover is the one that needs to be repaired. Okay. Okay. Let's get it. Let's try. Let's try to do it. So Moonsat 4, that's the most immediate one we can do. And this is Moonsat 4 right here. So we'll fly him. Yeah, sat attack. That's what we're doing. I could force the game to give me a bunch of satellite contracts. It's kind of cheating. But I consider it a low level of cheating, right? Because we're not cheating like, oh, give me money. No, we're just cheating to like give me ways to make money. And it's also semi-realistic, because the reality is there will always, always, always be a satellite you can launch. If you're a space company, like, satellites are going up left and right. Look at SpaceX, you know, perfect example. Let's recover that part that's in orbit. That'll be super simple. And I kind of want to attempt a direct ascent to rendezvous with it. We only get 30. It's actually low payout, but it should kind of be a fun mission because we just direct ascent to it with a really small, lightweight rocket, catch it with one of the docking arm juniors, parachute down, and then we'll whatever expense we put into the rocket will cover a decent amount just with the recovery of the parts. So let's try that one. Let's do Probodyne HECS as our starting module. We'll slap not that big of a battery bank. Decent sized battery bank on it. And we'll want a decent sized stabilizer for command and control. I'll flip these around. We're gonna need some parachutes for recovery. I would guess multiple. And then our advanced grabbing unit junior, which is going to sit right here. So that'll go that way to grab it. Let's put the small fuel tank. There we go. Small monopropellant fuel tank, heat shield, some solar panels just to keep an electric charge up. Just small ones. And then RCS thrusters. Again, these can be relatively small. We will put them lower on the center of mass, right about there. Perfect. This is kind of it for the payload. And then fuel tanks. Nope, coupling first. And then we go fuel tank, engine, Terrier. Where's my Terrier? Haven't flown a Terrier in a while. I like the Terrier. There it is. Probably a swivel will be good enough. Probably will be good enough. You don't need much more. Payload. Keep that relatively simple. Because we're using the swivel, I'll go ahead and throw the basic fins on. The other option, I guess we have, so we'll set this aside. That's option 1. Option 2 is we go slightly bigger, right? So we go like this. And then Bobcat, right? That's $3,000 more, but I think that's actually, yeah. The 3,000 more is worth it for the performance boost that'll give us. And then use like the winglets and just downscale them one. Call this part recovery. Yeah, should work. I think it'll work. Staging's basically good to go. Thrust to weight ratio is adequate. Yeah, definitely adequate. Let's launch it. Kinda. Yeah, it kinda looks like that. It's definitely like, it definitely gives off early space flight vibes. Because like modern rockets, you know, you never see a necked down upper stage. It's always, the upper and lower stages tend to be the same diameter. Oh, hi, cat. You want more attention? Oh, man. You want more attention, huh? Silly guy. All right. Let's throttle up. SAS on. That's our target. We've got plenty of electric charge, so I'm not worried about running out of battery as this comes around. And we are going to practice our direct ascent to rendezvous, which should be right about here. Lift off. Pitch over a little bit. This thing's finally starting to catch up on the thrust to weight ratio. There we go. There we go. All right, we'll go prograde. Throttle down, throttle down. And as we start coming up on this intercept, probably pitch down a little bit too. That's our intercept. Go ahead and lock target. Slow down even more. Really bring the throttle in a little bit. Okay, now lock retrograde and fire the engines as we get our intercept up nice and close. Looks like we will be slightly behind the target. That's okay, though. We are almost in space. Go ahead and kill off the rest of that relative velocity here. That puts us in space. Only 7 kilometers to target. And on our way to the target now. Nice and easy. Pretty quick rendezvous. We'll hit it in 3 minutes. Three, 2, 1. Let's go. Push our vector back onto it a little bit. There we go. All right, 214 meters out, and we are closing in now. Clucky Clock asks, where is everybody? There's only 3 people watching the stream right now. Not a ton, kind of low for viewership, but that's okay. Really am just focusing on playing the game. I'm doing this for my own fun. Whether or not people watch is, that's up to you guys. All right, 140 kilometers out, closing in. We are indeed looking good. We'll do a little, maybe a little, just a little baby time acceleration here. 6, 5, 4, 3. So what kind of component are we talking about? Oh, it's just one of these guys. That's easy. Go ahead and slow down the rest of the way here. Nope. Okay, sorry. Too far. We'll use RCS to brake. I have more monoprop than I need, for sure. So, I'm not too worried about that. Alright, nice and close now. Now we just need a position. Okay, and should be a grab. That's a grab. Now we just need to deorbit. Should be as simple as coming around. We'll do it on the daylight side of the planet. We'll also do it over the ocean. And we'll just spend basically all this fuel. There's nothing, no reason to like worry about keeping this fuel, so I'm not going to. Okay, that is detached in a way. We are going to come through a little bit of re-entry heating, but should not be too bad. Both the pod here and the re-entry module can handle it. And we're down. We're basically all the way down. We'll deploy these parachutes and get this thing into the water. It's black. Yes, it is a little bit charred. That's okay. 3, 2, deploy. 2, 1. Parachutes out. It does appear to be sideways, but that's fine. Aside from the wiggling and the wobbling, that's fine. We can go ahead and just go to like stability assist. Or just turn it off. Okay, yeah, so it is downwards. That's fine. I don't care. We barely... I mean, we used a little bit. We used 20 units of ablator, so we came down pretty thick and fast. Yeah, it's not just charred. It's burnt. It's burned up pretty good. But it's fine. Look, it's fine. So that rocket cost us $1,200. We'll see what we get back in part refunds, plus $35,000. Overall, pretty good mission. Now, after the last live stream, we did unlock a lot of really cool tech. The only problem is all the really cool tech is really expensive. So we need money. Yep. Great. 6,400 is really not too bad, and that gave us a little bit more cash. Rescue Dudster from orbit of Cuban. Not Cuban. Duna. Where's Dudster? We could get him. We got a ship in orbit there. Let's take a look at that contract. We do have enough now to hire an engineer. So we're going to go ahead and hire the engineer. For the next couple of missions. Let's go to vehicle assembly. We need a ship to get to Minmus, repair a rover, repair a satellite, and come back. And while we're at it, we'll deploy some more scientific equipment on Minmus. We do have the ionographer, which I want to put down. So this will be a multifaceted mission. We use Minmus Ranger 3. It's a little bit more expensive, but if we're trying to get a lot of contracts done in one go, I think it's worth it for the Delta V that it provides. Because this does have quite a bit more fuel. It should absolutely be enough to hit, 6 birds with a stone. 2 birds with one proverbial rocket, you could say. We don't need the surface scanner anymore, I don't think. We'll save on some flight hardware, but not bringing the extra tech, because we've pretty much done all the Minmus research that I care to do at this point. We don't need the extra solar panels. We don't need the gravitron. That's about it. So crew-wise, we'll bring up... we'll leave debris. We'll bring Aurori Kerman in our pomegranate capsule. That already, just by getting rid of that extra science gear, brought the cost down quite a bit. Because we just don't need it. we've got better sources of science. We don't need to be as thorough. I will add this, and we'll bring 2 because we're gonna do orbital repairs, and I want the extra parts. Let's look at cargo. Oh, never mind. We've got all the things we could possibly need already on here. That's right. Okay. What they need an HG5 high gain antenna. We are just at the limit for what we can bring. Well, we don't need the rover body. We don't need that. The medium scanning arm we might want to leave behind. So that gives us the antenna. Let's throw the ionographer on here. We don't need that. We don't need that. I mean, I guess we can take the communitron. The communitron's fine. So that brings that up to 6, which is fine. Can I put a pod in there? Because we could attach the Probodyne Octo 2 to this rover to make sure that we have long-term control over it. And then I could bring a couple of these guys for power. We can even upgrade to these guys for more redundant power. And then, here's what I'm thinking, though. We bring the large scanning arm in. Oh, perfect. We just have enough room for it. That's great. That's lovely. Okay, we'll 100% do that then. We got our crew picked out? Yep. All right, time to launch. So we're going to go. Maybe we get both. We'll see where that satellite is that needs to be repaired. I'm a little skeptical of these satellite repair contracts. We've been burned once, so we'll see if it gives us issues like that last one did. Going for the minty moon. That's right. There's mint ice cream up there, boys. Go get it. What do you mean it's just methane ice? I was told there was mint ice cream up here. You lied to me. All right. Lift off. This is some good old-fashioned space exploration. This is nice. We already brought back samples, remember? We brought back tons of samples. Okay, this is going up. So far, so good. Stability assist here. Start throttling down. Right about there, good. Booster separation is fine. Of course, the post-booster separation caused issues. But, you know, that's to be expected, I guess. Because why not? Why not have issues? I think it won't matter. Because we still have plenty of thrust on this. Oh my goodness, we're like barely staying in the air. No, revert. That was dumb. I don't know why it flipped out like that. It shouldn't have done that. Revert to launch, try again. Try again. Alright. SAS on. Throttle on. Up we go. Leaving the Kerbal Space Center behind. Look at that. Beautiful. We'll, I guess, carry a more vertical trajectory for a little longer here. Start edging over a little slower and a little later. There we go. We'll hold that angle for a little bit as we accelerate. A little bit longer. That looks about good. There we go. Much cleaner ejection. We are slightly heavy. So maybe I should have just kept the throttle at full, but, you know, whatever. We can make it work. We are still rising. The boosters did help a little bit. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now we're going. Now we're going. Start pitching down. Okay, prograde. Now we're where we expect to be, which is good. Keep me angled up slightly. Let's get the prograde up there a little bit farther. Okay. Prograde should be good. Push the orbit way out there. Apoapsis is coming up. Good. Good. Alright, we'll coast for a little bit. And then do orbital insertion burn at apoapsis, same as normal. Okay, that's orbit. Let's fix our upper staging here because this is all jacked up. This one and this one, yes. These two happen later. And really, the parachute comes at the very end. So we've got 3,800 meters per second of delta V. Let's take a look at our damaged satellite. If we can't get the satellite on this mission, that's fine. We can go for it on a different mission. It better not be this one. Does it? Will it tell me? Attach a new part to satellite in orbit of Kerbal, but it doesn't show me which satellite I'm supposed to be going to. It's not one of mine. This is the only one I could think of. It's way up there. I think we're going to ignore that. Yeah, we're going to ignore that. We're just going to go for min-miss. We can launch a dedicated mission to that one. Okay, there we go. Full throttle. Let's also get the solar panels extended. Looking good. All right. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. On our way to min-miss. What will we do after this satellite? So this isn't the satellite. This is the rover mission. We still have a couple of satellites we need to launch. One to Minmus, one to polar orbit. But those are separate contracts. We'll do the Kerbin satellite contract, the Minmus satellite contract, the satellite repair contract. We'll knock those all out for money. Once we're done saving up some money, we're gonna start looking for our next Duna window, because I don't think we have one right now. Let's scroll out real quick. Where's Duna? We are coming up on a Duna window here in like a month or two. So that'll be our next opportunity to send something to Duna, and we can start sending the orbital refinery we designed, and then also the mining vessel that we'll need to supply that refinery. Both of those missions will have to go up. Okay, we are in orbit of Minmus. I'm going to go retrograde. Or actually, we're going to go radial in, because we are way up here. We are way up here. Okay, we can go retrograde the rest of the way. Let's burn up everything in this tank. And then we'll separate and burn a little bit more. "15-kilometer orbit's probably good enough. Good enough for... Ah! Overshot. Retrograde again. Retrograde and radial out this time. Sorry, radial in this time. To circularize us. Oh my goodness. Stop. Stop! Oh my goodness. It's too eccentric! Up. Down. Stop! Oh my goodness. I can't decelerate time fast enough. There we go. Ah. I hate Kerbal Space Program's delay when I hit, like, decelerate time. Instead of just going to the next lower increment, it, like, throttles down the time for some reason. So instead of like a precise, oh yes, we are going slower now, it stays going fast. And it's infuriating. It's honestly just the most frustrating thing they could have done. Wait till we've got a rendezvous with them, which will be on this pass. We're coming overhead. And again, the freaking thing. Okay, so that's us flying over the rover. Probably want to come a little bit more east of it as the Minmus rotates below us. Set Minmus Pioneer as target. I guess, but I'm not trying to cut it off instantly. I'm trying to slow down. Which is all part of the problem, really, when you think about it. Okay, so we are falling down now. We'll just go back to the non-map view. We're low enough. Okay. Try and direct ourselves so that we fall more closely to it. More this way. We still have 2,109 meters per second of delta V, which is plenty. And it looks like we're on a good trajectory now. 4,000 meters up. Sorry, 700 meters up. That's better. Alright, we're falling down pretty much directly on top of it. Hopefully we'll be a little off to the side. If not, we'll adjust. Let's fall for a little longer. Here we go. There we go. Perfect. All right, that should be about perfect. There we go. All right. So we are down. I'm going to turn the lights off, turn the SAS off. Conserve some electricity here. Let's extend the ladders. We'll have Aurori Kerman step out of the pod. Totally overshoot. That's fine. That's fine, Aurori. I don't blame you. Let's go and survey the damage. What does this thing require? So, it's got fuel cells. It's got fuel. It's got some equipment. This is quite the interesting design, and by interesting, I mean bad. It's got 2 small wheels, but we can upgrade these to the bigger wheels. Let's go construction mode. We need at least 2 wheels, and we need some parts, some other parts. I'm going to pull all 4 out to start. These will roll around in circles, but it's fine. Let's start by getting the wheels taken care of. Just make a little pile of wheels over here. That's fine. This light bar is nothing but annoying, so we're going to get rid of that. And that'll kick it into orbit? Sure. Yeah, that's fine. I did anticipate that being a problem. I did kind of see that coming. And it's going to come down. Of course, it's going to come down way over there. Yeah, why wouldn't it? All right, let's... Is it possible at this point to drive it at all? Or no? No. Also, it's upside down. Okay. So we still got the 3 wheels. Let's get this wheel back before it rolls completely into oblivion. Okay. Stay in there. Let's flip the rover back over. I love these rover repair missions. They're just so awful. They pay good, but they cost me time. Like, they cost me time off my life. Alright, Aurori. I think Aurori is our first female Kerbal engineer. We've got female scientists and female pilots, but she's our first female engineer. So that's fun. Let's see how she handles it. Bill and Mattdorf did not enjoy this part of the job, so maybe she'll enjoy it more. Just gotta push it back. Push it, nope. Nope. Oh, Aurora's caught. Aurora's caught. There we go. She's been freed. The rover is still bouncing, though. Come on. Oh, nope, we bounced. Now we're bouncing. Alright, she recovered. Rover also recovered. So that's good. Okay, maybe the rover is going to be drivable. Probably not, but maybe. No, why would it be drivable? In fact, it makes much more sense for it to be completely uncontrollable, if you think about it. At least this wheel isn't broken, which is a good sign. So since we've got this wheel up, I guess we can try... try to get the other ones up too. Or at least get 2 wheels. 2 wheels would be progress. I'd be happy with getting 2 wheels. Or teleport a wheel into the ground. That's fine too. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Oh, you see what I'm talking about, gang? You see what I'm talking about where I grabbed that wheel and then it teleported 5 kilometers away and exploded? That's what I'm talking about when I say I don't like... Like, this is buggy to the point of being unaccomplishable. And it's not my fault. Like, I got flight hardware up here. I got one more wheel. And I literally can't screw this up. Because if this wheel breaks, then we can't repair the rover. So I'm gonna hold still when I move it. I'm gonna be very cautious. Just come over here slowly, gently. Okay, now it flipped, but it looks like that wheel actually wants to cooperate with me, which is good. That's good, because I can work with that. Let's get it lined up. Never mind. Instead of getting it lined up, we got it clipped into the train. Okay, that might work. In fact, it looks like it's going to work. Initial tests show that this could actually be controllable. Not good. But controllable. Like I can drive it sort of. We'll leave that on auto. See what I'm talking about, gang? 15.3 meters per second. It just decided it wanted to fly. Is it gonna break? Is it gonna explode? Ooh, we got lucky on that bounce. We got real lucky on that bounce, everyone. Let's see where it rights itself. Ooh, another good lucky bounce. We've slowed down to 3 meters per second. Okay, rolled over the fuel tanks. That's fine. Another roll over the fuel tanks, going slower. We're only 1.9. 1.6. Rotation's mostly slowed down. Are we going to end up on our back, though? Oh, come on. Give me enough momentum to carry over to the front. Nope. Oh. Nope. All right. We're not done with Aurora yet. Let's go save the lander. I wouldn't put up with these missions for how much bullshit they are if they didn't pay like 300, 400K. Okay. Nudge, nudge, nudge. Keep nudging. Did the lander just explode entirely? It's just... Okay. Alright, that's it. That's it. Hold on. Technical difficulties time. All right, and we are back. We finished constructing that rover. We were able to finish the repairs. Aurora was actually hallucinating and thought that the lander had exploded, but it didn't. And she finished it, drove the rover over there, got the contract. They all got back in and flew back to the Kerbal Space Center. And here they are back in the astronaut complex, continuing their regularly scheduled training regimen. No issues. Everything's fine. Nothing to see here. So, now that that's out of the way, it's time to go and attach this high-gain antenna to a satellite. We're going to use a slimmed-down version of the rocket, or maybe a different rocket altogether than the one we used last time, because I think the last one had barely the Delta V for that mission, and this satellite also looks to be way out there, so we're going to do Something similar to that, or similar in that vein at least. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's trash that. Trash that. Honestly, trash that whole thing. We're gonna do the Mark II command pod with just the regular utility, regular Mark 16 parachute. I guess we could, in theory, do more. So instead of the Mark 16, we could use 2 of these larger parachutes, like that. And with these 3 parachutes, we could bring down more cargo. So I think that's kind of what I want to do here for this mission. Let's go to cargo. That's too small. That's too big. Well, is there one that's just right then? I don't know. Is there? That's a lot of mono. I mean, that works, but that is a lot of mono propellant. I don't think I need that much. What to do, what to do. I thought I had a storage container that was like a good halfway, but this one seems too small. Oh, it's because this is a 1.25 and this is a... I see what I'm doing wrong. Okay, got it. Got it. Let's just size this up then, right? Yeah. 2.34, 2.49. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Then we can add everything else. So let's add a battery. I guess we could add a service bay. And scale it up like that. And then we could put batteries and monoprop in here by bringing the huge ones. Each of these brings 200, so that's 600, plenty. Fuel, monoprop, we'll use the 2 bigger tanks. Like that. And then electrical, the 2 bigger solar panels. Yeah. That's a reasonable service bay. Cargo-wise, we need the high-gain antenna again on this. So we'll put that in there. And that's all we need for this mission. I have this set up so that we could bring a lot of different types of hardware, but for this, that's all we need. Then we'll put our thermal on it. Or no, command and control, sorry. We need RCS. Now our thermal in the form of a 1.875 heat shield. There we go. There we go. I think it's Cheetah engine time. I'm feeling Cheetah today. We'll combine that with the FLT X900 fuel tank, which will give us plenty of Delta V. 2,000 Delta V should be plenty. Should be. I don't know. Do we want to go up one just in case? No, it's not a Gemini. It's not a Gemini. That would be cool, but it's not, unfortunately. Yeah, actually, here's what we will do. We will go up a size. I'm going to use the larger fuel tank. We'll leave those RCS thrusters where they are. We'll use the larger fuel tank. And then here's what we'll do. So coupling, TD18 decoupler, fuel tanks. There should be a, I think it's this one. Yes. Toss that. Whoop, too much. There we go. That's a lot of Delta V. The thing only costs 54 grand, but that's a lot of Delta V. I think we can get away with significantly less here. 0.89 thrust weight ratio is a little low, though. What if instead we took this whole thing off, right? And instead we swapped it out with the twin bore. Just the twin bore on its own, nothing else. Okay, that's too little, but it's a good step in the right direction. It makes the engine or the rocket cheaper altogether. So let's do the twin bore plus a small fuel tank. Lot of Delta V on this first stage. Enough Delta V on the second stage, for sure. Well, actually, hold on. That doesn't seem right. Because I put this there. That's 2002 units of Delta V. Oh, there we go. That was the problem. I was being silly. Never mind, I fixed it. There we go. So, 6,186 units of Delta V total. Once in orbit, I think that'll work. We don't need Daffmore. We need a Rory. Kerbal engineer ship. So this engineer ship will be used for any orbital repairs we need inside the Kerbal system. No, the Gemini rocket only had enough Delta V. It was only designed to operate in low Earth orbit. We're sending something way out to high Earth orbit. Not just medium Earth orbit, high Earth orbit. This thing's going way out there. I think we're going past geostationary orbit. So we need more power. A good bit more power. And the twin bore provides, my guy. I love the twin bore. So, coming off the launch pad, pretty quick acceleration, already at 2 thrust weight ratio. Try and slow down there a little bit. There we go. Lock prograde. Go to 2 times. I think this twin bore is going to be an SSTO accidentally. Maybe just shy of it, but it's going to be close. This thing's got a lot of thrust. A lot of fuel. Okay, we're on our pretty much lowest possible throttle setting. We unlock the Rapier engines, so I do intend to make a single stage to orbit. In the relatively near future. A new, better SSTO. Ideally one that can fly maybe even as far as the moon. If I could get something into moon orbit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Hold on, we've lost. Lost control for a second there. Trying to regain control by gimbaled engines as we rotate past. Okay. Luckily, we lost control in orbit, which means we didn't like lose any speed. We just weren't burning as early as I would have liked. So, only thing we need to do to correct for that is burn at a higher inclination. Not a huge loss. Make a VTOL SSTO? No. No, I'm not going to do that. I mean, you mean like vertically take off from the launch pad and then land on the runway, but it's still a plane? Probably still no. Probably still a no for me, boss. We'll see how I want to play it. I've got the Rapier engines. I guess we could do a vertical takeoff on the Rapier engines. Do they have a high enough thrust to weight ratio when they're liquid burning, though? I've not really played around with them a ton. Okay, we're in orbit. Which is good. Let's go ahead and get our service bay open. That way we can deploy our solar panels. I didn't put a radio on this because it's manned. Should be fine. I'm not too worried about it. Aging DSNR satellite. Set that as the target. Can I basically do like a min-miss intercept? There we go. So I'm treating this actually like a planetary intercept a little bit. Hell yeah, that actually works out kind of nicely. And then all we really have to do from here is... This is the... Are we burning it descending? Yeah, descending node. Oh, there we go. I think we just about had it there. All right, 340, 330, 325. I thought we were... There we go. Okay, hold on. Oh, that's not working at all. Dang it. Okay. Zero that. Zero that. Let's just get to... Let's just get our prograde vector down so that we're lined up at least. Oh, there we go. There. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. Okay. Let's go ahead and go stability assist. Get on our maneuver node. It's an 877.2 meter per second burn in 1 day. Pretty much pure prograde. But we'll go ahead and lock on it right about there. And time warp to it. So it's going to be a couple of orbits. 4 hours, 3 hours. You don't really need to have like rotationer stuff that just have some engines inside a cargo bay. Are you talking about the Rapier again for SSTO? I mean, I suppose with Kerbin, you could do a SSTO that's a vertical launch, vertical land. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I actually need to figure out how to use action groups in this game. It's probably a shameful thing for me to say, but I've never really used action groups. I think the way that action groups are assigned in Kerbal Space Program is far less intuitive. And like the one time I tried to use it, it just annoyed me and I gave up. There we go. 100 meters per second left. We'll start throttling down. Way down, way down. There we go. Intersect 23.5 kilometers. That's honestly close enough. Because here's my plan, really. We're going to go retrograde, and we're going to burn retrograde to target once we get to that intersect. And that kind of forces our orbit to match. We do have a weak comm signal with the target, which is good. Okay, retrograde to target time. Doesn't need to be perfect, because we'll get a little bit closer here. Manually adjust. There we go. 4, 3. Good enough. So we'll close in a little bit closer, and then same deal. Retrograde to target at intersect or near intersect. We'll actually point this a little bit farther over here. Right about there is good. 0.5 kilometers is a good approach. The rest of this can be done from this view. Spinning a little wildly, but that's fine. It's fine. It's really not something to be concerned about right here. Okay, let's start slowing down some more. Again, the goal is to slow down, and as we slow down, get closer to our intercept by doing a series of small burns that push our retrograde vector onto the target. And that actually was almost too close, but thankfully I missed by a little bit. That could have been really bad. Thank you, Time Warp. Okay, we're coming in 2 meters per second. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Kick RCS on. .4 meters per second, 57 meters away. Satellite is in sight, obviously. I did opt for the bigger RCS thrusters to make this a little faster, which is good. I think they're working well here. Good lineup on the sun. Electric charge looks fine. Okay, that's it's close enough, I think. 2.9 meters away. We should, I'm going to let go because I've learned my lesson. But we should be able to just direct attach this on. And if this glitches out again and doesn't give me the contract, even though I clearly just satisfied the contract, right? Extend the antenna. That's the antenna. I mean, it looks good to me, right? Okay, all right. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Turns out if you just kick your computer hard enough, it will eventually just let that contract through. So we've completed the contract. The engineers attached the high gain antenna to the satellite without any issues whatsoever. So we're going to go ahead and drop us from orbit. First thing we need to do is point the rocket the right way before we just go ahead and throttle up. That would be silly. Who would do such a thing? Now we'll deorbit. So we're accelerating pretty quickly here. 1,200 meters per second of fuel left, which is plenty to get us down to Kerbin. Heat shield to take care of the rest. I want to target probably about a... .25, yeah, that's good enough. As we fall, hopefully we fall in the ocean. Oh, look at that. We're going to fall in the ocean. How lovely. Ditch that. Retract the solar panels. You can go ahead and try to burn some RCS thruster fuel. I don't think it'll matter. We may want to close the service bay. There we go. Blader's good. We are going through more of Blader for sure, but I think we'll be fine. Something broke. Uh-oh, something did break. Oh, the monopropellant tank broke. Okay. I think we'll be okay, though. I don't know why the monopropellant tank would break, because that heat shield should have been protecting it for sure. Unless having the RCS thrusters compromised it in some way. It's fine. It really is fine. Like, we'll 100% be okay here. I'm going to ditch this heat shield. There we go. It's not doing us any good anymore. Looks like we'll fall just off the coast of this continent right here. Very far away from the Kerbal Space Center, but it's fine. Boy shoots. Shoots open. And we'll have a nice slow descent to the ground. Successful repair. A little close call there with the monopropellant tank failing, which is unfortunate, but we're still able to protect the rest of the craft. So, you know, lesson learned. Maybe we take those RCS thrusters and we put them on the main fuel tank for future repair missions. And then that way we'll lose the RCS thrusters when we detach that tank, but that won't be till the very end, and it doesn't matter at that point anyway. I thought. We'll go ahead and recover, though, and be good to go on our next adventure here. I think the satellite contracts will be next. We've got one to Minmus and one to Polar Orbit. We'll also check our control center, see if we got any more contracts. Great. Hey, Aurora is level 1. Great. Still no new contracts. We still have the science data from Minmus. We'll go ahead and take that, and then we'll do these two satellite contracts. I guess we could do the science data from Minmus with the new satellite we're about to put in Minmus orbit, too. 2 birds, 1 stone on that one. All right, so we'll make that quick tweak. Before I forget, I want to always try to incorporate lessons learned early here. And just drop these down right there. Also, just for the sake of future missions, let's open this. And we'll put our antenna in here as well. If I can find a spot, it'll sit. There we go. Save. We should have one of the old Minsats in here, too. I thought we did. Minmus Minor, Moonsat, Polar Sat. I guess we could relaunch Polar Sat. Do that one first. We don't need 2, so we can get rid of the extra weight. And actually, we'll just start with a new one. I thought we had a satellite launcher template saved. It's probably in the KSP section. Let's go up here. KSP sat launcher template. There we go. This is the one we wanted to use. Now this one is just pulling a regular old Bobcat. It is using a relay dish, which I like. And I do intend to keep. But we can push the rest of this in. Make some tweaks. One, with all the science data we've already collected, I don't need goo. But I'll keep these two. I'll at least keep temperature. We don't really need pressure either. Let's see. We could smack a Communitron 9999 on the ground. That would boost comms range for sure. That'd be funny. We won't necessarily do that. Let's put some fuel on this bad boy. Medium-sized fuel tank. Actually, we don't need a medium-sized fuel tank. We can just do a small fuel tank. Electrical. And this time, I'm going to go in a different direction with our electrical power supply. Instead of doing deployable ones, I want static ones like that. That'll make kind of a cube. A cube of sorts, if you will. Like that. That'll also protect all the internal hardware. Got the satellite dish up there, which is fine. Okay. Let's see, what else do we need? Engine. Probably need an engine on it. The spark, I think, will do well here. And that'll be about it for the design. I guess there's already a spark in there, so never mind, we don't need that. We'll just put this back on. That'll be our new satellite. Sure, I mean, that works. Maybe an extra comms piece, just in case. I'm a big fan of just in cases. Redundancy is good. And these are cheap. So just slap another antenna on there for good measure. And let's see if I can go too far. That still intersects. Hold on. We need just a little pick me up here. There we go. All right. We'll save this as the new sat launcher template. Maybe that's too much solar panels. That actually kind of looks silly. All right. Change in design philosophy. Change in design philosophy. Let's go for the Oscar B, my favorite little fuel tank. One of the best fuel tanks in the game, honestly, if you ask me. And let's ditch these. Swap that out for one of these. And then we go with these. Yeah. Okay. Now we just need to make one teeny tiny adjustment to get those flush. Now that looks like a decent design right there. That's a design I can get behind. Let's go for the truss. Yeah. See what I'm talking about, people? Save a little cash with that. Get that off. Okay. Delta V works. Should be able to get us into a polar orbit. Vacuum gives me 1,000 meters per second to work with. Yeah, let's do it. Throttle up, SAS on. Launch it. We actually want to go north here, right? Yeah. And we lost control of it anyway. That's fine. Let's revert to launch because I realize I want to rotate a little bit. I think I have enough electric charge that we can rotate without running out of battery. But we'll keep an eye on it. We'll be conscious of our battery as we come around in our orbit. Okay. 211 should be fine. Because as soon as we light the engine, it won't matter. We're at 70, 60, 59, 45. Oh, we're close. There we go. Yeah, we had just enough. Just enough juice. I do want to launch north, right? No, we're launching south on this angle. Okay, good to know. So we'll pull up and head that way. That way to our orbit. Do a light pitch over now. And then we'll hold that for a little bit until we get closer. Until we build up a little bit of speed and thrust to weight ratio. Because I want the gravity turn to just be a nice, smooth, gentle turn. Gentle turn. And the rocket will tend not to go out of control if you keep it pointed prograde. Because that minimizes the adverse air resistance. I'm not as worried about trying to maintain that lower thrust weight ratio for this because we are trying to get into such a high orbit. It just doesn't matter as much. There we go. It's very close to a perfect polar. Go ahead and ditch the fairing. Okay, 2724 is the target. $2729 will do. Up we go. Oh, a little past. That's fine. And it was good enough. Good enough anyway, so we'll go ahead and deploy that. And that's the satellite. Oh! Oh no! I needed mystery goo on the satellite. Oh no! We needed mystery goo. No, we didn't bring mystery goo. Silly us. Silly us, we forgot the requirements. We just were focused on getting a satellite up there. What about the Minmus satellite? Does it need anything? An accelerometer? Well, that's useless in orbit. Why would we want an accelerometer? Whatever. Mine is not to question why. Mine is but to do or die. So we'll go ahead and do whatever they want. Here's what we're going to do. To make room for our mystery goo, I'm going to scoot this up slightly. We're going to put it right on top under the relay antenna right here. In a place where I don't think it will look too terrible. Yeah, like that. Just right there. It's not going to affect center of mass too much. Or should not affect center of mass too much. Alright, launch it. Try again. Seems we have caught ourselves a case of the sillies here in making basic rookie mistakes when launching satellites, but it's fine. We'll compensate. We'll be okay. All right. Same plan. I know I have the electric charge for it, so we'll just go straight to under orbit. Within reasonable deviation. Should be about right there. SAS on, throttle on, up. All right, that's close enough orbit-wise. Deploy the fairing. Doing this at 4 times time acceleration just to save myself a little bit of the pain of restarting it. But it honestly does not take that much time, thankfully. That's quite accurate as far as our final apoapsis. Seems to be pretty much right on the money. Slightly off in inclination, but, you know, it's within reason. Now, it appears our orbit is slightly off in inclination, too much for the contract. That's okay, we can adjust that by burning anti-normal here. And then let's burn radial in. And that seems to satisfy the contract. So, now, it'll work. This will be Pulsat 5, I believe. Relay, Pulsat 5. Accept. Back to the Space Center. Do the Minmus one now. Okay. Basically the same design, except we'll throw an accelerometer on it, which I'm pretty sure is the seismic science experiment for some reason. I don't know why they want that on there, but you know, whatever. If that's what they want, I guess that's what we'll give them. I won't complain. I'm not going to argue with them, you know. Let's make sure that there's nothing else. Accelerometer. Yeah, that's it. So science. Double C seismic accelerometer. Let's see if I can't attach it. Just right there. It's useless in orbit, so there's no real reason to try and make it somewhere easy to access. I'm not going to click on it or anything. But we can pop the mystery goo to complete the Minmus science contract, and that'll be, you know, that'll be nice. Give it a second to think about its life. There we go. SAS on. Basically the same launch, except we're going to try and be a little bit more smart about our initial orbit. And we're going east instead of polar. Other than that, it'll be very kind of standard gravity turn-esque. Throttling down, try to shoot for that 1.5. Looking good overall. Time to apoapsis is increasing as I'd like it to. Drop it all the way down to a 1 thrust to weight ratio. 0.7, 0.4. Trying to really keep it low thrust as we get into low Kerbal orbit here. I prefer to do a continuous burn to orbit like this, where you just keep a constant low thrust vice doing a coast. Sometimes the coast becomes necessary, but when possible, I prefer the continuous burn. Okay, that's orbit. Let's look at min-miss, which is over here. Not too far off from its ideal angle, which is good. We're at 8 of 11 suitable asteroids. That's always good to see. All right. Min-miss insertion burn. Trans min-miss insertion burn, I should say. There we go. All the way up. Back down. Oh, did we just get out of... Hold on. I'm just going to burn retrograde to target. I think we just barely nicked its sphere of influence. But turns out if you burn retrograde to target, eventually, you'll just get captured. Or if you burn at the target. Theoretically, you know, if you just keep burning towards your target, eventually you will in fact reach it. There we go. That'll get us a min-miss encounter. One that collides with the ground, but, you know. Good enough. We're actually at relative velocity of 0. There we go. Orbit. Never mind. We're 46 meters per second orbital. Let's go radial out so we don't crash. And start planning our flight here. So we need to go normal, it looks like. Yep, burn normal. It gets us most of the way there. So we need a target apoapsis 190 to 160. $178, sorry. There we go. So 185 will do. And then we'll just go for a retrograde burn to get into orbit. Pop this down. Pretty close. I think we're just off on inclination, which is easy enough to correct. So let's go anti-normal, I believe, because we're in a retrograde orbit right now. Yes. Okay. So we'll lock on that anti-normal vector. Good. And as we come around to that ascending node right there, complete. So we are in min-miss orbit. We'll maintain stability for 10 seconds. While we're here, let's observe some mystery goo. We can transmit this off. Boom, and that knocks out those 2 contracts. Nice and easy, nice and easy. Done and done. Piece of cake, really, if you think about it. Barely even an inconvenience, you know? Okay. We're at 529,000. Test the liquid core reactor engine at the launch site. Sure. Science data from the surface of the moon. Also sure. Repair a satellite in orbit of Minmus. Now, normally I would say no because that's so far away. But that's relatively easy. Also, finish construction of a rover on the surface of Minmus. Oh, man, but it pays so much. It pays so much money. Oh, maybe we need to go back to Minmus. Okay, we're going back to Minmus, I guess. All right, we'll go back to Minmus then. So shoot, we got a lot of contracts that we just took up. We'll ignore all those. Science data from the surface of the moon, easy. We can knock that out. Liquid core reactor engine at the launch site. We'll do that next. We're still doing contracts, my guy. I want to get my money up. We need lots of money. We're also only 2 hours into this live stream, so we got lots of time to get some money and then shift focus, shift gears, and go after the Duna missions. But finances come first. And all of those contracts were pretty appealing. I did take another repair a rover contract, and I may regret that, but it offered me a lot of money, guys, so I think I have to take it. Oh, it's probably going to make me really sad and upset, though. All right. Let's see. Test liquid core reactor engine. Which, like, what? Where is that? Because I need that. I need to have that. There it is. Liquid core reactor engine. 28,000. This is the engine that I'm thinking about replacing the lanterns with. Because it's pretty good. As far as, like, ISP goes, this thing's pretty competitive. Has an ISP of 1527 in vacuum, steady state, which is really good. 32 kilonewtons of force on the ground, not great. Thermoelectric effect generator is a thing. I think it also... So here's what's funny, is in the description, some radioactive products can escape to the propellant, leading to a ban on operating this engine inside or pointing towards the atmosphere of Kerbal. However, I have a contract explicitly telling me to operate it inside Kerbal. I find that funny. I find that ironic. Let's just real quick slap this together. We don't need anything fancy up here. Little battery, little something. And then some structural. We'll just keep it off the ground with these things. Okay. Launch. And I don't know. Let's see what this does. It might work. Might work fine. Might work terribly. Might completely contaminate the launch pad and make it absolutely inhospitable to any crewed launches after the fact. And also, the ground crews probably aren't going to appreciate me absolutely bathing the launch pad in nuclear exhaust. So that's not great. But it's a lot of money. That's a decent amount of money. Oh, wait. Can I just run the test then? Hold on. Oh, is that all I needed to do? I just needed to turn it on. I didn't actually need to run it. Oh, never mind. We're fine then. Didn't even need to turn it on. See, we're fine. Everyone can stop panicking. We're fine. We're fine. It's fine. No nuclear thermal exhaust on the launch pad. See? See? It's good. It's all good. All right. 31,000 recovered. Brings us up to 847. Plant a flag on the moon? Nah. Not unless we're doing something else that takes us to the moon. I just need to repair the satellite, right? Okay, so we can do that and that. This is easy. This is in progress. This just doesn't seem to be happening, so I'm going to cancel it. Position a satellite in a specific orbit of the sun. Pays out 260,000 total and 10 signs. Yeah, we'll take that. Sure. A sun orbit satellite? Yeah. We could potentially make it another relay satellite. We put one of those big relay antennas on it, and that would give us comms to some of our stuff in the low Kerbal or the low Kerbal orbit. Would also potentially be an opportunity to test our ion propulsion that we have available to us. That would be actually kind of cool. But first, we'll do the Minmus contract. So, Minmus Ranger 3 is the one we were playing with earlier. Right? Yeah, this was the one. We've already done all this. So let's save some money by taking off the excess scientific stuff, the excess solar panels, the excess magnetometer. We'll take all that off again. I think I'm fine leaving it with that fuel tank. I think we just need to keep this at full throttle when we launch it, and then it'll be fine. Ultimately, I think that's what we just have to do. Crew. 2 pilots. Don't need 2 pilots. Let's bring Daphmore and Aurori. And swap out Debris for Aduki. So we'll do our level 1 guys. That'll bring them up to level 2. And that gives everyone a little bit more experience, which is good. More experience is good. Also, yeah, it's got the Mark 16 parachute. Perfect. I think it's good for launch. Oh, wait, we need to make sure we have repair kits. We don't. We need them. Bring a full stack of repair kits. There we go. Drop all that extra hardware. We are going to bring the large scan. We're going to attempt to make a usable... I really want to try to make a usable rover with a large scanning arm on Minmus. I think that would be good. I think there's some good opportunities there. So we're going to try it again. And we'll bring the 2 photovoltaic panels as well. Maybe we bring the inline reaction wheels as well. Sure. Let's save it. Launch it. To Minmus we go. I guess this is Minmus Ranger 4, actually. Not 3. 3 was previous. Actually, this is 5. This is Minmus Ranger 5 mission now. Which is crazy. SAS on, throttle up, launch. We're going to keep the throttle at max, basically. To try and actually burn fuel faster. Well, I guess it doesn't matter, really. It really doesn't matter. We'll try and get to a higher apoapsis before we separate these guys. Okay, stability assist on. The skipper needs to lift. We could swap this out for a mainsail, I guess. The skipper is kind of small for the kind of rocket we're launching. Okay, let's, no, keep burning. I didn't tell you to stop burning. Keep going. Keep going. Because we're about to touch atmosphere again. There, we've touched atmosphere again. See what you've made me do, game? You made me touch atmosphere. Get back up there. Get back up there. There we go. No, keep going. Keep climbing. There we go. Hey, Green Geno's back. Welcome back. We are going back to Minmus once again. It's another Minmus trip on the docket. Let's get these solar panels extended. Unfortunate timing. We'll have to wait an entire half orbit of Minmus, which is like, or a quarter orbit, 12 days. An additional 12 days to get up to Minmus, but that's okay. How's it going? It's going all right. We have 800,000 cash now. I'm doing a bunch of contracts, getting more money. This one will bring us up above 1 million if we can do it successfully. And then we have another one short contract just to get a satellite, or just to do some data from the orbit of Moon. Easy. Or science from around the Moon is the contract, which is an easy one. And then we have a contract to launch a satellite into a solar orbit, which should be interesting. Let's go retrograde here. polar orbit is fine for this. We can get it down nice and tight. 14's good. Dang it. Every time, man. Every single freaking time. Let's go retrograde. We're also going to go retrograde and radial out. Combination burn here. Okay, now just radial out. Apparently not. No, we needed to go radial in. Whoopsies. It's fine. We got the Delta V for it. Too far, too far, too far. Okay, that's fine. We can spend the rest of the fuel in this booster to just deorbit. Not quite deorbit, but at least get us into a circular orbit. That's good. Let's go for that one and that one, and they're on their own stage. Those go on their own stage. That gives us 2661 meters per second Delta V in the lander. Should be more than enough. The rover will be a little bit past us when we come around for this orbit, but that's okay. Ooh, it's actually quite a bit past us. Darn it. All right, we'll go stability assist. I need to burn east and retrograde. Should be right over here. Okay. Select that as the target. Looks like we're pretty well lined up. Yeah, it should do. So here's our lander with Aduki, Daphmore, and Aurori on board. We'll go ahead and deploy the landing gear. That's the rover down there that we need to repair. Looks like the planet's orbit is getting us once more. So I'm going to burn this way. Catch up with it. There we go. Does not cost a ton to do those kind of corrections, so we'll go ahead and do them early while we're up here. And we are close to passing overhead of the rover, which is good. All right. Just keep it locked retrograde. We should come down pretty much right over top the rover. Just about. We're very close. Small adjustment. Keep our trajectory towards retrograde, towards the target. And that should be close to doing it for us. Some more tweaks. Really just trying to get this honed in nice and tight. Okay. Target is just below us, and we are falling pretty much right on top of it. We'll be slightly off, but that's okay. I don't actually want to land. We actually might have landed on the rover there. That was a little too close. So I burned a little bit just to push us ever so slightly off the rover. All of our lateral velocities killed off, so it should just be a simple matter of bringing it down. Nice and gentle. Nice and gentle. Nice and gentle. And there we go. That's down. We can extend this ladder. And we'll get Aurori out for her second attempt at a rover repair. I'm going to quick save before we go much further. Once she's safe and on the ground, let's do a quick save. Quick save 23. So that if there is any silly little glitches, they don't impact us. At least that's the idea. Okay, it looks like this thing has room for 2. And it looks like it doesn't have any electrical on it. We did bring solar panels. I'm glad that it has all 4 wheels. Having all 4 wheels is huge. Because then I can just plop some solar panels down. And the scanner arm. And we can do the rest. Should be relatively simple, actually. One solar panel there. One solar panel there. Find a better spot for that. You can rotate it. Translate it. Maybe right there. Wouldn't be a terrible spot for it. It does have fuel cells, it looks like. But with the solar panel out, it shouldn't matter. All right, and the rover moves. Only problem is it's got a lot of torque. Let's Let's go to traction control and bring the drive limiters down on these way down. To like 11%. What's the issue? Is it too heavy or something? Maybe it's too heavy. Maybe we need to adjust some things. Let's get out. Leave seat. One, let's see if we can just write it. Okay, we can. That's good. Let's go build. Rotate. One, let's get this to stop clipping the wheel. Because that would be good. Same for this one. Like that. Let's put that farther back. Same for the Communitron. And see if we can't, like, mount those a little farther, you know? Okay, yeah, not controllable. That's fine. She is rolling away from me slowly. Try and stop that. Okay, well, we boarded. I've got brakes available to me. But she's front heavy is the problem. Yeah, she's front heavy, all right. She's slightly less front heavy now. So at least I can correct it by... There we go. Okay. Okay. I mean, sick wheelie, but not what I was hoping for. Let's hit the brakes. See if I can get my front wheels down. Okay. Same problem. Ooh, we're going to flip. Ooh, we're going to flip. Can I retract? Can I retract the solar panel to keep it from getting broken? I can. That's good. All right, let's have them leave the seat. Nope, of course not. So the tires are non-physics, I guess. That's how they do that. Interesting design choice. Okay. Doesn't really matter because she's stable for now. Well, golly, I'm trying to find a nice place for it. This narrowband scanner is totally useless on this. I don't really understand why that's part of the design. Maybe we put that farther back. See if I can land on top of this. There we go. All right, let's rotate this guy. Back in alignment. Good. Let's rotate this guy forwards slightly. This guy can stay sideways. He's really not hurting anybody there. Okay. So good news is that the game is not freaking out and breaking. The bad news is that this rover is actually just poorly designed. Kind of figured out most of the issues. Maybe not all, but most of the issues. There is a thing over here I'd like to scan if possible. Okay, so this solar panel is obstructing it a little bit. Maybe slightly messing with the tires. Not like destroying the tire, but just tickling the tire a little bit. Looks like I have to drive the rover a pretty decent distance, so we'll do this. This will take some time, not a ton of time, but a little bit of time here. Rory is doing pretty well driving it, which is good. I'd like to rotate and fix that, but that might be something that happens after we get there. I'm scared to push this thing much harder. We'll go 2 times time warp. I'm not going to take it any faster. There's a 500,000 riding on Aurora being able to drive this thing over here, so we'll take it slow and calm for now. Looks like the target we're driving to is past this ridge, kind of over here. So we'll start by driving towards this, looks like an olivine structure. We can use the large scanning arm. We'll get some science out of it. And that's worth the effort on its own. And then once we've gone to that, we can adjust course and finish driving towards the actual contract destination. That is my plan. It's the tentative plan. We'll see how it all factors out, but we'll start with that. Minmus Midlands. We've already done EVA reports here, so not even worth keeping. Doing 5.6 meters per second. Push that up to 6. Okay, very carefully bring that up to 7. There we go. I don't want to turn at 7 meters per second for fear of rolling, because this thing seems to have a high center of gravity, courtesy of its extended wheelbase. But we can slow down first, then turn. We are making some decent progress here. About a third of the way to the actual destination for our contract, which isn't too bad. And how far away is the lander? 1.6 kilometers. So once we get over here, we have an opportunity either to fly back or try and drive the rover back. We'll see what we decide. I might just try to drive the rover back and get it all situated in the same spot. All right, nice and easy, 1 meter per second. 0.8, 0.7, 0.5, should be close enough now. I guess we need to be a little closer. How about this? Nope, still need to be closer. There we go. Oh, it doesn't have enough energy. That's right. We should have brought batteries. Oof, bummer. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Well, oops. Forgot about that. Even though we have the electricity generation capability, we don't have the storage capability. So we'll just continue on. Slightly bump into the rock. But we're fine. We're back on the move. Where's the other solar panel? I have it retracted right now. The reason I have it retracted is if I do roll this and I destroy the solar panel, I can push the other one out. So this is a spare solar panel that we're just keeping on board in case there's damage. It's a good idea. Generally a good idea to have a spare available. No. It's not broken. It's to prevent, in the event that I break this one. Ooh, like if I were to do something like that. Something real silly like that. In fact, I'm going to retract this one too. I think this will keep us from... Oh, never mind. We broke that. Well, it's fine. We couldn't use it anyway. Whatever. What's the blue box? That's the target. That's our destination. We need to drive the rover to that blue box. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I retracted the solar panel and the thing wasn't even working anyway. However, it appears we are glitched. Let me see if I can't... Can I get to the surface? Please? Please, can I get to the surface? I can't tell if I'm getting lower or not. Every step I take seems to push me higher. Now I'm 4 meters up. Come on, game. This is the kind of horse shit that makes me tired of KSP sometimes. Because it would be too hard for them to actually just have gravity affect it. So no. We gotta do silly stuff like this. I have a quick save, but it's a ways back. We might invoke it, though. Yeah. We'll load the quick save. I was smart enough to do a quick save now. Anytime I'm trying to do anything on the surface, I'm quick saving because this game has a tendency to just... And then whatever you were doing, no matter how good or smart you were being about it, the game says, screw you. But that's life. Okay, so we're back at the start. Well, let's let's come over here. A little closer, a little closer. There we go. Well, this is useless, so I'm not even going to bother bringing it out. We'll just bring the solar panels. I'm going to try and make this as stern heavy as I can within reason. We'll put the solar panels on the back this time. Yeah. Should be fine. Board. All right, not even going to bother with the old vine structure. We'll just go for it. I'm going to do the traction control override. Put all the wheels at 11. And extend the solar panel for charge. As soon as that thing touches the sun, there we go. Okay. 2 times time acceleration. 3. We can go ahead and extend the antenna. Okay, how far are we? It's not super far, but it is a little far. It's probably like 4 or 5 kilometers away total. Keep my velocity around 7 meters per second. I think we're going to start coming down a hill here, though. Yeah. All right. Why do I want the Rapier engine for SSTOs? Because it's multi-mode. You can go from air breathing to just liquid fuel breathing. So you don't need extra tanks or rockets. It's literally designed for SSTOs. Like that is the purpose of its existence, is to do single stage kind of builds. I mean, what would you recommend? If this point is locked underground, I'm just going to cheat. I'm going to invoke cheats. Should be getting close now. I've slowed down. We are actually driving downhill. Hard to tell on Mimis, but this is a downhill slope. Do you have a preferred engine for single stage to orbits you like? A better engine in mind? A better recommendation? I mean, you can do that. So a set of like a set of jet engines and a set of rocket engines. You can do that. The only downside is the additional weight of the rocket engines or the jet engines. I guess really the jet engines, because it's in space that you care more about your thrust weight ratios and your delta V. In Juno New Origins, I have a single stage to orbit rocket that I'm really happy with that does a set of air breathing jet engines and a set of rocket engines. That it performs really well. Gosh darn it, it's under the terrain. I just passed it. It's under the terrain again. Watch, we'll turn around and try and drive right over it, and it won't give us the contract. All we have to do is get inside the area or drive to this point, but it's bugged. See? It's under the ground. All right, 1 second while I fix this contract. And we did it. Where is it? There it is. Finished construction of a rover on the surface of Minmus. We've done it. That brings us up to 138. Or 1,385,000. 1.38 million. Alright. So that's accomplished. Now, we could try and drive the rover back. I don't want to deal with that, though. So we're going to leave the seat. And we're going to fly back to our pod. Unfortunately, poor little rover is staying behind. We're not bringing the rover back with us to Kerbin. The control center said we couldn't. They said it would be, quote, a huge waste of resources and time, unquote. I think they're cowards, but whatever. I gotta make it a VTOL. I'm probably not going to make it a VTOL. It'll probably take off from a runway. I'm just telling you the facts. It's not going to be a VTOL. Very unlikely I will make it a VTOL. Why does it need to be a VTOL? Why would I want it to be a VTOL? What is the gain if I'm going to have a single stage to orbit rocket that's going to fly around the Kerbin system and launch and land from Kerbin with a runway? Why do I need it to be a VTOL? Doesn't matter. It makes it like 50 times harder. It makes it 50 times harder. For what gain? Like, I'll do something hard that looks cool if there's a gain, if there's a reason to do it that way. But I'm not just going to do something hard because it looks cool. Not when money is on the line, right? Money's a limited resource right now. That's why we're doing all these extra contracts. Trying to make money. If I were Sandbox right now, sure. Sure, we could do a VTOL. Fine, later. Maybe later. Maybe later. I wouldn't like set your heart on it. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna deploy all this equipment. Let's get Daphmore, the scientist, down from the lander. She's going to deploy the goo and seismometer. I thought I had an ionographer. Where'd the ionographer go? Did I not load the ionographer back up? Man. Alright, whatever. We'll still deploy this research outpost. Come on, just put it on the ground, please. Thank you. And the seismometer. And the goo. I want this to be nice. Kind of like a little arc here. Looks kind of nice. Get off that. There we go. All right, let's have Daphmore take a surface sample. We can keep that. We'll plant the flag of the Minmus Ranger 5 mission. Minmus. Whoop. Ranger 5 landing site. Whatever. I don't really want to do a plaque right now. Have Daphmore get back into the pod. Up she goes. Okay, whatever. We done a crew report? Probably. Ooh, we haven't. We'll keep that one. And then let's have our boy, Aurori. Or sorry, our girl. It is a female Kerbal. Have her get in the pod. So that's stage 1 of the mission done. Excellent. Now we need stage 2. So there's a satellite. Somewhere. This satellite. I believe. Alright, repair Communitron 16 on the damaged Minmus CMR satellite. CMR satellite. CMR satellite 950R. Oh, here we go. This one. Okay. Well, let's come around our ways a bit, and we're going to launch south. Not super high thrust right now, just trying to get lined up. Okay, we are cruising up to almost the altitude we want to be at. I was tempted to attempt a direct ascent to rendezvous, but because of how polar this orbit is, and also because it's in a polar orbit, or sorry, how eccentric the orbit is, and the fact it's a polar orbit, makes that direct ascent tricky. We're actually not too far off, so we'll adjust our orbit slightly here, and then see where our intersect is, but it's pretty close, really. Just a little off. They're still a little far ahead of us, but I can bring that in relatively easily here. 0.3 kilometer separation. Still a good, valid orbit. And we are approaching our intercept now. Okay, basically at intercept here. Retrograde to target. I'm going to put a big old thrust limiter on these engines because there's too much. They've got too much oomph for this kind of work. It's a very small ship that those poodles are trying to push. We don't need that much thrust. There we go. There's the satellite 500 meters away. It was a good, clean rendezvous. Let's decelerate just a little bit more. Just a smidge more as we get close. And then we'll take Rory out. She'll take one of the repair kits in her inventory. Repair the Communitron. That's the damaged Communitron right there. Alright, Rory EVA. Probably not going to need a parachute up here. And we should only need the one repair kit. Satellite is repaired, and that contract is complete, bringing us to 147, or 1,477,000. There we go. I know how to use units. I know how numbers work. We're on board. I'm going to go ahead and accelerate away from the satellite. And let's start planning our Kerbal return. So, we're not really in an ideal orbit for like a direct lined up return. However, Minmus is very forgiving if you have the Delta V. We're going to come down here. I'm going to burn right about in here, in this general area. Go ahead and turn our thrust limiter off. There we go. So that is our Kerbal free return trajectory. And a 44 kilometer altitude on return, which should be fine. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. We are going to have to ditch the whole upper stage. All this hardware obviously is not coming back with us. Let's see if I can't retract this ladder. There we go. Or actually, maybe we even have Rory get out. We'll have her let go. And we have her reattach that ladder somewhere not on the capsule, so that it doesn't bother us. Okay. Now it definitely can't interfere. We have less ablator on this pomegranate. So we are going to... Oh! We are going to use our engines to reduce our altitude. Oh, we time warp glitched through the atmosphere. That's fun. Okay, well, what's one more a couple more hours in orbit? We did burn, which was good. Okay, that can break off and do other things. This pomegranate will come down just fine. Right, starting to explode up ahead of us. Shouldn't hit us. I'm not too worried about it coming back and whacking us. Although if it did that, that would be bad. That would be bad. But it looks like we are down just fine. And it's not black this time. Which is good. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, shoot deploy, 1, shoot extend, or shoot inflate, on the ground. I don't know if we've done EVA science down here before. We'll try. No, we haven't. Oh, this is the Badlands. Oh, very interesting. Well, we'll take the samples. Uh-oh, Daphne might be locked out. Hold on, remove the helmet, remove the neck ring. Uh-oh, problem. Problem. I can't get back in. I mean, it's not like the end of the world, actually. Okay, so we're going to recover Daphmore, and then we're going to recover the pod, and then it'll all be good to go. Daphmore's got a little bit of science. That's fun. Orb. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten rid of that ladder. Maybe I should have kept the ladder. Oh, well. A lesson learned for another day. And we are back at the Kerbal Space Center in a couple of seconds. There we go. 6.8 science earned. Not bad. 11 funds recovered for the parts. Okay. Daphmore is level 2. Excellent. Let's go to the tracking center. We'll recover the orb with Aduki and Aurori, who are still in the pod. And a little bit miffed that they got left behind and Daphmore got rescued. So they probably don't want to sit on the surface much longer. Where are they? There they are. Recover them. Yep. 22.6 science earned. 2,000 funds received. And they both leveled up to level 2. Excellent. Let's go to the moon and complete our science from around the moon contract that we still have. Oh, sorry. Science data from the surface of the moon contract. Back to Mooner 1 we go. Moon base. My guy, we've got guys around Duna. Can't be worrying about a moon base right now. I'll tell you what. If a contract comes up paying me to build a base on the moon, which they come up fairly periodically. Surface outpost on the moon, surface outpost on Minma, they do come up. Then we will build the moon base, okay? Deal? Deal? Sound fair? Sounds reasonable to me. Ooh, okay, yeah. That's what I thought. I thought you'd agree to that. Let's go ahead, log, and transmit the pressure data from over here. Not enough power. What are you talking about? Okay, how about now? Review, transmit now. 50, 60, 83, 100%. There we go. Boop, another contract completed. Another chunk of change added to my bank account. I have none. We're after money. Money, 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 money. We're doing money contracts. We'll see what's on the contract list, but the next mission we're launching is still not going to be a moon base, even if there is a contract for a moon outpost. Instead, we're going to send a satellite to whatever orbit around the sun we need to. And there's a decent number of things that need to be on the satellite, too. Like, it's a pretty demanding contract. Plant a flag on Minmus. Oh, we couldn't have that. We couldn't have that contract while we were at Minmus. Thanks, game. Classic. We also still have this contract out where we make ground contact and splash down on Eve and all that. We will still eventually try to do this. But this is the one we're after. So we need a gravioli detector, a magnetometer boom detector, a resource survey scanner for some reason. And it looks like we need to go pretty far out there for this contract. 71. Oh, it's actually pretty eccentric. 71 and 24. Okay. Okay, game. All right. We have 1,000 science points. So we can unlock some stuff. Exotic alloys tempts me. It tempts me. Very heavy lifters for the Rhino and the Mammoth engines. Long-term science tech for the infrared telescope. And these big antennas. Apologize, I had a little sneezing fit there. We also have experimental aircraft engines, which is kind of interesting. Thermal Aerospike Turbo Ramjet Hybrid, Thermo Turbojet Short, Pelican Thermal Turbojet VTOL. Not going to do it. We also don't have enough science for that. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. We could get better nuclear reactors. So this one gives us the Pebble Bed, which is kind of cool. It makes us a little bit closer to the antimatter reactors. And that's where we start to get to the crazy stuff. Like the antimatter catalyzed fusion plasma engine. Beam core antimatter engine. 17 million for this. Yikes. That's a lot of money. Nuclear saltwater rocket engine. These are cool. I've seen a little bit of research on this concept, and it's interesting. I don't know. You can also do advanced motors for the big wheels and the grip strips. I don't think we really want that, though. I think long-term science, because that starts marching us down the way of antimatter production. Particle accelerator centrifuge. What does it do, though? Can I connect this to engines or something? I'm so confused what that does. Oh. So I can make helium, like I can make helium or deuterium out of hydrogen. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Well, that's a little beyond us. And then we get down to like extreme high energy physics, IXS laser, ultra high energy physics, magnetic scoop, and then that gets us up to eventually faster than light travel. But there's several steps in between that we have to reach, unfortunately. That's fine. In the meantime, we can do something a little bit more benign. Advanced actuators gets us the universal mining auger. I don't know really what that does. Orbital construction. Seems interesting because this gives us the universal docking port. So many options. There's also exotic alloys, which gives us all the cubic struts. I think we'll continue marching down the path of nuclear research. So we'll get high energy nuclear power. That makes the way for fusion power, which is required for advanced fusion rockets. And also fusion rockets. Okay. That still leaves us with 200. Let's go build our solar probe to put it in its highly eccentric solar orbit that the game wants me to build. And then we will probably launch this and then also launch the Duna refinery. But let's design this first. So, we're going to start with the Probidyne HECS core. I like it. It gives me a lot of options to use, you know. And here's what I'm thinking. I'm kind of thinking hybrid propulsion here, right? Because I don't really know what my ultimate orbit is going to look like. I think I want to buy the gold photon sail for this. So here's what this is going to do. You can deploy the sail, and I'll deploy this. While this is deploying, I'll build out the rest of the probe. But this is a pretty cool little thing you can do. It gets real big. It's still expanding. Now that's pretty freaking neat, in my opinion. While that's retracting now, as it comes in, let's see what else we can do. So, it will absorb heat. And because it's absorbing heat, we're going to need some thermal mitigation. We shouldn't need too much. We can also use beamed power, which is kind of interesting. So this is where we get into like the laser beam transmitter here. And what we could do is put a nuclear reactor on, or use this in tandem with a nuclear reactor. Like we could go send one of these laser transmitters up to the refinery we have. Not this one. This one's a little crazy. But like this one, we could use. We're not going to, but this is something we could do in the future, and I kind of want to at least see what this entails. Okay, so it's huge. Got it. We could do a ground-based one, I suppose, as an option. But For now, we'll just use sun rays on this gold foil sail. We've got power in the form of electricity. Let's get some solar panels going as well. We don't need a ton, I don't think. Shouldn't need it. But we'll do like 4 of these. And they'll deploy out like that. That'll give us some power generating opportunities. Now, we will want some thermal. We'll accomplish this with... honestly, we could probably just do 4. Yeah, I don't like how that looks, though. Maybe just 3. Like that. That's probably enough. Okay. Now let's look at what other things we should put. We will want some chemical fuel on this for sure. Probably a 1.875 meter tank. That's going to be our primary fuel tank. What other tech stuff do we need? Resource survey scanner. So that's fairly large on its own. That kind of sticks out the side, which makes the solar sail a little awkward. But if we stick this up like this, that just deploys in a weird arc. Like the contract, this kind of needs to go up top, right? To work well. Like that's where that should sit. But I really, really, really want to play with this. So maybe we just make the... maybe we just make the fairing on this really silly big. To get away with it. We also don't actually have to use this resource scanner. And we can't really use it in solar orbit. Or Kerbal orbit. So maybe we just toss it, you know? Like it's literally doing us no good. Or not toss it, sorry, but just like fold it up. Like this. Like this. There we go. So it's just kind of out of the way. Magnetometer boom. Can go opposite side of that. Gravioli detector can go above it. I think that's about it. I guess we will want some stability control. We can accomplish that in the form of one of those rings. For engines, I'm always partial to the Cheetah. Yeah. We'll go a little... We'll get rid of the excess stuff. It'll just be the Cheetah. And then we're going to need comms. Comms, I think we'll have to use the big one. Just because of where this is going. Maybe we put this on the opposite side of the survey scanner. We move these two off to this side. We tuck that in like that. That should be fine. Okay. Let's move this up. Add our decoupler, which can just sit like that. And then we'll add our fairing. Now, I've got a lot of engine options here for this mission. But you already know what engine I'm going with. We're going with the twin bore. And it's really hard for me to do a different engine when the twin bore is just so gosh darn good at its job. It's just so good. Let's see. Twin bore. Well, we'll need an upper stage first, of course. So let's go ahead and slap that on. Use the larger, not the full size, but the X200 Rockomax tank. And then with that, the Poodle. Single bell variant, because I like the single bell. Go back to coupling. Throw a 2.5 stack decoupler on there. 1 Rocco Max Jumbo, and 1 Twin Bore. I'm not too worried about structural with this. We can add just a couple of struts for good measure. There we go. And that should do it. What should we name our solar probe? We could name it the... Let's name it after one of our Kerbals, shall we? The Daffmore Solar Probe. Sure. Save it. And yeah, that's about it. As far as I'm concerned, I think that rocket should do. Let's check our staging real quick. Good. Good. Better. Maybe it needs more delta V. Nah, we'll be able to get into solar orbit, and then the heat shield will take it from there. Let's launch it. Let's launch it. Let's not worry about such trivial things as delta V. Now, the pro is if I need to get my apoapsis, my solar apoapsis way out higher, the solar sail will do a good job at periapsis or peri-Kerbal to raise my apoapsis. And we've loaded up. Go ahead and put our throttle to the max, turn SAS on, light the engines, start accelerating. And we're coming up now 1.8 thrust to weight ratio and climbing. I'm going to go ahead and bring that throttle back just a little bit and start pitching over for our gravity turn here. The stack does seem to want to wobble a little bit, but not outside of tolerance, so it should be fine. Go ahead and set our vector to prograde. Come to the map view and look as our Kerbal apoapsis starts to increase and we thrust our way out of the atmosphere and into orbit. At 20,000 meters now and climbing. I'll throttle down a little bit more. Actually, quite a bit more. Try and slow down and just gradually rise through the atmosphere here. We're past max Q now, so I'm not too worried about the dynamic effects on the spacecraft. Because of that, I'm going to go ahead and shift over to an orbital frame of reference. Again, keeping my throttle nice and low. Nice and low. There we go. 0.4 thrust to weight ratio doesn't seem like much, but we are still going very, very fast here. And as we reach the upper reaches of the atmosphere, I'm going to throttle up on my main stage. Main engine cutoff. Separate, light the second stage engine, which is now in vacuum and therefore much more efficient and also has a higher thrust-weight ratio, almost a 1-to-1. Plenty of time on this burn. We're going to pitch up ever so slightly to keep our apoapsis from falling back down. And we will climb into Kerbal orbit from here. We are in fact in orbit. I will deploy the fairing. We can also extend our solar panels. All four of these will provide all the electrical power that this space vehicle needs during its mission. Lock prograde, and we finish out our orbital burn here. Not quite at orbit, so I'm going to cruise up to apoapsis here. And as we approach apoapsis, fire my engines a second time to achieve orbit. That's orbit achieved. Now I need to deploy our antenna. So we'll extend the antenna out. That'll give us comms. Now we're back in comms with the Space Center, and we've also received communications with all the other satellites throughout the system, which is excellent. Now our target orbit is, let me pull it back up here, 71 billion, would that be 71 million kilometers? Yes, 71 million kilometers. Apoapsis, 24 million kilometers. Periapsis, inclination of 3.2 degrees. We're going to achieve this by waiting until we are on the dark side of Kerbal, or Kerbin, on the planet. We'll do a prograde burn, using the fuel in our upper stage here to push us out of Kerbin orbit. There is actually a little bit of science to be achieved here. Over the deserts, we can take a gravity survey, since we have not done that one before. We are 1,400 meters per second until empty on our upper stage, coming down quite rapidly. And that's Kerbin escape. Go ahead and time warp until we are free from Kerbin's sphere of influence. Just like that, we are in orbit. Now, this is our target orbit, our final target orbit, and I don't believe that we have the thrust required to get all the way out there. So, we'll do one thing. For starters, we'll just light our upper stage and burn it down till it's completely dry. Spend the last 800 meters per second that we have here to try and push our orbit out at least a little bit. Now with the upper stage spent, I'm going to throttle down and we'll separate from it. We still have our lower stage with an additional 3,346 meters per second of delta V, which is great, but it's not what we need right now. We need something a little bit more efficient. We're going to accomplish that with this massive golden foil solar sail. Now, what this solar sail is going to do, what it should let me do, is, if I orient correctly, and I point myself at about a 45-degree angled away from the sun here, my apoapsis should start to rise. And in fact, it is rising very, very slowly. I'm not using any propulsion at all on this engine, right? We are completely idle right now. All I'm using is the force, the momentum of light itself coming from the sun. And at this 45-degree angle, it's doing two things. It's pushing me forwards, and it's pushing me away. Now, if I were to flip around and point 45 degrees the other direction, I would start to lower my apoapsis. And you can see here my apoapsis is now starting to decline. So by pointing 45 degrees offset from prograde right here, I'm able to accelerate prograde. And basically, as the light hits the sail, 45, or half of it is pushing me this way, half of me is pushing it outwards. And from this, just by time warping, my apoapsis starts to rise. Now, this should happen passively over time, so I can actually go and do other missions, and this should continue to climb. But not wanting to delay too much, because this will take a long time to accomplish. We're going to wait until we are below our target periapsis, which is right about here. I'm going to retract the solar sail. We'll deploy it here in a moment, but I'm going to retract it first. We're going to try and use this cheetah engine to get a little bit more out of it. Because I do, in fact, have quite a bit of fuel remaining on this thing. In fact, it may be enough to get all the way out there. If so, the solar sail is just going to be a handy, almost party trick, something I can use to show off to the ladies. But it will be cool for future missions, or potentially to adjust this orbit out even further. Let's burn radial in for a second just to rotate my apoapsis into position. And just like that, we've achieved it. So I don't need my solar sail. We're going to keep it on board, as it's going to let me do some interesting stuff. But for the meantime, for now, it's just going to stay secured. While that's happening, right, Kerbin's right here, probably about 100 degrees. If this was 90, this is about 95 to 100 degrees behind Duna's phase angle. So we're getting close. We're getting very close to being ready to fly to Duna. I will probably put a resource scanner on that first refinery that goes over to Ike, simply because we're going to need a way to scan for resources around Ike. Either a resource scanner, or maybe we'll deploy a small satellite with a resource scanner on it. And then that satellite goes and does the actual surveys. One of the two. We haven't quite figured that part out yet. But we do have plenty of funds. We have an option to build an orbital station around the moon. We have the option to build an orbital solar station, which is interesting. I don't know what I would use that for, but that's interesting. Bring a Class A asteroid into an orbit around Kerbin. Not really interesting. It would be more interesting if it paid more, but that doesn't pay a whole lot. Now, we do have a contract to put a orbital station around the moon, but it requires 19 Kerbals. That's not an insignificant number of Kerbals, so I'm not going to take that one either. A Class B asteroid around Eve pays a lot, but why would I do that? So we're not going to do that. I don't really want to finish construction of a rover on Duna because we don't quite have the infrastructure to be just doing missions on Duna. Not quite yet. So we're going to decline some of these contracts. We could repair a satellite in orbit of Kerbin, but it just doesn't pay out enough. So we'll decline these. A new surface outpost on Minmus must be on motorized wheels. Mobile processing lab, cupola. 19 Kerbals. Again, see, this is the kind of silly thing that I just don't want to put up with. 3 comments with the Sentinel. No. Plant a flag on Ike. Almost tempting. But yeah, these contracts are kind of crap, actually. It's really unfortunate. I was hoping for something a little better. But alas, if they don't want to give me something better, then they won't give me something better. In the meantime, I think it's time to build ourselves our single-stage to orbit plane. We've waited long enough. It's time. It's time to do this. So here's how this is going to work. We're going to use the Rapier engines, which they're going to cost a pretty penny. However, we will be able to get the full value, or most of the full value of those engines back when we recover them. And that's what I'm really after. Once it loads. There we go. So we're going to use the Mark II cockpit. We're going to use the... where is it? Mark II Clampetron. And we're going to use the Mark II crew cabin. Now this is the crew cabin portion of our shuttle, and that'll get us into orbit. From here, we have a couple of options. I'm actually going to put a cargo bay on this, just the small one. And we can store tools and stuff in here, and we'll also store our monopropellant tanks in here. So that's where that's going to go. Now, the other things we need are the fuel. We need both rocket fuel and liquid fuel. So we have a liquid fuel tank here. We also have the rocket fuel tanks. So it's going to be mostly rocket fuel. With a small liquid fuel tank, like that. Then we'll do a Mark II bicoupler, and that's where we'll put our engines. And we are, in fact, going to use the CR7 Rapier engine because of its phenomenal performance. Now, these things are fairly pricey, but what it can do is go air breathing or liquid fuel only, and that'll allow me to really push my orbit up, potentially. Let's go over to aerodynamics. We need wings for this thing. I'm a little torn on what kind of wings I want. And we'll also have to look at our mass, center of mass, and center of lift distribution. So these wings apparently need to go pretty far back. I could scale them up like that. And then with a little bit of adjustment, put them right there. Now, the question is, as liquid fuel burns, where our center of mass is going to end up. But it actually looks like it's going to end up at about the same place. And in fact, be relatively easy to control. So the only thing I need to concern myself with primarily is just making sure that these wings are far enough back at the beginning of the launch. And right about there... Whoop. Right about there should do. Now, we'll use small delta wings on the tail here, if it'll let me. Okay, it seems to not want to cooperate today. I suppose that works. I suppose that works. We'll adjust these a little bit to get them nicely nestled in, and maybe a little bit higher up. There we go. We'll put regular Elevon 1s on these. Like that. Now, for these larger wings out to the side, I think we'll use the Elevon 2. Maybe not. Maybe we won't use the Elevon 2. Maybe we will. We did scale this wing up, so maybe we need to scale this Elevon up. That's pretty big. That might be too big. We'll see. We'll see if we can make this work nicely. The other option, I suppose, for our verticals is we could put them out on the wing tips like this. I do like this kind of design. I am partial to it. Bring the wings a little lower and a little closer in. All right, I like how that looks. That Elevon may just be too big, though. I wish I had a more... I guess I do. Oh, actually, never mind. I'm being silly. I was being silly here. There we go. See, that's a more reasonable size. Not small. Certainly not small, but not ginormous, right? Not absurdly large. Just slightly large. You can put that right there on the tailing edge. Let's look at our ground gear now. So we have the medium landing gear. I think that'll be sufficient for this. And they are far enough back. And then let's put one on the nose. right about there. So that's landing gear figured out. It would probably make the Kerbals feel better if they had a way to get down from the cockpit. Personally, I don't care if they get stuck up there, but they tend to be a little bit more picky about these sorts of things. So we'll go ahead and give them a ladder to disembark. I don't know if this ladder will reach down all the way, but maybe close enough. No, maybe not close enough. Maybe we could scale it up just slightly. No, this one's not scalable. Well, that's a shame, because the other ladder that we have as an option would be kind of ridiculous. Maybe not that ridiculous, though. Maybe we could put it out ever so slightly. And then with just a little fine-tuning, get it just so that it sits like that. Maybe we rotate it even more extreme of an angle, like so. How does that look folded up, though? That looks perfectly fine, perfectly acceptable. All right, command and control. We have the heavy 5-way RCS block that I haven't played around with, but it might be time. Well, they weren't kidding about heavy. It is rather large. What do we think? Would that work? Does it look stupid? Is it too big? It might be too big. I think it's too big. Let's try the not so big thrusters. And we could scale these up slightly as well. Not 200%, but just maybe 125. We'll make them orthogonal instead of the angled. And then we'll duplicate this and put them over here. Let's open up our cargo bay, because now we need to start putting stuff in here. We need monopropellant, one, obviously. We can also put some science in the cargo bay. These wings provide convenient ledges for that. Yes, they do. Okay, so we'll put some basic stuff. One, some electrical would probably be appreciated by the crews. So we'll put the batteries in here. We will put monopropellant tanks in here, for sure. That's the too big one. I believe it's this one. Nope, that's the even bigger one. Strike two. That means it's this one. There we go. That's our monopropellant tank. It holds 120 units, which should be enough for any missions we're doing with this. And last but not least, the cargo. So we will use the SEQ-9 cargo modules. We'll use 2 of them, and that allows us to fly spare parts up to satellites and gives us a decent amount of storage. So we can do some orbital construction with this as well. As a default, I'm going to put 1 stack of EVA repair toolkits in here as a must-have. Now, communications-wise, I'm not too worried about long-distance communications with this, so we will just keep it simple. We'll put a single S16 dipole short-range antenna. Sorry, 16S communitron. That'll meet most of our communication requirements. And then for power generation in flight, we will use a pair of solar panels. We'll mount relatively close to the wing, but on the wing, or relatively close to the fuselage on the wing. There we go. Let's close up the cargo bay. Now, this thing appears to be ready. It's got 7,439 meters per second of delta V, with a thrust weight ratio of 0.96. and we'll do automatic switching. So it'll fly on oxygen. Eventually, it'll transfer over to liquid. Or to fly air breathing. Man, I cannot speak today. It will fly air breathing and then transfer over to liquid oxygen. That's the goal. Now, we need a name for this space plane, right? It needs a name. Anyone have any suggestions? Any suggestions from the chat for what we should name our beautiful space plane? Some SAS would probably be warranted here as well. I'm going to open this up again. We actually don't need a second. Instead, I'm going to take 2 inline stabilizers. No. I'm being overzealous. 1 should be enough. Let's not get carried away now. And a slight shift forward on the wings. Name it C. C is not a name. C is a letter. I think we can do better than just the letter C as a title for this spacecraft. Well, it's got the Rapier engines. We could call it the Dagger. KSP. Maybe each one we launch has a name, a specific name. This one will be the KSP Dagger. Since we're using engines that have sword names, the Rapiers, I like the idea of keeping it consistent. Do these have gimbal? They do. Well, that's convenient. Okay. Really, I think that's about all there is to it. We have Daffmore and Debris piloting this mission. And that's fine. Here is what our first mission with the KSP Dagger will be. We're going to collect the crew that is on board Research Station Omega. We're going to go up and we're going to bring them back down. We're not bringing crew replacements. We are decommissioning that space station. So we're going to collect them, bring them back down to the surface, and then we are going to deorbit that space station remotely. Dagger's a good name. Yeah, I agree. Some more cosmetic stuff now. Some navigation lights would probably be a good idea. Those might burn up. I'm not sure. We'll see. And it wouldn't hurt to have a spotlight. 1 forward and 1 aft of the docking port to help us see what we're doing. Yeah, I think that should do us quite nicely. Let's take this out to the runway and see how she performs. She only costs $42,000. Really, actually not as expensive as it could be. It is more expensive than our previous shuttle, which cost about $35,000, if I remember correctly. Maybe not quite that much, maybe 33. It's hard to tell. But it is more expensive. However, it should be cheaper long run because we are bringing it back. And we'll see how much the actual refund cost is. This will be a test flight, but I'm actually fairly confident in the design. So as long as the test goes well, we will attempt to recover our Kerbals that are in orbit. And I do believe that we should be able to survive reentry. Our old Mark 1 was able to give us some good experience. Okay, a little fast there. We are burning in rocket mode right now, which is, I think, a little concerning. But we were supposed to be burning in liquid mode. She flies fine. Oh. You know what I forgot? I know what I forgot. Do you know what I forgot? Because I know what I forgot. You see, an air-breathing engine needs air, and it needs a way to get air to said engine. And my friends, we didn't do that. So we need to go back to aerodynamics. I was wondering why it wasn't letting me switch to air breathing, but that's because I was suffocating it. So we could use the adjustable ramp in tank, which I kind of want to try this out because I think it looks cool. And you know what? Looking cool is absolutely reason enough to use an engine. So we could put it there, or we could put it directly on the sides. And I think directly on the sides is actually the way to go with this one. Because I want... Oh, that looks sick, actually. Yeah, that looks sick. We're going to save that. I want those to stay off the part of the craft that is going to be exposed to re-entry heat. That's the idea. You need air, air, air. Yes, I'm aware I need air. We got to that conclusion. Let's try that again. This time with some air. Hopefully it doesn't accelerate quite as fast. That was a brutally fast takeoff. And we'll say that they were able to bring it around for a landing. I'm sure my Kerbals are more than capable of simply doing a go around at a runway. Debris Kerman, you know, she's not a rookie pilot anymore. All right, there we go. That sounds like a jet engine, which is what it's supposed to sound like when it's air breathing. So our Rapier engines now are only using the liquid fuel, and they are not using any of our... Okay, come on. Let's not lose control here. There we go. They're not using any of our oxidizer. So let's climb up to altitude here. I'm throttling down a little bit, but I think we should keep the throttle to the limit here. Okay. Let's see, are they getting enough air? We're a decent ways up, and we're still accelerating, so I'm going to keep this angle of attack for a little while. Basically, until we can't accelerate anymore, we're going to try to keep this up, and then we'll switch modes. Oh, never mind. The plane has decided that we will go ahead and make the switch. I assume that it has waited until the most opportune time to do so. I hope it has, because it has gone ahead and done it. Now, this flight up is taking a little bit more concentration as far as command authority. Unfortunately, I don't think we have enough oxidizer to keep the engines burning. In fact, we do not. We are suborbital. That was a good experiment with the Rapier engines, but we definitely need more fuel. So let's go back to the design board here. More rocket fuel. We need more rocket fuel. We can make it longer. We could make it substantially longer. The other option is drop tanks. Let's see what we have options-wise. Also, can we make these slightly larger? Ooh, yes. There we go. That's starting to look a little better. Okay. So let's take this off for a second. Let's go back to our fuel tanks. Let's buy another fuselage section here. There we go. Connect it. So it's longer now. Let's verify all of our center of mass, center of lift assumptions are still good. Still holding up. I think that should be fine. That should be fine. There's, of course, concern that we still may not have enough oxidizer, but I've added a decent section here. Let's go manual switching here. Action groups, maybe? Maybe time for some action groups. Nope, that's not it. That's also not it. Nope, that's not it. Nope. Filter by function. How do you do action groups? How does one accomplish action groups? More boosters? Well, now a booster kind of defeats the purpose of a single stage to orbit, doesn't it? Does that not? If I'm staging, am I no longer single stage? Oh, actions, here we go. Okay. So action groups, stage, group actions. So let's do custom. And we'll do switch mode. Right? That's all it takes, right? That should be all it takes. Then how do is custom one, is that just the one key? It should just be the one key, correct? I'm asking the room. I'm asking anyone who's watching. Because I'm not 100% sure. I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure. I usually don't play around with action groups in Kerbal Space Program. Juno New Origins has a more simple system called activation groups, where you can assign part by part to activate or deactivate on that group. It's a little less granular, so I think the action groups in Kerbal Space Program offer a little bit more fine-tuned control, but they are less user-friendly, in my opinion. Should be. Yeah. That seems to have done it. Okay. So we have them now on manual switching. Full thrust. Gear up. Whoa. Let's turn SAS on so we don't crash into the runway. Alright, the dagger is flying. And I think this time, so before I tried a faster, lower ascent, this time we're going to try a slower climb to build up speed. climbing up here pretty fast. Reaching an altitude of 300, speed of 361, altitude of 3,000 meters. We're going to go ahead and level off for just a flat sprint. Still slowly increasing in altitude, but just the slight deflection down is allowing my speed to come up much faster. Much faster. I'm going to throttle down a little bit because the engines are starting to overheat from the intake speed, and we'll also come down in... oh, wow, yeah. We're really sucking in air. Actually, we're sucking air so fast, I'm going to bring my throttle way down here. Unfortunately, just that slight increase in altitude slowed me down by a bit. Maybe we could add pre-coolers to our engines to help combat that a little bit. A joystick would be good here because I want to slowly pitch up instead of rapidly pitching up. And since I only have a binary input, I can only input 100% throttle, which makes it a little challenging. We are going quite fast now. 800 meters per second is a good speed. Still throttling down, still climbing. We're still accelerating and still climbing, even with the engines way throttled down here. I mean way throttled down here. Engine temp is still coming up, so let's go for the climb now. And since we still have the speed, we should be able to get into the upper atmosphere at this point. We are getting lower and lower on thrust, but still climbing. Thrust is decreasing, but slower. I think it's time to switch. Alright, switching to closed cycle in 3, 2, 1. Closed cycle engines have been activated. And since we are closed cycle, I'm going to continue to try and rise up a little bit. Rise up a little bit more. We have 700 meters per second of delta V here. Yeah, I think I realized that. So I'm learning how to fly with the rapiers because I've not messed around with them. I suppose really these things are supposed to operate in like the upper atmosphere, huh? Like way up there. I do not need more engines. Like, the engines are putting out enough thrust. I just need to know how to fly this. I don't think I need thermal. The other option I was thinking of is the pre-cooler. Where is it? Oh, maybe that is the thermal. Maybe we haven't unlocked the pre-cooler yet. Okay. Let's try again. I do not need more engines. These engines are putting out a crazy amount of thrust. I mean, I'm really getting up there in speed. Come on. Come on, game. You can load. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you, game. You can do it. There we go. All right. SAS on. Throttles all the way up. We'll start at 100% throttle at takeoff, and then we'll try and climb way up into the upper atmosphere. I suppose I could also use my RCS thrusters for a little bit of attitude control as we get into the upper reaches of the atmosphere. All right, gear up. Let's try a more aggressive ascent. Actually, no. We want to start low and build up the speed, right? Like that's the trick. So you build up the speed and then you climb. I don't know why SAS wants to keep rolling for no reason. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So we're going to climb up to maybe 2,000 or 3,000 meters and then start the ascent. Now, as we accelerate, the flow of my air intakes is starting to climb, which is good. It's a good sign that we're going in the right direction. Thrust is pretty high too, 1.4 units of fuel being consumed per second. Going through a decent amount of my fuel inventory. Try and pick up some more speed here. I'm going to go slight decline. Very, very slight decline. Alright, we're Mach 1.5, 1.8. Going up on Mach 0.2. Mach 2 now. Let's go ahead and transfer the fuel to our other fuel tank. I think we may actually want the drop tanks. Okay, let's start the more serious climb here. Now that we've built up the speed. Yep, still climbing good. We need more fuel tanks. My engines are fine. They're overheating a little bit, but they're fine. I'm keeping an eye on it. So that's better. But I think we're going to run out of liquid fuel, not oxidizer. So we need to bring more liquid fuel on board. Really get this thing into orbit. And we'll leave the atmosphere here. But yeah, we do not have enough liquid fuel. Okay. That's good to know. That tells us what we need to bring. But better. That's closer. That's quite a bit closer. So let's go ahead and back to the spaceplane hangar. Do you have a mod that makes stuff heat up a lot? The KSP Interstellar does add waste heat, but it's not quite the same as regular part heat. It's slightly different. So, do we swap out this rocket fuel for liquid fuel? I think maybe we do. We do that first, and then we try doing an additional... Excuse me. Sorry about that. Let's start with that. Nothing else has changed. We've just swapped out rocket fuel for liquid fuel, so this gives us more liquid fuel to work with. Let's try this. Why am I using the rocket fuel tanks if there's a liquid fuel only variant? Well, it still needs rocket fuel, right? It still needs oxidizer. At some point, it's going to need oxidizer, right? Because when I'm open cycle, when I'm air breathing, I'm only using liquid fuel. When I switch to closed cycle, I'm using both. So I need at least one rocket fuel tank. But what that ratio is, that I haven't quite figured out yet. That's what we're trying to fare in here and really like figure out. So I'm using a combination of both and trying to find out what the ratio is for how much liquid fuel air breathing mode I need to burn first, and then switch to rocket fuel at the last moment as we're kind of leaving the atmosphere. We're like reaching the very upper reaches of the atmosphere when we start decelerating. Somewhere around that point is when I need to switch. A little wobbly, a little wobbly. We'll just go ahead and get off the ground. This time I'm going to try a steeper climb and level out around maybe 8,000 meters. Accelerate at 8,000 meters. Start building up real speed, and then pitch up. Okay, we're at 8,000. Let's pitch down to a more gradual climb. Try and build up speed fast here. $400. Yeah, we're starting to accelerate now. 500. 600. This is where the overheating starts. 700. 800. 900. Okay, let's go no time warp, 1,000. Nine 50, 960, 970, 980. Really doesn't wanna cooperate here. Really wants to flop. Alright. It's as steep as I'm gonna take it. We're up to 1,000. Ooh. Hold on, manual switch. Oh, hold on. There we go. That's still not, it's not going to be enough. We'll get closer. We're definitely going to be close, but not enough. But we're going very, 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 very fast here. That's actually like just shy. Not just shy, but it's close. It's close, but no cigar. All right. I need to go faster. If I had the engine pre-coolers, the other option, right? Okay. So there is another choice here. We have another engine we could use. It's not the Rapier. It's something different, something special. Tory nuclear ramjet. So that's an option. Let's try it out. Let's see. It's expensive. So we could do this. Now, pros to this engine, right, is it doesn't require any fuel. It's really big. Right, it's real big. So we would have to fundamentally change our design. It also doesn't need intakes. It's got the intake right there. But it will not work. It won't work outside of atmosphere, right? This is only in atmosphere. Because of that, that's a lot of weight to be carrying around. Now, it'll get us nigh on orbital velocity. We don't need more wings. In fact, the wings are maybe too big at this point. That's another thing we could look at, is trimming these wings down a little bit. Because I fear we may be we're creating slightly more drag than we can tolerate. Let's move these up. I like this wing design. And we'll probably keep aspects of it, but let's try a different wing design. Something a little slimmer. So what if we did... Well, that's not really it, is it? It's too slim. Structural wing type A might have some promise, though. Right? So we could go up to 2 times size on that. Obviously, too far forward, but then we could put these guys on it about there. Get myself an Elevon of the large variety. Oh, shoot. This may work better, actually. This may be more what we need. What if we make this ever so slightly smaller, or larger, sorry. 225. It's a big, thick wing. I wish the wings could hold fuel. Then we'd be really doing some spicy stuff. Okay, I guess that's close enough. That is ultimately what we are attempting right now, is to build a station transport shuttle. Like, that's kind of the point of everything we're doing right now. The BS wing, the big S wing. Which one's that? I don't know if I have that one. Yeah, I don't think I do. Unfortunate. All right, let's not faff around too much with this. No. You're talking about the space shuttle wing. I think it's the only aerospace node I haven't unlocked yet. But this wing should do. So we're going to put center of lift very close, but still behind center of mass here. As close as we can reasonably get it. It does look more like a dagger, in my opinion, now. So that's a plus. It's more dagger-like. I think we were actually very close on that last flight. So hopefully just a little bit more and we'll be there. Let's try it. Oh, that was the wrong button. I did save before I left, but I hit leave instead of launch. That's fine. We'll just go straight to the runway. So, KSP dagger. KSP dagger. This one, yes. This one we're going to delete. It's this one we want. All right, let's launch it. We're still keeping the cost of this plane relatively low. And then once we're in orbit, right, that's where we need to start thinking about how much fuel I need on board for additional missions. A cool thing we could do would be get it to be single stage to orbit all the way out to Minmus and back. I think that would be like, that's like big picture. That would be the coolest thing is a Minmus SSTO, but that's going to be hard. That's going to be really hard. This is hard enough. All right, let's give it a whirl. Okay, just want to make sure that my action group works. And hopefully the narrower wings will provide less drag and allow me to achieve higher velocities easier. That's the goal. That's the idea. Let's go ahead and start our more serious climb now. Up at a 25-degree angle. We're accelerating past not quite Mach 1, but coming up into the transonic region here. Alright, approaching Mach 1. And yeah, we're hitting that transonic wall. I'm going to pitch down to push through the transonic barrier. Alright, we are supersonic. And now that we are supersonic, our speed should start to rise a lot faster. There we go. There we go. Now we are speeding up. 500, 600. Engines are starting to heat up. 700. Let's start our climb. Let's start a shallower climb, though. Go up to about a 20-degree increase. We're going to ride this for as long as it'll let me. We're going to ride this right here. 800, 900, pitch up slightly more, 950, 1,000. Engines are getting hot, but it's okay. So far, so good. 1050. All right, switch to liquid. Yep, nothing. Nothing on air breathing. It's not going to get us to orbit. Like, I know the numbers. It's not going to get us to orbit. It's going to get us out of the atmosphere, for sure. But then we'll get out of the atmosphere, and you can watch this happen real time. We're going to be at about 1,200 meters per second with 300 left to get into orbit. We need quite a bit more fuel to make that last jump. So I think another rocket fuel tank is going to be required here. Yeah, 1,600 meters per second. Final velocity, still suborbital. It's working. It's getting closer. Oh, not load slave. Not load the slave. Keep the slaves down. We don't have slaves. We're not using slaves. We're using paid, honest labor. So another rocket fuel it is, huh? I think so. I think this is a liquid fuel, right? Wait, no. We need that. We need that. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to put that there. I'm going to put that there. I'm going to get rid of that. Keep the part count low. 2x liquid stage. 2x rocket stage. She's a long boy, but she's still within reason. Does that look dumb? I think that's starting to look dumb slightly. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to move that way up. Aerodynamics. Let's get a... not a wing connector. No. Yes. That's 225. Okay, no. No. I guess it was this one. 200. 220. 220 might be enough. Yeah. More like that. Let's grab the elevons out of there. And grab my air intakes, move those out of there as well. Now these guys we can put, actually, wing strake maybe? Where is it? Is it up here? This might be a perfect use of the wing strake. So again, that's too big. But maybe we could find a nice happy medium here. There we go. There we go. All right. Now we use a combination of that Elevon 1 and this Elevon for our rudders, like that. Tuck them in a little bit. Save. Try it now. So we're at 50,000. 50,000 on this rocket. Every iteration is a little bit closer to success, but just shy of it. And that's okay. That is the goal. We're trying to iterate to success here. All right, come on. Okay. Now that's probably a problem. Probably should have moved the landing gear way back there. We also don't have parachutes on this. That might be a thing to add. Some drogue chutes. Auto strut? Should I auto strut now? What should I auto strut is really the question, right? The fuel tanks. I guess we can auto strut the wings. It's everything. All right. We'll auto strut all the major components. Save and launch it. We'll see how it performs now. Let's see how it performs now. We've added extra fuel. That's really all we did. We added extra fuel. That's what we did. Let's go for orbit. And then if this doesn't work, well, at least we can say we tried. We could do a vertical takeoff version like the first SSTO we built, where it uses conventional rocket engines and just launches. That is an option. We just make it bigger with the Mark II parts. Alright, seems less wiggly. Wheels are mounted better. Gear up. Like the Venture Star. Yeah, but the Venture Star was freaking huge, dude. It was huge. It also required aerospikes, which I don't think I have aerospikes yet. Okay, so far so good. Alright, I'm starting to slow down. Almost 8,000 meters. It's a good time to level off for the speed run. Or the speed leg. It wasn't kind of big. The Venture Star was huge. It was unholy massive. They ended up not going with it. Okay. We're no longer accelerating. I think we went a little too high maybe, so let's try down pitching. Okay, I think we were too high. Let's go ahead and revert to launch. Let's try that launch again. I'm not going to be able to make it to orbit. I'm going to burn too much fuel. It's fine. It's whatever. The space shuttle was also huge. And the Venture Star looked dumb. I don't care who you are. It looked dumb. Alright, accelerating. Pull up. Off the runway. Gear up. Less of a climb. Let's go less of a climb. Let's get supersonic here. Okay, more of a climb than that. Let's do a nice steady 10 degree climb. Let's get some real speed under our wings here. Okay, already kind of hitting the limit there, so let's level off. Struggling to accelerate now. Is it a mass thing? Is it too heavy? Shouldn't matter that much. There we go. We're starting to get some acceleration here. Just slightly. We're going to need to be way lower. Yeah, now it just doesn't want to accelerate at all past, like, we're transonic now. We're right at the speed of sound, and it's just locked. Well, that was too much of a pitch. All right. I think I do need a pre-cooler while it's air breathing. I don't think it's going to work without the pre-coolers. That's why the engines keep overheating. And if I could keep the engines cool and keep them running full, at max thrust all the way up, that would be great. I don't want to have to do the cheap answer and add like more engines. That seems dumb. I don't think it's the active cooling system. We could try. No. It's not that. Well, dang it. There's the toroidal aerospike. Alright, we're gonna save this. Let's go to the research tree. Maybe I am missing a tech for it. Maybe the pre-coolers are in that last aerospace tech too. If so, we do have 2 orbital labs. We could get some more tech real easily. All right, research and development. Active cooling system. Is it experimental aerodynamics? No. Engine pre-cooler. It's right there. Okay, no, we have it unlocked. It's right there. And there's the... So where is it in the parts options? We have the technology. Is it? Maybe it is. It would serve me right if it is. If it was right under my nose the whole time, it would be ironic, wouldn't it? All right. Aerodynamics. Well, would you look at that? Engine pre-cooler. How big are these? Not too big. It does add length to the craft. Maybe it's canard time. Might be canard time. Yep, might be canard time, everybody. Let's also adjust the landing gear a little bit. Bring those up. Bring these down. There we go. So we do have the advanced canard, which we can try out. They look kind of dumb, though. They look kind of dumb. Is there a different canard, or is it just that one? Standard canard, okay. I think that one generates more lift, doesn't it? Yeah, a little bit. Okay, let's adjust this. That might make it tolerable. Let's see if the pre-coolers give us some more efficiency with our engines. Like, theoretically, the pre-coolers should increase the performance of the rapiers and also keep them from overheating at the really, really high speeds. That's what the pre-coolers are for. Let's see if they work. This doesn't work. We might experiment with some different designs. One thought is to do kind of a the Lockheed Martin SR-71 style with engine nacelles. That's an option. We could use that Tory thermonuclear ramjet in combination with the rapiers. Another option. Problem is it's just heavy, so that cuts into Delta V. Let's give it a whirl. It's able to get off the ground. I don't think it's too far forward. At least not yet. Let's keep her low. She seems to want to keep accelerating. Oh, hold on. Acceleration is slowing down. Let's go flatter. Nope, still slowing down. Flatter. Nope, now we're losing speed. Let's try dipping low in the atmosphere, see if that gets us anywhere. What changed? Is it just increase in drag? I can't believe it's just an increase in drag that's slowing us down this much. That'd be crazy. And the liquid engines are actually worse performing. All right. Redesign time. I don't know. Do we want to try the nuclear engine? We could try the nuclear engine. But it's gonna imply or require some serious rethought of how we have this set up. It'll make it heavier too. Okay, so let's take a step back, right? We got a lot of fuel tanks on this thing, like a lot of fuel tanks. If we were to do this, theoretically, we would only need the small liquid fuel tank. The short one, right? Now, we're going to swap this out for the adapter piece. Pull that out. Put that there, right? We go to our engines. We get that nuclear ramjet on there. Now that brings the cost up quite a bit. Just in one fell swoop brings the cost up quite a bit. We're going to do a little bit of clipping here. We're going to move that in a little bit. Forgive me. You'll just have to forgive me for that. Let's go arrow. Let's pick better wings. Different wings, maybe. So we use the Delta. No. I think actually structural wing A. Actually, our wings were probably fine. Which one was it? Not the Delta wing. Structural wing type A. Sized up to 200. And then structural wing type C sized up to 200. Yeah. So here's where we're going to change it up a little bit. So fuel tanks. We don't need the canards with this heavy thing in the back. Fuel tanks. Just the Mark 1. Mark 1, nothing fancy, right? Nothing fancy. Maybe 2 of those fuel tanks, actually. There we go. And then the big fuel tank, right? Now, this guy, we scoot him up. We scoot him up. Scoot him in a little bit. Maybe in a little bit more. It's about as far as he'll go. That's fine. We put our rapiers on the ends of these nacelles. And then we go back to arrow. Shot cone intake. I think we need it. We drop those intakes, right? So now we have this design. It's a little different. Let's get that wing strake that we were using earlier. We'll put it right here on the side of this fuselage. Scale it up, not that much. There we go. Or do we keep these out here on the side? So nope, not like that. Like this. Maybe. Maybe that's where we put them. Let's go down one, into, down one, into, forward, forward. Slightly more forward. Where's our centers all existing? Way up there, way up there. All right, move this back. Oh, that moves so much weight back too. Ugh. This thing's heavy, dude. It's heavy engine. Do we have to push these all the way back? All the way in? We might. Oh, it's so heavy, dude. That's such a heavy thing to add. We can get rid of this. And we can honestly... Hold on. May have to redesign this nacelle. Might have added too much. We can probably get rid of that. That just... We're changing it up, all right? So, I'm going to try the thermonuclear ramjet. Which is just funny to say. It's just a funny thing to say. Thermonuclear ramjet. Say it with me. Thermonuclear ramjet. This bad boy. I like to call him Big Thrust. Because that's what he does. He does the big thrust. These control surfaces are a bit of a pain. Okay, so that's like too big. But like something-ish. Something like that. It's probably where I want it to be. Right about there. All right, this really, really, really wants to be vertical, so we'll make it vertical initially, just to get this on. And then we'll have to rotate this. Yeah, you go AFK for 1 minute, and all of a sudden we're doing something way, 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 way different. Different in a big way here. Okay, now that we've got that attached where we want it, we can put that out slightly. Green Juno, welcome back. Welcome back to the party. We are making a thing. Making a big thing. So here's the thing. All right, it's close here, but as we burn fuel, it should. Let's do an evaluation here. It should move that way more forward. And that's forward, but it's not too forward, so it should be fine. Plus, we've got more liquid fuel. Let's put all the fuel back in there. Okay. And this engine requires no fuel. This requires no fuel. Yeah, it's a nuclear ramjet. Now, the downside of the ramjet is it's complete dead weight in orbit, but requires no fuel in atmosphere, and it can get really, really stinking fast, dude. Really fast. So we're still using the rapiers, and the idea now is the rapiers are going to accelerate us in atmosphere fast enough that we can use the ramjet. Once we're going fast enough that the ramjet is feasible, we turn the rapiers off. Just the ramjet. I could probably build that out in the action groups. So, let's see. Rapiers. Custom 1, this is going to be toggle engine. Custom 2 is going to be switch mode. So 1 to turn these on and off, 2 to change those, and then we're going to go custom 3, toggle the engine. How does it not use fuel? So it uses nuclear fuel to heat the air, but it requires no combustion. It's just heating the air and then squeezing it out of a nozzle. So you're increasing the enthalpy of a fluid and pushing it through the nozzle, and then the nozzle is converting enthalpy into kinetic energy. The kinetic energy is therefore the thrust due to conservation of momentum. That's how it works. So you have a solid core nuclear reactor that gets really, really hot. You've got control mechanisms in there, probably radial drum reflectors for this kind of core. Instead of liquid coolant, like most pressurized water reactors or light water or heavy water reactors, civilian side, instead of that, you're just using air as the coolant. So air is being passed through the cooling channels on the core in between the fuel rods or fuel plates. And then that air becomes superheated as it passes through the core because the core is extremely hot, and it gets ejected out the back of the engine at a much higher speed, is the idea. So this reactor is going. Hell yeah. Let's bring the damper up on that a little bit. There we go. You as well. We'll bring the damper up on that. Okay. Now, this should be doing things. Air breathing. There we go. Okay. For some reason I need to hit space a second time. Whatever. So we're going to get up into the air. And you can start to see this is starting to generate some thrust. Actually, quite a bit of thrust. Let's see if we can get it off the ground. That's the next challenge, is does this get off the ground? Okay, it gets off the ground. That's a good start. Now, gear up. Okay. So we're just on the nuclear ramjet now, right? Let's make these not roll, not pitch, just yaw. Yeah, there we go. No, I told you. Just yeah. There we go. Okay. Flying east. So, at this point, it's a nuclear ramjet, nuclear powered ramjet. So at this point, I am not consuming any liquid fuel, right? I'm consuming uranium, but I'm not consuming liquid fuel. And what that means I can do is accelerate. Maybe I need to get higher. There we go. That's the idea. And the faster it goes, the more powerful it goes, right? So thrust is climbing now. There we go. All right, we hit that sweet spot. We hit that sweet. Go faster and faster and faster and faster without burning any fuel. So I have one liquid fuel tank here. The rest of this, though, this is rocket fuel. That's rocket fuel. That's rocket fuel. That's rocket fuel. So it's all rocket fuel. Little bit of chemical fuel. And we're starting to get some real speed. And this is not as fast as it'll go. The thrust is still just climbing. As we are in level flight. Now I'm going to start pitching up a little bit. Because where this really thrives is in upper atmosphere. Still increasing in thrust. Still increasing in thrust. Still increasing in thrust. Let's get up a higher, steeper angle of attack here. Still increasing thrust. Okay, so we have just about reached the limits of that engine. It's time to go liquid, and I have put myself in a uncontrollable orbit flight path. Shoot. Back to the space plane here. I need to fix my control groups because I need those engines to fire simultaneously. But that's the idea, right? That's the idea, is we get going as fast as possible. Oops, game decided it didn't want to play anymore. Stand by. Stand by. All right, we're going to go back to technical difficulties for a second while the game reboots. I will be back. The game is going to reboot and we'll continue. So this is going to be a quick pause to the stream. Probably a good time for me to pause as well because I'm 5 hours in. And I could use a quick break. So we're going to go to our favorite technical difficulties slide. And we'll be back. Okay. We're back. Sort of. We're getting back. Let's go back to where we were. The persistent save should have at least saved the design, so I'm not too worried about that. I'm also pretty sure I clicked save before we launched it. If not, bummer, but recoverable. Yeah, there's our design right there. Let's go back to launch. Let's just go straight to launch, because we didn't really get a full try of this. One slight change. I'm going to burn more liquid fuel before anything else. So one thing I can do... Oh, also got bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Let's bring the damper up on that. They bounce because they're underweight. Okay. Let's put the brakes on real quick. Let me look at... Where's the fuel overway? Okay, engines are on. Can I see the fuel overlay, please? Is that only in build mode? Okay, whatever. I'm going to bring my flow priority up on my outside liquid engines so that it'll pull the liquid fuel from these first before anything else. And that gives me 800 liquid fuel to work with, which is pretty good. Brakes off. We're going to keep our Rapier liquid fuel engines burning for a little longer. Before we shut them down. Hopefully that'll help us get up to speed a little better. Come on. There we go. Alright, landing gear up. SAS on. $374. Yeah, looks like these are the only ones draining out, which is good. Oh, my activation groups are still jacked up. Okay, all right. We got to fix the activation groups. One of them is supposed to shut the engines down, the outside engines. And then number 3 shuts down this one. So number 1 switch mode, number 1 switch mode, number 2 should be toggle engine. Yeah, so 1 is switch mode, 2 is toggle engine. 3 is the toggle engine for the ramjet. Okay, save it. These need to come back. Can already tell. I don't think there's anything else really that needs to happen here. Oh, actually, there is. These should probably be fixed. Let's put our solar panels there. Put our antenna back there. Okay. Honestly, this could come back and just sit back here. I think I like it better off to the side. We don't need two of them. Just the one's fine. Just the one's fine. And that should be fine. Save, launch. All right. We're getting close here. So the disadvantage to this design, right, is one, it costs more, but again, this is supposed to be reusable, therefore mitigating the increased cost of such a heavy engine. Two, that engine is so heavy in orbit, right? Okay, sweet. That switches that. Still gotta adjust these springs. Throttle up, SAS on. Turn the lights on for good measure. Now this thing's also, the ramjet is also generating thrust even on the ground here. Okay, we're off. We're coming up. Good. I'm not going to ram a Kerbal with the ramjet. Let's settle down over there, okay? Alright, 400 meters per second is plenty of speed. Let's level out a little bit. Okay, there we go. I was burning liquid for a second. Not enough to hurt us, though. We've got plenty of oxidizer to work with. Okay, there we go. Now we're accelerating. Pretty soon we're going to be hitting ludicrous speeds. As this thing starts to build up energy. Like, really build up energy. There we go. And also, this design does look cool. Maybe one other thing I would add is just a little winglet over here. Maybe. But other than that, I think it looks really sick. Okay, time to climb. Whoop. Lost some speed. I'm building it back. Okay, we're going to upper atmospheric flight now. Still climbing. It's getting hotter. Alright, liquid engines take over. We got 1,500 meters per second of delta V. Should be more than enough. More than enough to push this the rest of the way. I'm going to pitch up. Take advantage of all that airspeed we built up as our lateral velocity. Now we need to get into orbit. We can start to actually throttle down here. So that ramjet starts to putter out. No more air to feed it. Alright, we'll turn off the nuclear reactor. This is going to get to orbit. This gets to orbit, for sure. Only problem now is getting it out of orbit. That's going to be the real challenge. So we're in the very top reaches of the atmosphere now. Very, very top. Our cargo bay here. I'll keep that closed for now, but not a whole lot of air resistance to work against me. And we should be exoatmospheric here shortly. There we go. We're in space, past the Kármán line. 500 meters per second to go to get to orbit, roughly. What's my thrust-to-weight ratio? 0.9. Okay. 0.9 is perfectly reasonable for this design. Yeah, this gets to orbit. Next challenge is getting it out of orbit. But this gets, not only does this get to orbit, this has a good bit more delta V than our previous shuttle. And it's 100% reusable. It's a lot more expensive, but that ramjet really comes in clutch. We do have a good bit more liquid fuel too, and having that extra liquid fuel is what that really does is it lets us be a lot more flexible. Excuse me, I had to sneeze again. Anyway, the liquid fuel, the extra liquid fuel we have in reserve is going to make us a lot more flexible when it comes to our re-entry corridor. So we can start it earlier or we can start it later. And anyway, it basically just gives us more options. I'm going to go lock on the normal vector. Also, electric charge. Right now it's static because we don't have a probe core on this. But we'll go ahead and extend these. Does this generate electricity? I guess it does, huh? It does. So we have a nuclear reactor on board that's generating electricity. It is generating waste heat, so maybe we swap out these solar panels for radiators. We put some radiators on this thing. Okay, here we are coming up on the descending node. I'm gonna do a slight plane change here. Okay. It's about as close as we need to get it. We'll go back to prograde. We have a lot of waste heat capacity, so I'm not like too worried about it. And this should naturally radiate some of its heat off as it gets hotter. I think we can actually look at that. Somewhere in here. Yeah, somewhere in here. Oh well. As that builds up, that'll start to be a bigger and bigger problem. So that kind of limits how long of a mission we can run. At least slightly. Ooh, that's a good intercept. That's right away a good intercept. Holy cow. We're just slightly behind him. That's really not too bad. Let's go back retrograde. I guess these are kind of superfluous then, huh? Well, we'll retract them. Target is slightly ahead of us. It's fine. We'll brute force it. Switch to target. Target retrograde will get us the rest of the way there. All right, so far so good. No real complaints from the flight crew. Debris and Daffmore are enjoying flying the most advanced vehicle that my space program has really come up with. Air-breathing, liquid fuel burning, ramjet. It's kind of got it all, huh? Stability control could be better. It's not terrible, but it definitely could be better. Okay. I think that's reasonably close for our intercept here. Where are they at? They're 1,000 kilometers away. Let's go ahead and burn retrograde then. They're actually closer. Sorry, not 1,000 kilometers, 1,000 meters. They're actually closer now than they are at the theoretical intercept point. That's fine. We'll activate our RCS engines now. And finish burning retrograde here. How much monopropellant does this carry? 210 actually. It's plenty. Alright, prograde vector, target vector, ship's vector are all aligned. We'll accelerate using RCS towards the station. .500 meters out, still using RCS just to push. We've used quite a bit, but we haven't needed any yet. so it's fine. I could try to use the Rapier engines, but it's not really worth the effort at this point, and the RCS is going to be faster than me trying to like swing the ship around. It does look really good, though. It looks really good. I like this design a lot. I'm very happy with this. Okay, just nice and slow. I think I want to go for the docking, just to prove that I can. I brought a docking port up here, so, you know, kind of a waste to not actually dock. We are going to use the Matt Loam cheap method of turning it around. Control from here. Oh. Okay, switch. Stop. Slow down. Okay, RCS off. I'm going to rotate to point at the station. Not too much, though. Not too much. Come back a little bit. There we go. That'll hold. I'm going to set that as the target, and I'm just going to point at that. Okay. Control from here. Get the docking lined up nicely. And it should be simple as that. We just do a quick burn towards. Docking port should already be basically lined up. We connect, transfer the Kerbals, call it good. Good dock. It's a good dock right there. All right, so we have docked. I can transfer crew now. But before we transfer crew, let's transmit science. We'll also extend all of our solar panels, maximize our heat generation here. Or not our heat generation. We don't want to maximize heat generation. We want to maximize electrical generation. But I don't think it matters. I think this thing is producing, yeah, plenty of kilowatts, actually. Looks like it. I mean, it looks like it's keeping the electricity up just fine. Yeah, so that's the science transmitted. Is there any other things that we can do? I mean, we'll transfer this. We'll keep these. Can I transfer data? I can transfer crew. I guess we'll EVA the other guy. Samlin here. He'll go EVA for this one. Take data. We'll store it in the pod here. Store experiments. Have him get back in to the station. And then transfer him. There's 92 units of data left. There really is not a whole lot left to process. So it's definitely time to just decommission this lab. It's been up here for 13 years. I think that's a good service life. We'll go ahead and transfer the rest of that. I think this is screenshot worthy probably. Yeah, it's a good screenshot right there. And let's bring her down. So I'm going to decouple. Or undock. Swap. RCS available. Back away from the station. Slowly. Still got 108 units of RCS monopropellant fuel left. We can close this up. I'm going to turn SAS on. We'll point retrograde. Because that's our end state. Meanwhile, the orbital station will point it retrograde as well. Docking off, RCS on. Oh, sorry. There we go. Now, this has quite a few of these RCS thrusters, so it should be able to deorbit itself actually pretty quickly just on these thrusters. And we're accelerating a reasonable clip here. Real question is, can I accelerate this thing or deorbit this thing fast enough that I can swap back to the plane without having to reload the scene? I think I can, because it's only a kilometer away. We're very nearly in the atmosphere. I'm just going to drop down to like 60. Should be good enough. Swap back to this guy. Now we're lighting our actual engines, real engines here. We're also going to reduce our orbit. But in our case, we're not going to deorbit quite yet. We're just going to get close. So, same kind of reentry profile as the previous SSTO we built, where we do a couple of burns to get down to absolute minimum orbit just above the Kármán line. Once we're there, then we will start the actual deorbit. And the goal is to land right by the Kerbal Space Center. Try and bring it in right around here. And we have fuel on this design. This is where it's really different, is we can fly actually really indefinitely. You know, the nuclear ramjet will let us go as far as we want, which is sick. Do a little bit of a radial in-burn here. Try and keep my periapsis from rising too much. Okay, that should be good. That's as low as it'll go. 70 kilometers plus some change. And so the Kerbal Space program's way over there. I remember I want to deorbit above a peninsula over here. But I think I'm going to wait a couple revolutions first. Really should have stolen some more of that monoprop fuel from the from the orbital lab before we started this, but it's okay. Okay, we'll do one more, maybe 2 more orbits. Yeah, because the peninsula I want to start at right around here. And I want to come down to 58 kilometers. So right here is when we'll do our burn. Lower our periapsis to 58 kilometers. And we'll go from there. So we'll flip the ship around. We'll go ahead and retract these solar panels. $58. Okay, that's 58 almost on the nose. Let's go radial out because we're going to do the belly flop style entry. My waste heat is up to 15,000 out of 42,000, which is fine. Really, I mean, really, that is fine for this. If we were to do longer distance missions, maybe change these rapiers out for something else, something more efficient, we would probably want to use... we would definitely want to use something that's going to have a little bit more efficiency, and then we would also want some radiators to keep the waste heat down, because waste heat's going to keep building up. It is actually decreasing. Now, as soon as we touch atmosphere and we have airflow over this, the heat starts to drop pretty quickly, which is good. So yeah, now it's just a matter of coming in. We're going to go 4 times time acceleration. We're passing through the thinnest portions of the atmosphere right now. Trying to present the widest, largest surface area to get the most drag while we're up here. Because while we're up here, it's not actually going to heat us up. Okay, starting to feel a little bit heavier air resistance. Still at near orbital velocity. I'm going to keep SAS on. Okay, we are deorbited, but we are still very close to orbital velocity. Control surfaces are starting to get a little bit of bite. I think we started our entry a little too far back, but that's, again, okay. We can fly back to the Kerbal Space Center, thankfully, because of this configuration. Let's just try and get through reentry. I'm going to make another quick save right here in case we make any silly mistakes. Now we have 105 monoprop, so when I need to, I can kick RCS on to give my stability control system a bit of a boost. We are now starting to see that reentry heating effect, but I mean, really shouldn't be too bad. Yep. Okay, RCS on. Keep it flat, keep it flat, keep it flat. Okay, couldn't quite keep it flat, but that's okay. I'm going to turn RCS off at this point. We're pretty much good to go. We're going to go prograde because now we are as slow. Well, we're as fast as we would normally be flying through the atmosphere at this point, right? Like, we were flying faster than this earlier. And I can use some judicious application of control surfaces to keep myself under control. Let's try and just get into a stable flight here. Okay, we'll use RCS to steady us out a little bit. I think control surfaces just still don't have quite enough bite at this altitude. I can 100% pull up, which is good. It's a good sign that I've got adequate control surface authority. Let's activate the ramjet. What kind of thrust are we getting? Okay, no thrust. Alright, bring the jet engines online. There we go. Oh, it's because I didn't have the throttle up. I'm silly. Okay, we're fine. We're literally fine. See? That was actually a far more controlled descent and re-entry than it had any real right to be. Not going to try going super crazy here. Got to keep the throttle low on this ramjet. Let's activate navigation back to the Kerbal Space Center. We have plenty of pitch authority. So controlling the aircraft is absolutely fine. This flies really well, actually. Very stable once you're on a heading. How much liquid fuel do I have to work with? 902 units of liquid fuel. Still got plenty of oxidizer left over as well. Let's go ahead and push our speed up a little bit. We can deactivate the... we'll deactivate the nuclear ramjet. I don't think we need it. We'll just fly in on our air-breathing liquid jet engines here. As we make our way back. Okay, this is great. This is great. This is the shuttle we use now. That other shuttle had a good 3 or 4 flights of that design, but this is just better in every way. It's more expensive. That's the only downside. We'll see how much of the cost I recoup when we get back to the Kerbal Space Center. It should be most of it. Obviously, we're not getting the fuel back, but because of how we set this up with that nuclear ramjet, we actually don't use that much fuel. I'm going to swap back to nuclear here. And yeah, we're just going to cruise. 4 times time acceleration. Oh, did I burn oxidizer there? Oh, I did. I was using liquid. It's fine. Whatever. I mean, yeah, that's the huge thing, too. So, with this plane, I could land at the Kerbal Space Center regardless. I could re-enter the atmosphere at the North Pole and land at the Kerbal Space Center. Because it's just it is an infinite infinite range plane. I could fly this around Kerbin so many times. Just so easily. This thing's awesome. We are going to... Well, one will go to 1 times time acceleration now. I'm going to turn the nuclear ramjet off. Because at lower speeds, it'll start to lose out a little bit. And it can be a little unpredictable, I would say. Let's get the gear down. We'll attempt a runway landing. Actually, I'm going to quick save again. Unable to save. Oh, because we're in atmosphere? Oh well. We are low. Low for the glide slope. Let's pitch up a little bit. Still got 236 units of fuel to work with here. So not worried about making this landing at all. Low speed performance is still pretty good. The wings are big enough that I've got a decent amount of control authority even at these lower velocities. But I want to keep my airspeed up a little bit here. I don't want to decelerate too fast. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's the lineup right there. Let's flare. Flare up. On the ground. Full brakes. We should be able to come to a stop. Maybe not. Maybe we run off the end of the runway. Let's zigzag a little bit. Zigzag, 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 zigzag. Okay, we go off the end of the runway, but we survive. And we're fine. We're fine. That's recovered, dude. And what's crazy is I could take this thing off. I could 100% take this thing off and circumnavigate Kerbin and land again. Even after all that flying. So I think we really knocked it out of the park with the design on this one. The aerodynamic performance is really good. That was my biggest concern probably, is how it was going to handle on re-entry and the return flight, but it seemed to handle just fine. And just like that, she is back on the runway. Engines are shut down. We'll extend our ladder and let Debris Kerman go on a little EVA walk. Look at that. Perfect. Look at how perfect it is. It's perfect. I love it. I wouldn't change a thing. Debris is very happy. Look at that content grin on her face. She's quite happy with the flight and the performance overall. Maybe we take a surface sample and a quick EVA report while we're down here. Oh, she's upset. She got something on her gloves and made her upset. Oh well. She can clean her gloves off when she gets back to the astronaut complex. Let's get her back in the Mark II cockpit. We'll take this to the hangar. And we'll call that about as successful of a mission as you can get. And what's awesome about this, too, so yes, it flew to orbit. But if I want to do temperature surveys around Kerbin, this is the plane I'm going to take. And we don't even have to use any of the rocket fuel. We can just fly it on jet engines, turn this turbo ramjet on, and, you know, get wherever we want and get there quickly. It's an awesome plane. Very, 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 very happy. I'm very happy with this. We got 77.4 science, too. Just from recovering the stuff that was on the station that we didn't process. We got 134 funds received. So, let's look at the part value, right? 100% on most of this. Part value 1083. So I think the loss in funds is in fuel primarily. Maybe not. Parts recovered at runway, 100% value. Oh, here we go. So, monopropellant oxidizer, yeah. Enriched uranium, we recovered all that. That's great. I guess we can put less enriched uranium on the plane to save money. Let's go and verify. Let's just see how much the plane actually cost us. And make sure that everything checks out. 130. Okay, actually, yeah. No, so that mission cost us about $2 or $3 grand to fly this thing. We'll make a couple of changes. I'm going to drop those. We don't need them. In the cargo bay, here's what we will do, though. Because I do want to limit heat. We're going to put a couple of deployable radiators in the cargo bay. I think that's the move, right? I think those will stick out. But can we attach them in such a way? No, that's not the way I want to do it. Is there a good radiator part we can stick in there? We've got the graphite radiator panels, which should be really efficient. Let's buy these. Let's see what these look like. These are not expensive. These are really cheap. Because one thought I'm having is we could... How heavy are these? These should be like nothing, right? These are nothing. In order to help with the cooling, we could put a couple of graphite panels on it. We could get it nice and low. If it was curved just a little bit more, that'd be perfect. Let's try this one. Ooh, that one might actually be... That might be it right there. That might be it. That looks like it curves nearly perfectly. Oh, it's very close. How much does this weigh? 0.005 tons? Okay, so that's not going to change our performance much at all. A couple of radiators like these to get rid of the waste heat, and we're good to go. And these are cheap. These are actually very cheap. Just like that. Look at that. Didn't even need to do anything in the cargo bay. Let's add some science. So thermometer is the first and probably easiest one we can throw on. And this will just let me do some basic, basic science reports. And then we'll do pressure with the press mat barometer. We can do other science. I don't think we really need to do other science, but we could have more in the cargo bay. And there is room. There is extra volume in there for small stuff like that that's not used. That's what we will use it for. Other than that, though, I'm going to save this as is. We're not going to touch it anymore. This is a completed, perfected design. All right, let's step out of the spaceplane hangar and look at where we stand with everything else. We do have 1.15 million. Science data from surface of Duna. We can do that. Repair a satellite in orbit of Kerbal. The problem with these, if they were low Kerbal orbit, then we could launch that plane again and knock this contract out. But since it doesn't tell me, I'm not super willing to accept it. Science on the surface of Duna, though, that's easy. We've got a lander on Duna for that. This will also be a good opportunity to check how close we are to our Duna transfer. Still a little ways to go. So this is where the rover needs to be repaired. Okay. That's fine. We can do that later. Let's go to the Duna Pioneer Lander and take control of this guy. Did I break a solar panel on him? I did. I broke one. Let's transmit this real quick. Oh, we can actually transmit this. Did we never actually finish that? That's funny if we didn't. Oh, wow. We've just got extra science sitting here we never used. Review data, transmit it. We can transmit it again. Okay. Is there any other science that I forgot to run here? No, we've already done that. I think that's about it, right? Should be. There shouldn't be anything else on this. But we completed the contract, so that's cool. We got like 70 science and a completed contract from just clicking on a vehicle and taking control of it. Take that any day of the week. I will take that 100%. All right, that brings us up to 1.25 mil. MinSurf satellite adjustment, easy. Everything else, hard. All of our contracts now require work on Duna. That's what it comes down to. We got to go to Duna. So that's where we're going next. Let's adjust this satellite, and we will start looking at our Duna options here. It was MinSurfSat, right? Minmus Survey Satellite. There it is. It's just a quick plane change. Okay. Let's take this guy. Coming up on the ascending node, so let's lock anti-normal right here. Nope, apparently it was supposed to be normal. That's okay. We got plenty of fuel. 838 meters per second left on this vehicle. Probably burn some retrograde too. Looks like we are a little high here. And that does it. All right, satellite orbit adjusted. Go for 10 seconds. Wait for it. And that contract is now completed. All right, excellent. Back to the Space Center we go. All right, 127,000. Still no contracts, no new contracts I like. That's fine. We do still have an outstanding. How much are we going to get when we get these 11? 111,000? Okay. It's fine. We do have 858 science, which means we can pick another Christmas present. This would be interesting. Nuclear fuel reprocessing. This would also increase the power of our reactor. We don't need more power per se. I think it's time to do heavy lifters. We'll research this. Yeah. Sorry, very heavy lifters. There we go. And then that goes to tremendous efficiency. The metallic hydrogen rocket, which that's crazy. The plumber ablative laser nozzle was drawn up by heat shield designer. A rocket nozzle engineer uses PVC ablative propellant, must be powered by laser beams from underneath the craft. So you shoot lasers at it to evaporate the PVC, and then that causes it to accelerate. Interesting. Metallic hydrogen. That's crazy. Yeah, hydrogen is actually theoretically a metal, right? Like if you look at the periodic table of elements, hydrogen is in the alkaline metals column. And the implications of that are alarming. Okay, let's go to the tracking station and see what's up. Let's see what we can do at the tracking station. Hi, you. Oh, someone wants some attention. All right. I don't think there really is anything else for us to do except time warp to our next Duna transfer and send our vehicles. I think we need to do 3 missions. 3 separate missions. A manned lander. A refinery. The refinery station, actual. And then our Ike mining ship. 3 separate missions that will launch in relatively rapid succession. Okay, I think about here should be good. I think we're coming into the Duna transfer window now. Yeah, it's Duna time, baby. Let's go. We'll start with the orbital refinery. That one we'll do first. Because it's going to be the most expensive by far. Okay, so let's open JKLMNO Orbital Refinery Mark II. Load this bad boy up. So this is our guy. He's going to cost us a lot. This right here is why we spent so much time trying to earn money from contracts, because we are about to do some expensive stuff. That is an expensive contract. Or not even a contract. That's an expensive thing to launch. Now, once we launch it, it's going to be great. It's going to do great things for us, but we have to get it to Ike. That's where its final resting place is going to be. So, let's start thinking about how we want to do this. We've got 2 docking ports down here. That's sufficient. We got a docking port up here. Also sufficient. We've got the command pod in here. Let's configure the vessel name, and we'll call this the Ike Station. Ike Station. Just Ike Station is good. So that's what it will be called. Now let's get to the payload portion. And this is where the fairing gets real silly. It's a long fairing. It's a lot of fairing right there. Okay. So that's about it as far as that portion of the build goes. Excuse me. Now we need to get into propulsing it, right? So we have a decent array of engines. I'm going to sort by cost here. The Might solid fuel booster being the most cheapest. And our Timberwind rotating fluidized bed reactor engine being the most expensive. We'll want to use the twin bore. 280 to 300, 285 to 310. The mainsail is more efficient, but the twin bore puts out more thrust. Decisions. Here's what we're going to do. Fuel tanks. We're going to need a big fuel tank to get this thing to all the way out to Ike, right? So a big fuel tank, and I'm thinking either the skiff. The Poodle's technically more efficient, but the burn time's going to be long. I mean, that might be worth it, though. 1.75, 1.6, 350, 330, 250, 300. Yeah, we'll do the Poodle. Single bell. Command and control wise, we are going to absolutely need... maybe not on this stage. We have the command ring up here. We'll probably put one on the lower stage. But our boost stage is going to be the one that really does the heavy lifting. So, let's check our Delta V. 2037 is not a ton. In fact, it's barely enough for the capture. So whatever we put below this needs to do the heavy lifting, right? And I think that's where our twin bore is going to come in. So we're going to put the TD25 decoupler here. And then we're going to stack a couple of these. And then a twin bore. This will be the biggest rocket we've launched. Easily. Easily the biggest rocket we've launched. Where's my twin bore? Why can't I... There it is. Why do I always have trouble finding it? In fact, this may even be too tall. We're going to need lots of struts to make this work. She is a tall one. 50 meters tall, 3.7 meters wide. She's pencil thin, too, is the other thing. What's our thrust weight ratio? Actually, 1.1 is a crazy thrust weight ratio to have. Kudos to the twin bore for being an absolute powerhouse of an engine. But we're going to need more. I'm going to unlock the hydraulic attachment manifold. This is going to be our next portion of the design. That's right, not one twin bore. 3 twin bores. With all the force they can muster. And then we'll go back to fuel tanks because we're going to cap it off with, you guessed it, the FLC 1000 upscaled to meet the size demands. And even with the additional mass of these side stages, it still looks too skinny. Let's put those there. Those go up there. This comes down here. 1.63 thrust weight ratio, 1.1 thrust weight ratio, 2133 meters per second. That should be enough to get us into orbit with a little extra to spare. But it's going to be close. It's going to be real close, actually. And, you know, since we're doing crazy Kerbal things, we might as well just fully commit to the bit. Why not? Since we're already here, you know? We're already here. We've come this far. So let's not chicken out now. When we've got boosters like the Thoroughbred and the Clydesdale to work for us. We'll do the Thoroughbred. I don't think we need quite the kick in the pants that the Clydesdale is going to be. Thoroughbred's a big engine, though. I mean, it really, really is a big engine. So we're going to need some aero for that, obviously. That was the wrong one. It's this one, isn't it? Yeah, it is. There we go. Okay. So we got that. Let's put these side boosters on this. And we're going to strut this up. I'm going to do manual struts. Okay. Okay. 331,000 to launch this orbital refinery. I hope it's worth it. Electrical generation, I'm not worried about. Comms, I'm a little worried about. We do have the big dish on it for when we get to Duna, but just for the sake of peace of mind, I'm going to put a little one right there. Now, again, because this is so massive, we're going to need generous command and control. That's why we're putting that second command and control ring there. And then otherwise, this thing should just kind of launch. Make a slight height adjustment here. Yeah, that should do it. I didn't do auto strut, I did manual strut, but the effect will be the same. I guess we could auto strut this stuff though, because it's going to be wiggly wobbly. I'm not going to auto strut everything, but I'll auto strut that and that. Auto strut that. We'll auto strut that. Oop, we are missing something though. We need a decoupler for the payload itself. There we go. Okay, so we got for our staging sequence 5 engines, 3 twin bores, 2 thoroughbred solid rocket boosters. This will give us an on the launch pad thrust to weight ratio of 1.85. In order to conserve some fuel, I want to start out close to a 1.5, so I'm going to bring a thrust limiter down on these thoroughbreds. This will let them last a little longer, which will overall conserve fuel in these stages because I'm going to keep my throttle low until we're higher up. When we separate the solid rocket boosters, our thrust to weight ratio will drop to 1.16. Wait, no, this is wrong. This. No, it's right. Okay, yeah. Solid rocket boosters. Then the other 2 fuel tanks. Okay, good. Then it's all up to the poodle to get us to Duna orbit. At that point. I don't know why it's not showing any delta V for that upper stage. Unless I'm missing something. That detaches off. There's fuel in this, right? There's an engine here, right? Yeah. 2,000 meters per second delta V. It just disappears up there. Weird. Weird. Maybe that'll fix itself. Alright, we're gonna launch it. No, Green General, you're not the only one watching. Clocky Clock is still here watching, of course. It's just you two. But that's fine. I like hanging out with you guys. Big question. Will this work? Answer, maybe. What do you want, cat? She's making weird noises. All right, SAS on. Throttle up. This thing's ridiculous. Okay. This is the biggest rocket we've ever launched in 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Thoroughbreds are putting out quite the plume. 1.5 thrust weight ratio, just like we targeted. And we're going to throttle down to conserve our liquid fuel as we climb and let the thoroughbreds take on more and more of the lifting. I am going to go ahead and start our gravity turn. We're at 100 meters per second off the launch pad and accelerating, which is right about where we want to be. The reactor is getting hot. That's okay. It's going to get hot. It's a reactor. Go ahead and lock prograde. Hopefully it doesn't explode. If the reactor explodes from overheating on launch, I'll laugh. It is getting warm. As we get higher in the atmosphere, it should start to cool off. I think. I hope. I hope that's what happens, because I'm not 100% sure anymore. All right. Keeping a good pace here. I'm going to throttle down quite a bit more, actually. Try and correct some of our inclination, inclination here. Okay, looks like the radiators got hot, but now they're done getting any hotter, which is good to see. All right, we're going to get down way low. We're at basically minimum thrust. All our thrust weight ratio really is coming from those thoroughbred rockets, which is fine. The thoroughbred does have gimbal, which is a cool bonus feature for that. Might make for some actually decent solid rocket booster first stages. Okay, throttle down a little bit more. Thoroughbreds are about done. We are pretty much at minimum thrust. We'll throttle up now a little bit. These guys are about cooked too. They'll separate away with their rockets. Now it leaves us with a core stage that is still full. Just the way I wanted it to be. Go ahead and throttle up. (2,000 meters per second, 100%). This will get into orbit without using the upper stage. Ideally, we can use this for a little bit of our initial kick to Duna, and then use the upper stage for the rest of the kick and the capture. We'll see exactly how much. It'll probably only be a couple 100 meters per second, but should hopefully be all we need. If not, we're screwed. This thing is heavy, man. Getting it up here is difficult. Let's ditch this heavy fairing early. Radiators are maybe starting to cool off a little bit. Oh, that's why it's so heavy. I brought a full load of regolith. You know what? Fine. It's fine. It's literally fine. At least I can make liquid hydrogen while we're there. Okay. It is getting hot. Yes. And I keep... There we go. We'll have, looks like about 150 No, 400 meters per second of delta V. Yeah, in the booster stage to assist with the escape burn, which is good. We could drop a good bit of regolith and see if that helps us. Okay. 377, just under 400. That's fine. This is a long rocket. Long rocket with a lot of heavy payload. Let's make our planned burn. Get rid of all the chaff and clutter. Select Duna as our target. Get rid of time warp. Don't need that. All right. So that's where we're at, right? Now we can adjust the angle that we leave Kerbin. And that will adjust our intercept. We're at 1230. That's an intercept at 1265. What's the periapsis of that? Not too bad, actually. 11. We can bring this in quite a bit by giving it a little bit of prograde. Or not prograde, but burn normal, plane change here. Okay, looks like we hit Duna, or hit something there. That's probably good enough. Now, the good news is for a vehicle as big as this guy, I can turn it, just slowly. Let's go ahead and extend the main dish antenna. This is going to give me the range to really get out there and communicate. That is part of the goal. This is part of the equipment that's going to refuel the mothership. So it's got a reactor on it. And like, see, yes, it's going to refuel the mothership, but it's going to do a little bit more than that. Not only is it refueling the mothership, but it's building the infrastructure to refuel other ships as they come to Duna. Not just the one ship, but multiple ships, multiple encounters with Duna. We're going to do this a couple of times. When we bring the mothership back to Kerbin eventually, it is a long stick. It will get much narrower. It will get much narrower when we get rid of this much. And then it will be just a regularly long stick. Anyway, when we get the KSP Hermes back to Kerbin after the end of, multiple missions and quite a bit of effort, and hopefully the conclusion of all those contracts we have pending, we will be able to upgrade the engines on that ship. So, because I built it in multiple sections using docking ports, I can also unbuild it and take advantage of the fact that the engine can be swapped out, which is super valuable because we've got better nuclear engines that we can put on it now. They're a little bit more expensive, but instead of having to rebuild the entire ship with a more efficient engine, I can just swap out the single engine for a more efficient engine. I also think maybe 2 engines wouldn't hurt. Wouldn't hurt to have 2 engines, and we have the capability of putting 2 on. Okay, I'm just using a little bit of thrust to get me lined up here with the maneuver. That should be good enough. And we're going to go ahead and burn. Max thrust, 2.1 thrust to weight ratio. 200 meters per second left of delta V on the stage, which is good. It'll get it down below, down to 900, which will leave us with, what, 1200 left on this upper stage when it's all said and done. Really not bad. We will need to make some correction burns, obviously. But I feel like it's a pretty reasonable amount of fuel to work with, you know? It should be enough for a capture. I'm not going to guarantee it's enough for a capture, but it should be enough or close. It'll be close to the amount of fuel we need for a capture. Okay, let's keep lined up there. So far, so good. All right, we've escaped Kerbal. Yeah, looks like we'll have 1,200 meters per second to work with on the capture. That should be just enough. If we're very careful, it'll be just enough to do what we need to do. Now, we have some options as we approach Duna. We could aero brake with Duna slightly. Just a slight, you know, just a skim. Nothing crazy. And then come up to Ike and basically do that, right? Like aero brake with Duna and then get back into a highly eccentric orbit. Like deposit us into a highly eccentric orbit. And get captured by Ike, and then we'll have plenty of fuel left for that. We'll need to be pretty careful on the aero braking, though. This doesn't have a heat shield, so it'll have to be pretty slim, and we'll need to use engines as well as aero braking to really get the full effect of it. We do have a capture on this orbit. I'm going to chase down this last little bit of delta V. That should be good. Let's go prograde. So the vehicle is flying. There should be too many issues. Let's focus view on Duna and see where we come in. So we're way high, way high. Let's zoom out. Well, one, let's get out of Kerbal's sphere of influence. Okay. Now I'm going to plan a maneuver, but we're not going to burn this maneuver. I'm just going to plan this maneuver. And this happens in 2 days. Actually, let's plan it a little farther out. 16 days. That should give me time to get the other two vessels flying. Okay. That's too far. Let's go that way. There it is. There it is. That brings us in right there. So radial in burning gets us down to that. That's pretty close to equatorial. That gets us an Ike encounter, which is fun. Not what we're really shooting for, though. We'll start with this, and we can make a little adjustment burn when we're ready to get the rest of the way on there. In the meantime, I'm going to lock on this not prograde, but this maneuver heading, which should be in between our radial in and our normal vectors, roughly. Maybe a little bit in the retrograde direction. Right about here. We're going to lock on that, and we're going to leave it. So that's the first ship in the series. The refinery itself. We'll head back to the Space Center. Now, the next two ships we're going to launch. One's a Ike Miner. One is the Duna Lander. They're both going to do different things. Our previous build of the Duna Lander, I think, was too heavy. Really is what it comes down to. I was trying to do too much with it. We're going to keep it simpler. Keep it a little bit more basic and make it lighter. Let's also see if we've got any plant flag on Duna. Take that. This is also an easy contract, actually. Just a flyby of the moon and an orbit of the moon. No, land on the moon. Never mind. Not worth it. We might be able to do this one. Temperature surveys near Minmus Voyager. We'll accept it. We'll get to those after we get our 3 ships in flight. So the the Ike Miner, that's going to be a bit of a challenge. It's going to be a real challenge. Oh, my cat's sitting between my feet. I guess that's where it wants to be now. Let's see. So, new craft. Oh my goodness. Calm down. Should we do the lander first or the Minmus Miner first? What do you guys think? I think we do the lander first. So we're actually going to use a Mark II command pod here. And some might say, well, that's an interesting design choice. It is. But here's my thought. I don't need a pilot. I can just take a scientist and an engineer down. The one less Kerbal, one much smaller command pod, because this weighs 1.3 tons. The command pod we were trying to use weighed twice as much. And that's no good, right? It's not what we want. Now, the downside is I'm not going to be able to dock this as easily, I don't think. I mean, the other option, right, is we could. This weighs as much. The lander can. Same crew capacity, weighs as much. Maybe we use this instead. Downside, it's not as aerodynamic. So I think Mark II command pod still ends up being the right call. We will have to figure out how we want to do the docking port. Probodyne Octo, or we do the remote guidance unit. Remote guidance unit is already kind of small, so I think we'll just do the Octo. And we'll have to do this full-size docking port, which looks a little silly. I'll be honest, looks a little silly on the top of this. We'll lower it down. It's not great, but it's better than the alternative. I guess the other option is we could do the streamlined shielded docking port, maybe. What's this look like? But is that compatible? I don't think that's compatible, unfortunately. Ah, all right, bummer. We got to start over. Let's go coupling, docking port. We'll leave it at that. Okay. Ascent stage, right? Gonna need a little bit of monoprop, but I'm willing to put a lot more, assuming that this gets off the ground. This does not have great thrust to weight ratio in Kerbin. However, on Duna, this might still be able to perform reasonably well. In fact, yes, it can. And then in vacuum, it gets us the last couple. So this is actually probably the engine to use for the upper stage. And I said upper stage. That's right. Now, the lower stage does not necessarily need as much fuel, right? We're going to try to do a very parachute-heavy descent. We're going to use 6 radial mount parachutes to compensate for the lack of thrust that our engines are going to give. We'll still use some, but it's mostly going to be the parachutes. The parachutes are going to do the heavy lifting, getting us down. We'll do the decoupler. Now for the bottom stage. Bottom stage, we're going to use the 2.5 meter. But we're going to use kind of like the slimmest one we can get away with. Maybe even we go... Where'd it go? This guy? Nope. This guy. Yes. She's going to be a tall glass of water. That's for sure. Okay. Engines for this stage. We get a little bit of a selection here, but can't really go wrong with the cheetah. 3.95 thrust to weight ratio should be, or not the cheetah, sorry, the poodle. Can't go wrong with the poodle. Because the other option is we could use verniers, like we did before. 212. No, we'll use the poodle. Well, I guess the other thing is how much does this weigh? 1.75. The verniers weigh way less. It should be fine. It should be fine. I'm torn. I'm genuinely torn now on which one I want. 2144 is a lot. It's a lot of fuel. I think we will actually go verniers. They'll be able to arrest this. We don't need this much. This is kind of overkill. It's already a 20-ton lander. And if I could parse this down a little bit, I would. I mean, we could ditch this stage altogether and just have it like that. For 1,000. And what thrust to weight ratio does that give us? 3. And how much weight does that shave off? 7 tons. That's not bad, really. Now, we do need science, where this is all for nothing. I think we already took a science junior down, so no need to take a second. We will take all the regular science hardware that we would take on a flight like this. Starting with a mystery goo container. Actually, we'll leave the mystery goo low. And I realized, too, since we're going to have a ladder, this needs to go here. So this can go here. Okay. Everything else we'll keep high because we'll recover it. So GravMax, thermometer, pressure, seismic, because we're not necessarily going to land in the same zone. Scanning arms would be nice, but we're not bringing a rover on this one. And we've already done the fluid, the atmospheric one, so I don't really want to bring that if I don't have to. It's not heavy, but it just might not be necessary, you know. Let's see. We need electrical. Electrical is always a must. I guess we could get away with just a couple of these larger batteries up here. Like that. And a couple down here. Maybe more like down here. Maybe here? That's fine. It's fine that it's clipping. I don't care. We'll do 2 solar panels to keep those charged. We are going to need some monoprop. And we're going to need RCS. This is a messy looking lander already, but it's fine. I don't really care about the looks of this thing, to be honest. Clean it up a little bit. We can move those somewhere better. Fuel tanks. We'll do 2. Attach them to the skirt of the cheetah. Bring them in. Not that far in. Bring them in. Bring them up. Like that. Perfect. Where is our center of mass on this? Right in the middle. It makes it easy. So command pods. We'll do 4-way symmetry and throw in our... We'll put them here. Yeah, because that gets them out of the way. The solar panels and the ladder. Okay, the lander itself. Let's do some utility work. So we're definitely going to want the LV mobility. That one can just extend from there. Let's go lower. We can put it there. And then we'll just do the Pegasus mobility enhancers the rest of the way up. So we can get back to the cockpit. That should be good enough. And then the rest of the way down can be this guy. Yes. Ground game. I think we want to go for the bigger landing struts. But we want to mount them high. So that seems too high. There we go. There we go. So now we're mounting them. Theoretically, we're mounting them to that plate there, that fairing plate, which I suppose works. And that gets us down to the ground. Okay. Retract. Retract. Ugly? Yes. Yes. But it'll get down to Duna's surface, and it'll definitely get back to orbit. The only other thing to add is the cargo. So we're going to add 2 of these bad boys, the SEQ-6 cargo bays. That's where we're going to store our deployable sciences and a couple other things as well. But primarily the deployable sciences. That right there. There we go. Okay, let's go cargo now. I need... Probedyne control station, weather analyzer, passive seismometer, goo. I need another one. Communitron ionographer. So 6 total modules. 9 total modules, sorry. 3 power. Each of these generates 2, so I've got these organized out nicely. That should do. We'll bring on the other side... Or not on the other side, but we'll bring EVA Science Kit for funsies. And we'll bring a couple of repair kits. Even though we usually haven't used the repair kits, it is standard operating procedure now for me to keep a repair kit handy wherever I can. We will utilize some drogue chutes. These are going to go top of the lander. Right here. I think that's about it for the lander itself. Total weight, 15 tons. You can make it work. Okay. Comms. We need comms. Cannot forget about comms. Okay. We'll use the same dish that I have planned out for the refinery. can go right there. We'll also keep a more basic one right there. That should do. Let's also, can I move this slightly? Just slightly. There we go. Tracked antenna. Oh, that folds up perfectly. Okay, that looks good. We'll swap this one out actually for the Communitron 16. That'll be fine. Just have it sticking out right there. Okay. That's the lander. Ugly? Yes. Ugly, dirty, messy? Yes, it is. It's going to work, though. So, let's get it to Duna. And let's not die in the process. Coupling TD25 detacher payload. Those verniers are going to get in the way. Okay. Let's do structural piece. Modular girder adapter. Sorry. No. Coupling. Stack separator maybe? Then the girder adapter on that stack separator right there. Then this. Okay, now that fairing, at least, is far more reasonable. Right? That's a far more reasonable fairing to have on a rocket. And we can get away with a lot more here. So we're going to go same overall process. Poodle again. Single bell again, because I like it. We'll put on some backup electrical panels just because there's a good chance I goof this up anyway. That other one had a nuclear reactor. Literally couldn't goof up the power. But this one doesn't. So, solar panels. Anything else? No. It's got comms, it's got batteries. Should be fine. Another TD25. For the upper stage. Maybe we do 3 stages. Maybe. Like we do this with the skiff. Yeah. Hear me out. Skiff. Poodle. Stepping up in efficiency as we go down. I don't want this to be nearly as long of a buoy. But it's still going to be a long buoy. And then we do, bear with me, another Rockomax 64, the big boy. And then we do the twin bore. She's still a tall boy. How tall is she? A good 10 meters shorter than the other one. Most of that, I guess, is payload being shorter. I suppose we really don't need this full tank here. We can probably get away with the smaller Rockomax tank in the twin bore if we have an intermediary stage. But to ensure that we meet Delta V requirements, we're still going to have liquid boosters in the form of the 1.875 meter diameter fuel tanks and a Bobcat. Where's my Bobcat engine? There she is. Beautiful. Toggle off snap. Let's get these a little flusher. There we go. And then fuel tanks. Last fuel tank, FLC 100. Looks good. Slap the fuel lines onto them. Solid rocket boosters go on the side detachers. This engine comes down here. 848 with a thrust weight ratio of 4.92 is pretty good. That's pretty good. Then these separate. 1891. This can definitely come down here. Then we separate the payload, right? Payload separation and the lander first stage engines. Then the lander ascent stage. Parachutes will come in between these. We'll have our drogues open as early as they can, or deploy as early as they can. Keep those up high. Everything else on this should be pretty much good to go. We'll auto strut. Auto strut the boosters. We'll auto strut the upper stages. We'll auto strut the lander. Should be good to go. Duna manned lander. Launch. Not going to save this craft. It's too ugly to save. I want to forget about it as soon as we're done with this mission. But we'll get it out there, kick it out onto an orbit, and then that's kind of it. I mean, it's out on the orbit, and then there it goes. Okay. Still big. Oh. We got Debris and Daphmore trying to go to Duna. No, no, no. Let's go back to vehicle assembly. This is going to go unmanned. Unmanned. Unless we wanted to take one of the guys we left behind and put them on the Hermes. The Hermes does have room. I don't know. What do we think about that? Do we want to send a poor Kerbal solo flying? We could send Samlin. And then we just take Matdorf or Bill. We send someone down with him to land and return. What do we think? Samlin's in for a long, lonely flight on this thing. Sure, why not? We do have the crew space. We have 3 more seats available on the Hermes. Let's get it out there. Now, as time progresses, our window should actually get a little easier with each mission we launch, because I started that first one early in the window, and maybe I did that in the wrong order, but it's too late to go back now, so. Okay, Samlin Kerman, the lone scientist, really not qualified to fly a mission alone. Certainly not one that leaves Kerbin, but he's doing it. And he's going to be very brave about it. He's a very brave Kerbal. Our liquid boosters are burning down fuel pretty quickly. Let's see how our apoapsis is climbing. It's got some room to grow. Alright, side boosters are deployed. Core stage is going up nice and smooth. No issues there. Alright. 150 meters per second left on this stage. Main engine cut off. Upper stage is going. The skiff's going to take us the rest of the way. 0.4 thrust to weight ratio. Should be fine. Get rid of the fairing early. Maybe I should put a solid rocket booster on there because we're going to come up short. Yeah, we are. Shoot. Okay. Revert to vehicle assembly. We're just short. Delta V, yes, but we're going to be falling back to the surface. We need to be able to burn faster is the problem. And a simple solution to that is to pop a couple solid rockets on it and boost your performance a little bit early on. So we're going to do that. Now we're going to use the kickbacks, I believe. Yeah. Tall and skinny. They're just going to give us a little bit of extra oomph as we go up. Throw a arrow cone on them. It's plenty extra thrust to weight ratio. Bring it down to a 0.8, so initial thrust to weight ratio will be the targeted. We'll auto strut them. Let's give it a whirl. Auto strut. So I didn't use any manual struts, and those auto struts did a pretty good job of keeping the craft stable. I'm very pleased. Part of me still likes manual struts, but I appreciate, for the sake of these missions, I do appreciate the auto strut and what it's doing for me here. Okay. Throttle up, SAS on, rockets are going. Hello, chaps. I am Maze Y7. Welcome to the live stream. Hope you are having a good night tonight. On this wonderful night, this wonderful evening under the stars of Kerbal. The moon hanging gracefully in the air. We are flying to Duna. It's the goal, at least. Trying to get a lot of hardware to Duna. It's actually like, it'll be 4 missions in orbit of Duna and Ike when it's all said and done. Okay, these kickback solid rocket boosters are definitely stretching me a little bit farther, a little bit faster, which is good. That's what I wanted. Alright, kickbacks are separated. That's deployed. We're going to go max thrust here. We're going to try and burn out this core stage a little earlier so that we can start burning on the upper stage faster and hopefully be a little faster when we do. Yeah, let's go ahead and lock on orbit probe. It's a little early to be going orbit, but it won't matter as much. All right, 50 kilometers. Just gonna go flat now. For this last little burst of speed, try and really push. Then we're gonna stage and go prograde. So it'll angle back up for the skiff. Now it's looking a little better. So it's going to take a while for me to burn this down, but I have given myself more time. Okay, we are descending. But we're still accelerating. I think we'll hit it. Okay, so that saves 565 meters per second, bring our total upper stage delta V to 2,500. So that'll take about 1,200 to get to Duna, gives us 1,300 to get captured in low Duna orbit. I think that's fairly reasonable. I think that's fairly doable. Let's go ahead and... Oh, fuck, I just spacebarred. Oh, fuck me. Wrong key press. Want to hit space. Dang it. All right, relaunch. Do it again. We're going to be more aggressive with the turn, though. As aggressive as I can make it. I'm trying to really push here without losing control of it, which is the tricky part. Okay. Man, this skiff is just not working as an upper stage. I guess we could swap the skiff out for a skipper for a better upper stage. Like, that's an option. Maybe I can work it. Maybe I can make it work this time. We'll see. I think we're a little closer here. Yeah, I think this is going to be more efficient. There's periapsis. Okay, this will work. We're still just shy of what I was hoping to get. But 634 is certainly better than what we were getting before. So I'll take it. I will take it. Limited crew control, no signal. Extend the antenna. There we go. Oh, right, because we didn't use... we got to extend both these antennas. Aha, there we go. All right, add a maneuver. Let's just go to about a 1,200 meter per second burn at midnight to start. And let's ferret in from there. All right, let's get a little bit more. I'm not way off on the time, am I? No. Oh, that seems quite close, doesn't it? Hold on. Maybe I can swag this in. No. Better just to do the burn that way. Yeah. I thought I was getting more efficient, but apparently it's less efficient as we go. Which is a fun change. Let's see how close we can get it without a correction burn. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh. Oh, that was pretty low. That's pretty good right there. I think that's what we would call a good target burn. We do not have the big command and control rings on this. So we're going to be fighting it a little bit, but should be able to get close enough. There we go. Nope, too far, too far, too far, too far, too far, too far. Keep coming back, come back. Come back. 28 minutes to the burn. I just need you to be resting on the target node. Samlin over here literally has no idea what he's doing. He's pretty much useless. We'll go ahead and deploy the solar panels as well, so that he'll have electricity to power his juice machine, which will keep him sane for the flip. Or the flight, not flip. Flight. He will probably go crazy. Rest in peace, Samlin. Let's go ahead and warp to the burn. This is by far the ugliest lander I've designed, but we are just trying to get it to be practical, not pretty. 2 minutes, 59 seconds using both the third and the fourth stages to complete the burn. We do have the lander stage in reserve, but I'm not hoping to minimize using that on the capture burn as much as possible. Two minutes, 59 seconds. Let me use a little bit of engine thrust here to correct myself. Node is in 1 minute and 50 seconds. We'll warp at 1 minute and 30 seconds out from the node. 37, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Light the engines. We'll go to 4 times physics time warp. Because this is going to take a little bit of time here. As we burn our 3rd stage, moving to the actual transfer stage, it's going to take us the rest of the way. It will be easier to control the ship because we will have far less mass to maneuver. All right, that upper stage Poodle engine is now carrying us the rest of the way. The REL-10. Try and get back on that maneuver node. There we go. All right, we'll start throttling down for the fine-tuned adjustments here pretty soon. Still got 1387 in the tank, which is pretty good. Make a slight adjustment to our orbit. Get back on the maneuver node. Good enough. Apparently not a Duna transfer right now. That's fun. Let's get out to the edge of Kerbal space here and see why we don't have a transfer. Okay, so we're just a little short. We're just a little short of target. Ooh, that gets us down nice and close. All right, 28.1 meters per second. Burn is in 2 days. Let's rotate the ship around for that burn node. Get steady up right there. Almost, almost, almost. Good enough. Time warp to the node in 2 days. We'll just burn now. We don't need to wait any longer. We'll just manually observe periapsis come down. That'll confirm that we are actually burning in the right direction here. Ooh, very close. Okay, that's a very close approach. Still got a lot of fuel in this tank. Definitely enough to make the capture burn. Samlin, you are on your way to Duna. Godspeed. Now, the last vehicle we're going to launch to Duna is going to be the mining vessel itself, right? Now, this mining vessel, it's got to carry a good chunk of regolith to orbit using these regolith drills that we're using. We're also going to use a deployable resource scanner on it, I think, in order to best identify where said regolith will be. That I was thinking about putting the deployable resource scanner on the refinery, but that refinery just got so big, so heavy. It will be easier to put it on the regolith miner. And if need be, we can detach it. Nothing. really that I love. We could launch a equatorial satellite 3 and 2. Yeah, we could do that. We'll launch a satellite for a little bit of extra cash. That's fine. But let's start designing our miner. Now, the miner is going to be operating not on Duna, but on Duna's moon, Ike. Ike has a much lower gravity, so it'll be easier to fly. I mean, it's just going to be easier. There's less gravity, means there is less work that needs to be done to get us into orbit, which means less fuel, which means cheaper and easier and better. However, we're going to make this miner pretty big because the station can hold 10,000 units of regolith, which is a lot of regolith. Really a lot of regolith. So we're going to use the remote guidance core. That'll be our control, and then we will use for command and control an advanced inline stabilizer on top of that, and for coupling, a docking port. This is kind of the core stage of it all right here. Now for the fuel tanks, right? We could use the stock fuel tanks, but I've been thinking, and I think the IFS cargo container is actually better. Because it's way lighter, 0.25 tons, which is a far more reasonable payload. We'll start with 2. We'll see if 2 is too much. If 2 is too much, we won't do 2. Go away. There we go. So regolith, copy, paste. Now we're going to start with these full and see how heavy they are. And if they're very heavy, then we'll break it off to just the 1. But this carries more regolith than the holding tank. Where is it? The large holding tank here. This carries 1,500. This one carries 5,000. So this is worth way more than even the large holding tank, which is good. Now, fuel-wise, I'm thinking we need to use something compatible with... where's the engine? Where's the engine? The Dionyscus? I don't know how to pronounce it. It's a complicated word. And complicated words make my brain hurt a little bit. It's heavy and it's tall, right? This is a big engine. But we can convert it to use different fuels. So methyl-oxy. Well, I guess this one's just methyl. Never mind. Shoot. Disregard. What kind of fuels? I was trying to see if there was any other high efficiency engines that the mod provided that would be convenient and cool and fun, but it doesn't look like it. At least not ones that have different propellants. What I was hoping for was a fuel that already worked with the regolith processing. But what we can do, it's not as time efficient, and it will cost us a little in the weight department. But we can do the Convertitron 125. Now, this is the stock Convertitron, but it can convert ore into liquid fuel and oxygen. And then we could just do a liquid fuel tank for the rest. That's not as ideal as I was hoping, but better than it could be. You know how it is sometimes? Sometimes you just got to do what you have to do. So we'll put these here. This will be our primary power supply. It's going to generate a decent amount of electricity. We are going to need some thermal. And the thermal department gives us the graphene curved radiators. Now, I'm pretty sure these give us better heat transfer than the titanium ones, right? $128, $76. These are also very light. And the advantage of them being very light is that I can make them sit like that. Pretty convenient. So these are graphite thermal radiators. We have other options that we could use. The deployable graphite heat shield's kind of a funny one. So either that or... trying to see what other things we have available. There is the convective radiators. But that is for atmosphere. These are pretty cheap, so I'm willing to experiment with them a little bit. That's not terrible. Let's do three-way symmetry on these. maybe it looks a little goofy when deployed, but it'll be fine. Now, delta V, we're going to go for Ike over here. We're going to analyze this for delta V on Ike. And let's put down some equipment. I think the Rockamax X216 tank is probably sufficient. And then for the engines, probably the Poodle again. Thrust to weight ratio is low on Ike. Now when these are empty, it's actually fairly reasonable. No, it's not. Ike's pretty heavy, I guess. We are analyzing for Ike, right? Yeah. Okay. And that only increased our thrust to weight ratio by 292, so it tells me that this isn't the weight that's killing us. Well, let's try a bigger fuel tank. And let's try more fuel tanks. So we can do this as well. And then for engines, the Terrier is very efficient at 345. 724 meters per second delta V. Just barely will land. Okay, well, that's an option. What if we give it 6? Now we have a 2.67 thrust to weight ratio. Definitely more fuel is going to be required, but we could cluster these together. And for good measure, where's my Terrier? There we go. Let's try and get these level. Okay. That gives us 874 meters per second of delta V. Let's do some quick research. Ike, or KSP Ike delta V to launch. How much delta V do I need to get? Really not that much. About 390 to get off Ike at the most. So that's with the tanks empty. It's 874. 870. 737. I think that's about as fair of a lander as I can make. How much does it weigh? 59 tons full. 49 tons. 39 tons. So this is heavy. It's a lot of weight we're packing. Okay. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. It's just going to be expensive, but we can do this. As a mission, it's possible. Let's go ahead and move this up. And let's do a TD12 coupler on the center, followed by the Rockomax brand adapter to get the spacing right, and a 2.5 meter payload. Now, I kind of figured this miner would be pretty heavy. And including the smaller ISRU to be able to refuel its tanks quickly on the ground and then purge the regolith or purge the ore from these cargo containers, fill it up with regolith, launch back to orbit, get rid of all the regolith, come back down to Ike. About 390, so 400 meters a second of delta V to land on Ike. That's the other problem, is we're gonna got it really close on our margin here. Even with all that, we're still cutting it very close. I could add more fuel tanks, right? That brings us up to 1,000. So that's not as thin of a margin, but it's still a pretty thin margin. Using a bunch of terriers, and we haven't even put the drill on it. Oh, man. Let's set this aside for now. Maybe we need to think this through a second time. Let's set this aside for now. Okay. We could use the skipper, which gives us a good delta V, and then we could just pack on a lot more fuel, right? So 1093 delta V with the skipper and a 4.35 thrust to weight ratio is not terrible. What about some other engines? Bobcat 1068. So the skipper beats the Bobcat. What other engines do we have available? There is the REJ10 Wolfhound. May have been sleeping on this engine. 1294 with the thrust weight ratio of 2.5. That's empty cargo. Return trip. $1,100. The Wolfhound might be our engine. It's just it's cutting it close is all. That's why I'm concerned. I'm not concerned in like an, oh no, is this going to fail? It's just like I want to make sure that whatever I'm putting up there will definitely have the fuel required to do the job. I still need to put the regolith miners on it. So utility regolith drills, 1.25 tons. And it only costs us 12.76. It's really not too bad, actually. And then landing gear. I guess a big bell like that's going to require the Mark IIs. $12.62. I think $12.62 is workable. Yeah. Is it ugly? Yes. Does it use part clipping? A little bit. Will it work? Maybe. These radiators are about as light of a radiator as I can design. I'm not going to change that. We are going to shift this, though. Okay, so it just needs to be a little wider. Not too bad, though, still. Overall, fairing's not too crazy. Weighs 58 tons. We can make that work. Okay. Fuel tank time. We're going to kick it right off with a Jumbo Rocket Max. And my poodle. No, my Wolfhound. We're going to use the Wolfhound for sure. 725 meters per second delta V. Really? That's it? That's all I get for this miner. I get it. There's a lot of fuel on this, but holy shit, that's nothing. All right, do we need to fork out? I think it's time to fork out the big bucks, everyone. We're doing the big one. The Kerbodynes. It's time. We've put this off for a while. I really did try to keep it from getting too crazy too fast, but it is time. Now, with the Kerbodyne upper stage here, I've got a very large amount of fuel to work with. There's the Rhino. But it actually gives... That is an upper stage engine. Holy shit. What's this thrust to weight ratio? 0.87. Okay. That terrifies me, honestly. Can I get just a little bit more fuel in here? 1464. That's enough for the capture burn. That's not enough for everything else that needs to happen. Holy cow. Alright. Well, let's get the big decoupler then. I thought the orbital refinery would be the heaviest thing, but no, it's this. This is the heaviest thing by a lot, too. And it's just the fuel and the refinery that's kicking it up. Dang. All right. Ike's a bigger planet than I thought, I guess. Jeez. Well, we better design this bottom stage to just have a freaking ton of lift. I have the mammoth, right? Not even. Holy cow. What was the other option? I guess we could go... Okay, so that's an option. Let's look at the Kerbal cluster adapter. Wait, that's bigger. That's much bigger. Well, then what am I looking at? Are these bigger fuel tanks? These are bigger fuel tanks. What? S3 to S4 adapter. So then what goes on the bottom of that? This mission is costing a lot just because we have to buy all the parts that we're using here. The actual cost of the rocket is not much more than... It's still less than the other mission we flew. That can't be right. What engine's supposed to go down there that lifts that rocket? Do we need to orbitally assemble this miner? Are we being too ambitious? Is this too much? Okay, let's take a step back. Let's go back to the S3 tanks. Okay. So here's what we do, right? We're gonna get this into orbit. And the way we're gonna do it is with mainsails. And a mammoth. That gets us a 1.3 thrust to weight ratio and really not much better performance. Holy cow. What am I doing? What if I empty all of these? Or like half fill them. 8-way symmetry for just for shits and giggles. It doesn't even fit. Bad idea. Bad idea anyway. Bad idea anyway. I thought that Orbital Refinery would be the biggest thing we launched, but no. It kind of looks like a Saturn V. Yeah, because these are the Saturn V mock-up parts. But... oh, man. It's just so much. It's so much that we're trying to get up. What's crazy is, as big as this engine is, it's actually one of the most efficient engines I have now. At 340, it's pretty good. I could downscale it and use the Wolfhound, which gives me 1867, but at such a pitiful thrust-to-weight ratio, I'm not going to be able to get into orbit. The Rhino actually does a pretty good job. Yeah, customizable YouTube. Is there any stronger engines? These are the biggest engine. These are literally the biggest, strongest engines I've got. I've got boosters to pull out of my sleeves, right? We got the Clydesdales, which is an option. But I was hoping to use the liquid boosters here, because they would give me the opportunity to asparagus stage this, which is generally more efficient and easier to control. It's so much. I don't understand why this miner is so heavy, and we're having to build such a ridiculously large rocket for it. I mean, this is like all the way in the stupid side of rockets that we've built, right? Do we like the orange color scheme better? I don't know. Let's zoom out a little bit. $273,000. Let's see if I can get its performance to be a little better. I mean, that's kind of as good as it's going to get. I mean, well, hold on. Let's go ahead and attach the fuel lines. That gives me an extra 300. The only thing I haven't done yet is solid rocket boosters for a little extra oomph. All of this, and these are my biggest engines. These are my biggest engines, right? All of that gets me a 1.26 thrust to weight ratio. If we add solid rocket boosters, I think the Pollux will fit in between. Yeah. And then we'll just need an arrow for that. Let's auto strut everything. Auto strut the upper stage down. Auto strut the lander itself. Auto strut the top of the lander. Keep it stable. 300,000 to launch. This will leave me with 200,000 in the bank. Let's fix our staging. 5640 meters per second, delta V. Counting the booster. That counts the booster too. Ooh, baby, I don't know if this is gonna fly. How much do these weigh? Can I drop it down in weight a little bit by bringing less flight hardware up here? Like, just 2 of each of these. I mean, this is what's heavy, right? And that's with taking fuel out, right? Like, I've made this lighter. Yeah. I dropped all the extra fuel. Or most of the extra fuel. Damn. That's crazy, dude. Maybe I can get a little bit more fuel in there with the thoroughbreds. Carrying some of the load. Maybe another Rockomax. Maybe. Maybe. 5876. All right. Let's look at the KSP subway map. So from Kerbal, the Delta V map. So 3,400 to get to orbit roughly. About 1,200. That brings us up to 4,600 roughly. Man. I don't think... All of this I don't think is enough. I thought this would be enough. But... Clearly not. Like, clearly this is too much. How much? What is adding the weight here? Is it this? That weighs 1.25 tons. This one weighs 750 kilograms wet, 10 tons dry. What if I get rid of a lot of the weight by getting rid of one of the regolith containers, right? Like, Let's get this lighter. Let's drop those for something a little bit lighter as well. That gets us almost up to 6,000. I'd like to get well north of 6,000 before we call this, like, good to fly. And this isn't even... This is without RCS, too. So I'm going to have to fly this and use just the main engine to do a dock, which I can do. It's just a little trickier. Why is Ike so hard to land on? Can I ditch one of the extra regolith miners and just take one? 750. 5976 meters per second delta V total. 1.61, 1.43 once all that's shed. 0.1 when the outer fuel tanks are shed. 0.91 with the upper stage alone. What if I swap this out for a bigger fuel tank? There's an intermediate fuel tank we could use. How would that look? 6067, 1.4, 1.5, 0.9, 0.8. Those are workable. Oh boy. This leaves us with 170,000 in the bank. Barely enough to keep the program alive. I really only get one shot at this too. Everything's auto-strutted. Sure. Let's save it and try it. We'll try it. We will try it. We'll see if it works, but we'll try it. Like, to land on Ike with a small scientific lander would be easy, but this isn't a small scientific lander. This is an industrial mining machine we're trying to put there. And it's heavy. It's heavy, 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 heavy. The good news is I accidentally launched the orbital refinery with 10,000 units of regolith already. So we'll have some regolith on the ship to start making liquid hydrogen. Okay, SAS on. God save us, poor and wretched sinners. There it goes. The most Kerbal thing I've ever built in Kerbal Space Program. This rocket right here. A monstrosity. Unstable. Hold on. I thought I auto-strutted everything, but it's still wobbling, so we need more struts. All right, let's auto-strut these fuel tanks. Auto-strut. Auto-strut. I'm just going to auto-strut, like, everything. Those are already auto-strutted. Those are already auto-strutted. Auto-strut that. That's already auto-strutted. Okay. Let's try it. We can afford to launch it, but it's going to take up most of our money here. It also takes a long time to load. All right, SAS on, throttle up, launch. I didn't put Separatrons on the solid rocket boosters. We'll see if I regret that decision or not. I may come to regret that decision. Nope, looks like they separated just fine. Apoapsis is climbing about where we would expect it. Try and keep our throttle about where we need it to be. Oh, all of a sudden our Delta V... Okay, you know what? Screw this. No wonder it seemed ridiculously over heavy. All of a sudden, now my thrust to weight ratio is really good, and my Delta V is really high. Okay, so something was bugged out in the vehicle editor. Because this stage has almost 4,000 now. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll make it work. It was overly expensive, but whatever. Just counted up to more setup costs for the infrastructure on Duna than I was anticipating. All of a sudden, the Delta V up here. This was set. This said 700 when I launched it, or when it was in the vehicle designer. It's now 3,600. Riddle me that, Batman. This stage will get to orbit on its own. There we go. We're in orbit. Great. We're in orbit with a giant, unwieldy rocket that we really actually don't have the... we really don't have the control authority for this kind of stuff. There we go. Can I deploy you, please? Of course not, because you know what we did forget? Alright. Screw all that. Screw all that noise. Screw all of that noise. We're going back. I don't trust the vehicle designer. I don't trust it. It was so blatantly wrong. So blatantly wrong. Not just like, oh, off by a little bit. Off by thousands. So here's what we're going to do. Screw all this extra fuel tank nonsense. Don't need any of that. Probably don't need these. Well, I might need some boost. Probably don't need that. Yeah. And I can probably get away with that. Oh, all of a sudden it's starting to make a little bit more sense. Okay. What's my thrust to weight ratio? 1.36. Good enough. Launch it. Oh, wait. Shoot. I did a silly. Rewind. Rewind. Go back. I did a silly. Well, let's... Hold on. Let's verify... Before I go back, let's verify this actually works. And then it will actually give me the performance that it should be giving me, right? Once it loads. Patience, everyone. Patience. Okay. So that's on the launch pad. Once we get into orbit, that'll go way, way up, though. Already, just by stripping out some of that extra boost that we were taking, that cut the cost down by 50,000, which is not nothing. Believe me, not nothing. Yeah. Oh, okay. All of a sudden now it's making sense. So like I don't need. Hold on. I don't need this much fuel. I do not need this much fuel, and I can bring that extra regolith container. There's no way. Hold on. Ain't no way. Literally no way. This weighs how much? 0.75 tons. Take that off. 3715 meters per second and a 1.5 thrust to weight ratio. This part of the rocket weighs how much? 25 tons. Okay. Got it. If I put one more tank on there, the rocket weighs 26 tons, but loses all of its thrust to weight ratio. Ain't no way. Okay, don't believe it. Don't believe it and don't care. We'll see what it says on the launch pad, but I don't believe it. We do need comms, which we're using the Communitron for. And then for thermal, just to be sure, just to be safe, we'll add these wraparounds because they're pretty good. I'm just going to add 2 of them and scale them down. Just like that. Just a little bit of extra. To be on the safe side. And then comms again. Just a single little antenna right there. Should do. Not going to bother with RCS. We'll fly it the hard way once we get there. Did I just stream for 9 hours? No, I am streaming for 8 hours and 32 minutes. We have run into some issues with how the game calculates delta V in the vehicle designer, and I spent maybe the last 30 minutes over designing this massive rocket. I dropped $500,000 into it. Get it out to the launch pad, and it turns out I'm overshooting my delta V by 4,000 because the vehicle designer was telling me bad information. And I was actually about to pull my hair out, just sitting here trying to figure out why it's so inefficient. And I figured it out. The vehicle designer is not taking into account altitude. It's glitching. So it was giving me the at sea level values for all of my upper stages, even though I had set it to vacuum. I don't know why. So now we've pared the rocket down a little bit, and it should, yeah. See, as we're climbing now, that delta V, that sweet meters per second, it is in fact going up. And we are on a good trajectory so far. Yeah, this rocket is ludicrously big. No, it's bigger. It's bigger than the rocket I used to launch the Orbital Refinery by quite a bit. But that's okay. We're getting to orbit now. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. Look at that. 47, 48, 49, 50. Looking good. Separate the sides. Let's keep a low thrust on the core stage here. That core stage will just about get us to orbit anyway. Oh, it'll give me more than just 2 orbit. It'll give me 2 orbit and help with the transfer. This is actually a more efficient orbit too than the previous flight, which is good. It's always good to see. Okay, 30 seconds until apoapsis. Let's deploy this communitron. There we go. And just get barely into orbit. Okay. It's 2:28 a.m. Dude, just go to bed. You can watch this later. It's fine. It's not that important. It's midnight 30 for me, so I'm also going to be calling it quits relatively soon. We have 362 meters per second left on the lower stage, 3,193 on this upper stage, which is over-engineered at this point. What's a delta V? 1.74 thrust to weight ratio. Well, geez, we're just going to brute force whatever orbit to Duna we want with this one, I guess. Fuck it. All right. Start there. Work our way down. Set Duna as the target. Am I intersecting something? I'm intersecting the moon. Okay, come around one orbit. There we go. Yeah, that's too much. That's definitely too much. Let's bring that back quite a bit. Intersecting something again? The moon again? There we go. All right, give me that sweet intercept. Nope. There we go. I think this one's going to reach Duna early compared to the other flights. Let's try and get it as close as we can within reason. Ooh, that's a pretty good one. That's pretty good. All right, lock on the maneuver node. Everyone just sit and wait for a second while this thing turns. It's going to take it a minute. I should have made the drills bigger, actually. Oh, well. Missed opportunity. I'll take the one drill. One drill's better than no drills. All right. The Gravitals, thank you for joining the stream. Appreciate having you here, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing better than I am. I am at my wit's end with this thing. Holy cow. Okay. Maybe we just give a little bit of engine gimbal. Get it turning. Maneuver node's in 2 hours, so it's got some time. Okay. We'll just go ahead and time warp to our burn. It's in a couple of orbits, so it'll take some time. Coming around now, 2 hours, 45 minutes away. At, looks like at least 100 times time acceleration. Oh, time warp has stopped for some reason. That's exciting. Why has it done that? Are we re-entering orbit, perhaps? Ooh, we are. Ooh, we are. Ooh, we are. Abort, abort. Mayday, mayday. Well, not great, but not going to kill us. This thing's going to be an absolute pain in the butt. It's just so big and so heavy. Even with the bottom stage separated, it's still going to be so big and so heavy. Okay, back in orbit. That's good. Let's go prograde. We can only go 50 times time acceleration because we're periapsis inside the atmosphere. That's fine. That's fine. It could be worse. Let's raise our periapsis, shall we? To be not in the atmosphere anymore, maybe? There we go. Okay, that's better. Okay. That's basically on target. I don't know why my orbit was so jacked up there. Let's try that again, shall we? My maneuver node's all of a sudden saying 2,000 meters per second? I don't think so. Nope, I don't think so. That's fine. All right, let's see if we can actually do this burn. Minute and 26 seconds, sure. So we'll start at the 45. Why am I in the atmosphere again? Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. No. We're doing this. Disable receiver. Disable receiver. Pull those in. I don't know why the ship keeps deorbiting itself. And at this point, I don't care. We're getting this maneuver node. God damn it. See, this is why the stream has been 8 hours and 45 minutes. Every step is pain. I'm gonna go to like 100-kilometer orbit so I don't have to deal with this. We're not doing low curve in orbit. We're getting way up there. This is ridiculous. All right, this is actually like preposterous. What is happening right now? Okay. We're getting to orbit this time. We're gonna get up here. We're gonna get up here where it's nice and safe. We're not gonna stay low to the atmosphere. Nope. We're gonna get way up here. Like way up there. Like way up there. Like way up there. There we go. No, I'll just lose comms again. That's fine. That's fine. No, that's fine. This rocket, man, is why I drink. This right here is why I question everything. This is what keeps me awake at night. Okay. Better. Booster separation here. Good booster separation. Like that. Like that. That's good. Let's just sit here at about 60% throttle for a while. Even dial it down. Let's go to 50% throttle and let's just sit here and cruise at 50% for a minute. Think about our actions. Think about what got us to this point. You know? Go ahead and pop that heat shield off the fairing. That doesn't need to be there no more. Got no use for that. Nope. Done with that. Getting close to orbit now. All right, let's I guess activate these receivers so that we don't lose comms. There we go. Because I didn't really put batteries on this for fear of weight considerations. All right, we're way up here now. Way, way up here now. Good. Okay. 1,278 meters per second. It's probably too much. Let's see what that gets us with Duna. Yeah, it looks like that's too early. Moon's in the way? Moon's in the way. There we go. Send it. Just freaking send it, all right? Here we go. Ready? Here it comes. Big ol' engine coming through. Okay. All right, so now we are on the Wolfhound, or no, not the Wolfhound, the Rhino engine. Much better. Much better engine to work with here. Looks like we were just shy. Okay. Let's go ahead and let some time pass. All right, we're out in the black now. I'm going to extend this antenna. Let's plan a maneuver here and get a better intercept. Okay, so that's an intercept. We're going to point at our maneuver node and get locked on that. To the best of our ability, at least. Try and get our solar panels lined up nicely. We're going to time warp 2. Oh, hold on. Time warp 2. 22.9 meter per second burn here. I'm going to throw a thrust limiter on this thing once we get there. And we got with us a couple other vehicles. So the manned lander with one Kerbal on board. The orbital Ike station. Both of those are there. Okay. And we'll burn using that Rhino engine to get a little bit more precision here. Thrust limiter on to keep us from going too far off course. Looks like an accurate burn to me. But probably not. No, it'll probably be something dumb. Alright, let's see what we get. Focus view on Duna. Excuse me. Ah, we actually collide with Duna. Okay. Well, let's set Ike as the target here. And flip course retrograde. We're gonna get this orbit all set up and nice, and then we're gonna go to the other two crafts, get their orbits set up and nice. Kind of work in that order. I'd like to have a maneuver node then. And have it do something gentle here. Is there any Ike encounter we can get? Ooh. There it is on the far side of the planet. We can get an Ike encounter right there. It'll cost us a collision with Duna, of course. Can we make it not cost us a collision with Duna? Okay. So a teeny tiny adjustment. If we get real close to Duna, Ike will be on the far side of Duna. And we might be able to do a little correction burn to get into a shot at Ike and get caught in orbit. That's the idea, at least. All right, let's warp to the maneuver. Put an even stricter thrust limiter on this engine. Really try and get a fine-tuned burn here. That'll have to do. It's actually not terrible. 566 kilometer orbit over Ike, 80 kilometer Orbit over Duna is not bad. Alright, so we've got our lander, the Duna man mission, and the Ike Station. Let's switch back to Ike Station, the one we launched first, because it'll be the first to get there, theoretically. We need to get that captured around Ike. Okay. So we've got it sitting here. One thing we can do in the meantime, while we're waiting, is set this up to start processing regolith, right? So the only thing we're missing is liquid nitrogen. That's liquid hydrogen. That's also liquid hydrogen. That's liquid methane. So this one, we can set it up to be liquid nitrogen. And then one of these is dirty water, if I remember correctly. Liquid carbon monoxide, but that needs to be dirty water. Or clean water. There we go. There we go. Okay. Well, while that's doing that, so we've got the refinery processing some of the onboard regolith into hydrogen. That's good. It's a good use of our time. Let's go ahead and time warp to this first burn we planned. And of course, helium is full. Let's go ahead and jettison those tank contents. What do you mean? What? What? Stand by. Hold on. Stand by for emergency actions. All right. We've recovered it. I don't know what that was about. That was weird. Guess we got a little hot there. I guess the reactor doesn't really know what it wants to do right now. That's fine. It's fine. Let's point at the maneuver node. This craft does not have as advanced an autopilot as the one we were piloting earlier, so we do have to manually point at the maneuver node. Thankfully, it is not as unwieldy, so it shouldn't hurt as much. And we're just a little bit off here, which I can correct. Just an itsy bitsy little bit of a burn. Boop. All right, good enough. Where does that put us relative to Duna? Focus view. Nice and low, nice and low. So let's set this as the target, right? Now, can we do a... Nope. Nope, the other way. Let's go radial in. That's too much. Let's go radial out. And while this is flipping around, put a stricter thrust limiter on this. Let's try for 48 might be too much, or not enough, really. When it comes down to it, we're making some very fine-tuned adjustments here. Ah, shoot, my finger slipped. I didn't throttle down fast enough. Hold on. All right, this time we're going to get it, I swear. 36. Let's save. Make a quick save real quick. And I think now we just send it, right? Max time warp. We let time elapse. Should I end this stream on a shitty cliffhanger where we come back to it in the next stream? Because it's late. I'm getting a little tired. 9 hours streaming so far. We are only just now closing out this mission. Just kind of ridiculous. We got 3 vessels all approaching Duna. Kind of one by one succession here. I guess we can let this go. We'll quick save again right as we hit the Duna system, because I'm going to attempt an aero brake here. Risky, but it'll help us save on some Delta V. So here we come. All right, first intercept. Let's quick save now. Okay. And we'll go retrograde. And we're approaching Duna. Spiraling out of control. Let's go ahead and get lined up here. So retrograde orbit, ideally, that will prevent any bad things from happening. Again, ideally. We've got 1194 meters per second to burn here. All right, we are in atmosphere. Go ahead and run the engine. Starting to hit some atmospheric drag, but really not a ton. It would probably help if I took the thrust limiter off this. There we go. That's fine, though. We are back outside of Duna's atmosphere. That aero brake really did not help us a ton. The hope is that we can compensate a little bit here. So we have an Ike orbit, an Ike encounter here, 234 kilometers. Let's put that thrust limiter back on there. See if we can get this down nice and low. Give me a nice cool, like, 50. No. No sticky keys. This one is a very polar orbit. I don't want to be in a polar orbit. I want to be in a nice, cool equatorial orbit. Let me see if I can get down to an equatorial orbit. Okay. So that's something, I guess. Let's, shoot, Sproda. I don't know. Let's try something over here. No. Hold on. Try this. Whoop, too much. Okay. What's my periapsis, though? There we go. 34. I can work with 34. Let's just manually burn for a more reasonable 40-kilometer orbit. I think we can sustain. Yeah, that I think is more achievable, more reasonable. All right, let's take it nice and easy as we get our refinery into orbit here. 130 meters per second of delta V. 47 and 41. And that's a nice circular orbit. Let's time warp to it. All right. So, for all the complications, all the issues that we were having, this is starting to shape up a little better. Certainly, we've had many roadblocks, many issues, many challenges come up, but nothing that we can't surmise through the power of our intellect and our determination alone. We can overcome almost any obstacle. "20-second burn." Go ahead and take that thrust limiter off all the way. 28-second burn. There we go. Start the burn now. And let's deposit our refinery into its final resting orbit. "40, 39, 27, 20. Looking good so far. Yeah, that'll do. Let's lock it prograde. Ditch the booster. Don't need it anymore. So this is our Duna orbital refinery. We can try and play around with it a little bit here. So the reactor is critical. What are we short on? Helium. Okay, that's easy. Let's put this over here. Helium tank, jettison contents. Boom. All right, deactivate process. So issue. Slight issue. We actually don't have enough cooling for this reactor. That's a problem. That is a real problem. So we can run it for a little bit, and then we gotta deactivate the process. Run it for a little bit, deactivate the process, jettison the helium. Now we are developing a surplus of liquid hydrogen now, which is good. Let that come down. When the miner is attached to this, this will have more delta or more heat management to work with, which will be good. We'll need that. Let's see. This thing comes into Duna orbit in 41 days. Okay. So we have 41 days to work with here. Now we are making decent amount of fuel. We've got 6,000 so far. Not terrible. Let's go ahead and pin this jettison. We're going to try and control this by just throttling up and down on the regolith process here. We are building up quite a bit of waste heat when we're running this reactor. But our liquid hydrogen, where is it? Or in here, liquid water, helium. Liquid hydrogen is going up. Currently at 9,000. Not terrible. Not wonderful, but not terrible. We're at 10,000 now. That titanium radiator is going to passively emit the waste heat we have on board. Almost at 11,000. All right, a little over 11,000. $1,300. I'm starting to get the rhythm to it too. So heat management's an issue with this design. That's okay though. We can make it work. We're going to keep running this for a little while here. And just deactivating the process before we shut down the reactor on overheat. Because what's happening is waste heat's building up. The radiators are starting to radiate it away. But they can't radiate faster than I am processing the new regolith, right? We're at 1,500 though. Not terrible. And then helium, which is one of the waste products of this process. Or not waste product per se, but one of the side effects. Keeps building up, so I have to regularly vent that tank to continue processing. Almost up to 20,000 now. So we're doing pretty good. We're just kind of biding our time here until the next lander gets in, which will be in 41 days. So we can process a good bit of this regolith if we're diligent. We've gone through about 1,000 of it so far. Almost 20,000, and it looks like our methane tank is full again. Liquid methane? Ooh, liquid methane. We're missing regular methane. Oh, it needs to be gaseous methane? Well, all right. Jettison this tank's contents. And resume the regolith process. Nearly at 20,000 units of liquid hydrogen, which is pretty good. That's enough to refuel the ship, the KSP Hermes, that's currently sitting in Duna orbit. And definitely get it back to Kerbal, but probably extend its operations around Duna a little bit. We'll spend some fuel getting up to Ike, and then some fuel getting back from Ike down to a low Duna orbit. So we're just going to continue cycling on and off these different pieces of equipment and venting that tank as this orbital refinery makes its way around Ike. It seems to hit about a homeostasis around 2,500 units of waste heat. Looks like we're topped off on water now. So we'll jettison this tank and resume the regolith process. We're at 22,000 now. Pretty good. Pretty good. Definitely hitting a groove here. Almost 23,000. Nearly 24,000. There we are, past 24,000. Looking good overall. Just shy of 25. So one thing we could do for money, and we'll have to try this out, is it seems like as we jettison resources or offload resources from a tank, if we're in Kerbal or at the Kerbal Space Center, I think we can actually get money from that, if I understand. If I understand what I'm looking at correctly. Because like if I jettison right now, you know, it says 189.77 refunded. Okay. We've gone through about 3,000 units of regolith. We've got almost 30,000 units of liquid hydrogen from it, which is pretty good, actually. Really pretty good. Now, where are the other spacecraft? The Duna manned lander is coming in 37 days. All right, carbon monoxide's full. So jettison that tank's contents and resume the regolith process. So yeah, it's coming in 15 units of waste heat, 16 units of waste heat per second, roughly. And we're going at 100 times speed, so it's building up relatively fast. But we are almost at 30,000 units. Just in the helium tank again. All right, just over 30,000 units. And it looks like that expandable tank is maybe starting to expand a little bit. So we definitely did not put enough radiators on that. That's unfortunate. Maybe we can get a couple of radiators on it later. Otherwise, it's going to take a lot of manual effort to process fuel from the station. Not impossible, just tedious, you know? Just tedious. Ooh, had a little bit of boil off there, just in tank contents. We're stable again. Okay. I think I've got a better idea. So as soon as my electric charge starts going down, that's when I deactivate the process. That means the reactor is starting to get too hot and its power starts to drop off. So electric charge goes down, electric charge goes back up, waste heat goes down. And we're at 33,000. Duna manned lander still a good 37 days away. So as tedious as this is, because I would like to just set it and forget it, we are still processing fuel at a relatively decent rate. All right, we're almost at 40,000 now. We've got liquid methane tanks full. We'll go ahead and jettison the clean water, jettison the CO2, jettison the liquid methane, and for good measure, jettison the liquid nitrogen. Carbon monoxide's topped off now. Which tanks that? Helium-3. Nope. Hydrogen. Nope. Carbon monoxide. Yes. Jettison tank contents. We're going a little faster now. Taking advantage of time warp a little bit. We're at 54,000. There we go. Now we're cooking with some gas. All right, liquid methane's topped off again. Classic. There it is. Jettison. Let's go to 500 or 1,000. Water tank's full. We are at 60,000 now, which is pretty good. Jettison the contents of that tank. And regolith process, helium. All right. Let's move this a little bit more convenient to reach. Almost at 70,000 now. Carbon monoxide tank's full. We'll go ahead and jettison everything while we're here. Not that one, though. Okay. We're actually up to about a half tank total. And we're running low on regolith here, which is good. We've almost processed all the regolith on board. And it's taken us 16 days, which isn't terrible. We do have a excess of water that we need to get rid of. Also, just dump any other gases or liquids that might be building up. That would be a good time to do it. And that's all of our regolith processed. Brings us up to 94575 in our total liquid hydrogen stored on board, which is actually, honestly, that's great. That's a great number to have. So we're pretty much halfway full, or 2/3 of the way full on our total capacity for liquid hydrogen. That's definitely going to be enough to refuel our ship. It did take, 20 days roughly, and some relatively tedious clicking, but we were able to get there. So that's the power of orbital processing. Heat management is an issue, and then the waste products are also an issue. A better design would account for all those things better. However, this orbital fuel refinery is doing wonderfully overall. We still have almost all of our enriched uranium, which is great. And we have made room for our eventual arrival of the Ike miner, which is the I Don't Know Man, which arrives in 50 days. And has a periapsis that will come within Ike's sphere of influence. We can land it, harvest regolith, bring it back to our miner. All as intended. So, pretty excellent, pretty exceptional work so far. Still a long ways to go. We're going to continue this tomorrow. I'm going to sign off for now. We'll finish out this mission. Goal for the live stream tomorrow is to put Kerbals on the surface of Duna, which we will accomplish with our Duna manned lander when it comes within Duna's sphere of influence. Probably do a correction burn pretty much as soon as we start the live stream so we don't crash into Duna's surface. We may aero brake and then we'll slow down, get into a low orbit. Or maybe even go, because I guess this is a retrograde orbit, so we need to flip around and try and rendezvous with the nuclear rocket so that we can get either Mattdorf or Bill. Probably Bill. We'll probably send him down to the surface and gather some science, deploy some equipment, maybe collect a couple of rocks, and then we'll bring them back up into orbit. We'll rendezvous the whole thing with the refueling station. Probably dock it sideways. So it'll be kind of a large structure floating here with the whole ship docked sideways with it. But with that, we will have accomplished all of our major objectives, and then it's just a matter of returning them to Kerbin. So, filling the ship back up, and then eventually getting us into our final orbit. So a couple things need to happen first. We'll get the Duna manned lander here, and we'll do one of two things. Either we will rendezvous the nuclear rocket section first, top off its fuel tanks, come back down to low Duna orbit, do the Duna landing mission, come back to Ike Station to top off our tanks again, and then go to Kerbin. Or we'll do something similar or something slightly different. I'm not 100% sure. Either way, we will leave Duna with a full fuel tank. From that, should not have too much issue getting back to Kerbin. So, thank you everyone for watching. If you are watching this live or if you are watching this after the fact, I appreciate your patience. This has been a brutal live stream trying to get through all the issues, but we've learned a lot. We've come through a lot of technical issues. Our refinery is operating, although more manual than I would like. So, I will see you all in the next live stream or video. Take care, everyone.